build yourself spiritually. And when you have a person like which you will come to love. You won't know what to do. You won't know how to give you money and to be university. And unfortunately, spiritual form those must by day smart together build themselves spiritually with life, good, tranquil, and teachers. Only full heart. Verse they come to law are like incredible examples. So vocês se lembram Ricardo, I'm not going to take your based on this, the Prince Classification said as follows. Total material executives. Interestingly enough, as follows. Based on this, life kind of periods of life completed in one together. Right? So literally translated. Sushi. Make sure you have a getting ultimately as an impact. There's this place called Soda that flies their fishing from Japan. Which is another place that diversity in the challenge that so, there's a place called Leroy Barbecue I've never had in my life by far. I found this new mechanic. I had a modern diesel. I thought it was going to place the heat out there, and he took me to so good. But I went down to this little home around here, getting it done. Yeah, I knew it was going to be good. So yes. And the maintenance is going to be for days. Yeah, just potato salad. That's fucking dry rub, like they don't make it sauce. Honey, put it down with much. Their fucking ribs are fantastic. I haven't had bad barbecue yet. These are the spots that I was awesome. That place was just fun. Right? Some of the best breakfast food interesting. And took 20 minutes. Because if I'm so focused on the record here, I'm so focused. I can eat brisket like a day. I can eat by definition, avoiding the temptation to say, yes, maybe we're going to be challenged, and if I'm not doing it, so good. Right, some plenty of things. I pay attention. I don't know about my food, right? I just lost myself. So, brisket, they also have a flat iron, and some bigger brisket. Oh, fuck that. You eat the real brisket? No, wait, you got a fish race? Maybe you can edit that shit. Take a little break. But Tesla, you want the front? Harry said that I want to eat it so okay. Let me explain. Let me explain. Lean brisket are such I like the meat. I like the meat. You want to get the lean from it? Get the rubber of the lean. But I know that I don't get the lean. This is crazy. It's Texas. Okay. I like the lean everything. It's a flat iron, and they give you an upcharge on the lean. There's nobody wants that. No, this is games. No, it doesn't mean I'm gay. It's just if you like, it's just not so good. What's that place? I'm never going to be right. No. It's got blue corn, right? I don't give a fuck. No, it's all over. You love it.
legit. It's got a burger that'll knock your dick. You know, you got a barbecue with a burger, also gay. Dude, you want a clean brisket? It's a flat iron place off the fat brisket. It's a flat iron, and it's got the, you keep saying flat iron. Yeah, it's a, you say flat iron. Dude, you fucking cunt. No. Don't be in touch like you were a lean brisket. I like a little lean shit. Sometimes when I go like this, when I eat brisket, I go like this. Fatty. Oh, God. I go, want my brisket? That's what I do. I go, do you have any smoked turkey breast? I'm not a real barbecue guy. Obese is good. It's close to him. Obese is great. Yeah. Every brisket fucking good, dude. You're making pumpkin in Texas. You're so much better there. You gotta try it. But yeah, it's been that thing since 1800 or something. Yeah. The same. This man, Brendan Shaw, is losing it. He flipped out on Brian Cowan so hard that they did this podcast because he called him the F word. Now, I do ultimately agree with Brendan Shaw's assessment of Brian Cowan's sexuality. But still, this man is dealing with some lawsuits against him. And Brian finally said, looking out, he can't handle it. He can't take the pressure. Because the whole time he's doing the podcast, he's just thinking in the back of his mind, barbecue and brisket in the back of my ears. You're getting sued for wire fraud, for tax fraud. You're getting sued. They leaked your DMs. You bought positive reviews for your stupid special. You surprised. You're a fraud, and everyone can see it. And you can't address it. And he just how to get it out of the how to get from where I am. That's a lot. Alex, you're gonna watch yourself, dude. Don't tell this guy where you live. Like, show up one day. See what he sees from next door neighbor showed up at Kevin Spacey's house. Chop tries to kiss him. Chop like, no. Chop. There's a order. And you did it for me. Yeah, I can see that happening. My God, he is not happy with Calvin. Flipping out. They had to edit that out, by the way.
You notice him just from the
He
heels.
called
One spiritual growth, your self-sexual.
but that's not
When it started, podcast was next. He's only cool. And of all these things, you are right. This is the dream.
I also love how the middle of the season starts with that the graphics.
Caprese salad's amazing. No one can hear this.
I'm not focused. So what if the world is
Have you seen this? Can you guys answer this question? So 2 plus 1 times 2. Now 2 plus 2 is 4.
yeah.
Okay, are we missing some here? Yeah. Wait, 2 plus 2. 2 plus 2 is 4. Times 2. 2 plus 2. Is it 4? No, that'd be 4 times 4 is 16. Try on your calculator right now on your phone and see what happens. It's 16. Most people would agree with you. Why is it ticked? Because you have to do multiplication before you do addition or subtraction. Oh, so 2 times 2 is 4. Plus 2 is 6. Interesting, yeah? Yeah. I totally forgot about this as well. That's just famous, you know, wrong. Yeah, because I mean, obviously most people would just be like 2 plus 4 times 2 is 8. So I'm just trying to I have 2. I have 2. Put those together, I have no. And I double that. That was 8. So, wait, check like how the airplane accident kills 8 people. Yeah. Fucking those guys. That's the thing I wanted to bring up too. Have you ever had a hunt? No, not this morning. My first baby was born still. My wife and I were in Napa. And she said, let's take a hot air balloon ride. And I said, no, because we'll both die, and then nobody will raise our kids. It's not happening. She'll never catch in a higher. They die from a crash in the ground. It popped. Dude, she has fire. So they burned to death. And it survived, though, right? Yeah. Now we died. So 8 people. So I got 21 people on board. She was 8. 13 people. I got looks like he might be the survivor who was fixing. So 13 people survived. That guy looks like he survived it. Yeah, look at his eyes. Let me see what he said. You can tell he just went through hell. I don't think he says not to him. Now, I have no interest in I'm not pulling this guy. This is more to side. So cute. Yeah, it is. It's a true winner. Looking up a YouTube video, podcast, But shall realize but not just that, because we also have this. I want the eggs for sale signs. We're doing push to sell podcast factory. What's a bunch of podcasts? And then they came up with this thing. You're going to move forward, start a new company, and we'll pay you back. Good job, like you gave them the rest of the stuff. And then the question job took that deal. Now that
Same example. Yes, once again, they must have done it up. I don't know where it happened. She says and this was carrying a double go ahead. So this is not there's a whole discussion over here about whether or not so about Surya has Kedusha's as an ongoing reference. So Surya I don't think God has Surya. They only made sense. It was a place to gather. Let's kick off so like you're going to gather. Okay. He says, it's the first one. Now the way this deal with the rest of this company said, we'll take care of all the production. And then they would handle the action, and then you cut you a check, and then that gets out signature allowed to go ahead and cut the check. It's not to live at. About the side deal, kind of stabbing Theo back. One of the main reasons, by the way, that never really gets talked about. But one of the main reasons why Theo never came back, it was when all this was going down, and they both initially got rid of it. So, that's I'm going to step away and then they're really back and then Sharp's not the deal. Because he wanted to go buy a new truck. What are we concerned about? And therefore they barbecue. So I guess the guy from, was it Pose or whatever? This place in California. Like, dude, we don't have anything. It's okay. I was like, yeah, dude, it's these California people coming to our good state of Texas and pushing their narrative on us. Me. And then somebody said, we said, Callan eats corn. People take their barbecue so fucking serious. That's just gay shit. You know when you see like a kid just like running his little flares, yeah, it doesn't need to. When he runs to go like, yes! Oh, I was insulted. I guess some kids go to touch him. Yes!
delicious. And then I got big, right? I got the whole pork delicious. And then they said, you want sweet tea or unsweet tea? I said, of course, unsweet tea. No mac and cheese for me. I had a double serving slab. Not bad. Yeah, it was delicious. My boy's Don's potato salad. Dude, I like a nice potato salad.
Furthermore, if you
Slow, overrated potato. I love potatoes, dude. A nice cream. The boys yesterday, I bought the boys' cases of down chewing content. Right up the road, dude. It's Joe's Smokehouse. It has a reggae theme, which I can't stand, but that's whatever that's a thing. Dude. Definitely for a truck, about 3 of that's a part time. Is that right? 6 minutes up the street. Is that right? Fantastic. Thank you, man. That was very good. Yeah, I mean, how are you still Texas? Talking to him. Oh, sorry. I guess it's okay. That's all right. Because you just come in. Where am I right now? You're there, Texas. All right. Yeah, you kind of got my face a little bit. Shut about the lady. Well, you said like, oh, I just had one of those. I don't give a shit what you have. He's like, oh, it died now. I just had one. Yeah, he kind of got into it. And you know, Casey might be short, but he's a lot of hand. Like, he's just low to the ground, trying to walk around. Couldn't have a tea. He's an LA kid. And our neighborhood is like Pleasant. It's insane. Me watching TV, and 3 of his friends came up to the long walkway to the yard. He sees him, what the hell? Pops up, he's like, yeah, there's Alfred. And he gets up, he's like, what's going on? You okay? And they're like, yeah, do you want to come ride your bike? He's like, do you want to ride your bike? He's like, you want to ride your bike? Go ride your bike. You know how great? He has no clue. He's like, hey, everybody. When should I come back? I go, what do you want? When the street lights turn on, dude, right to your fucking feet. That's what I did as a kid. It's Joe, amazing. Joe, hey, you know what? We're friends, right? You see my best friend, Jay? How close are we? Are we close? Are we friends now? Yeah, like you're kind of in my neighborhood, so you're $50,000. I would be like, right? Yeah. Man, we this shit. Yeah. One like this, each other on. Yeah. This is a fucking marriage. Can I get an invite to your house once? It's on for me. You know what? I haven't gotten an invite. Who the fuck does that? Like, I haven't gotten in my house. I haven't invited me to one of my kids. Hey, no, I don't forget this. I got a fucking 15-month-old and 3.5-year-old. That's how kids are different. So, I don't even get an invite to your house, so I don't have to see your house. But you figure how long in the mean everybody be to your house. You have standing invite, but getting you anywhere is impossible, which I know. I would love you to be involved in some of the things like that. Let's start going to the when you work there, and then the other year now, you get a pass for next 40 minutes away from you, so I get it. But on Thursday, Fridays, depending tomorrow, I get some stuff going on next week. I can't do it. Then the old stem shots from Ways to Wells, your boy. We're kicking, we're shaking, serious? No, I'm just kidding, we're kicking, baby. I can do this last week, that's impressive. You healed rather rapidly. That's because I'm on peptides, yeah, I'm on beautiful, and I'm testosterone, whatever. Yeah, it's that BBC 157, and then stem cells from Ways to Wells. seen that? Oh, yeah, I've never seen you in that. I know. That's okay. This is the latest I've ever been. You're actually getting let's see Drake for a second. No, that's right. No, he did. Yeah, he did. Everyone's roasting him uncontrolled fast. Right? And then it's also a bit of him jogging down the street, like putting it down where you buddy! Whatever band leader, 44, big shoes on. That's a big kid. Shoes on. You don't ever do something. I like you never do something. Here is you seven shit, bro. Those are good numbers. 244, those are good numbers. Like, what is the pull every day? 10.
You're allowed to rent the homes. You can't rent Syria. What's there's actually like this. So Santos. So Santos got a feel for right never get no and move on observation. Sold to the bank and bring it out. Like, so this is about the time to know about doctors, the less So part one, in order to sell, rent homes, and rent homes turn out to rent fields. In Syria, you sell the homes, so you rent homes, and you're allowed to go ahead and rent fields as well. This project, Syria is not that. People should have negotiated. You can sell their homes, and you can go ahead and rent them as well. You can't sell them because rent them. Why the same field double issue. We're a little more careful with it. The fields in Syria can't sell them Syria because we're continuing to sell them in Syria. You come to go ahead and engage in the same practices that are problematic. And if that should be something where you don't have to you said, listen, when you say, listen, But
I'm going to punch you in the face. So now that you know that, if you get punched, it's your fault, right? But yes, it gets weird is that your kids are almost at the age, but when they're like 7 or 8, because the girls mature way faster. So an 8-year-old, 9-year-old girl's physically bigger, stronger, when they start trying to bully the boys.
have the right to go ahead and sell off property. Although
It's
can't go ahead
fucking
and
suck. I'm gonna tell you something right now. When I was a big fucking put the thing on his neck, ruin your story by playing the thing, and that's not forgivable. How did they cut out? That was you'll think of it. That's how my story when I went to 6th grade,
and now some of it's problematic to some I just think the fact so little girls and so actually so much watching before.
I was the villain.
Yeah, for the
And I was like,
because
and
it's
that's why
something
I learned it.
because of what's in front of you.
And that's bullying is a good lesson for you. And I'll tell you what, it's also a good lesson for her because if you ever did that, she would have kept bullying you. But it was funny how I'm talking instantly went from, whatever to like,
I can't stop it. So a lot. Subdivide it.
you would just say, she got this. He was so scared though. I get it. I wish I was younger like that. Because not that he said don't fight, but there was never a stick up. Yeah. There was never you don't even tell me stick up. There's other words like a money family. You know what I mean? But like so. And I learned that from my there was a thing where it's like, this person's fucking with you and he's not stopping. You have to stick up for yourself. I tell my kids that every day. He's different than Aussie. Tiger's always worried to get in trouble. But I'll handle that. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Right? We're going to support each other. Don't worry about that. Like, he's in the south. And when the dad's gone, he's like, yeah, I guess this is kid bullying. Like, what the fuck? On my side? Yeah, I'm like, dude. So big time. So yeah, there's just 12-year-old boy. Stop. He bullied him. At the same time, I told him, I said, I'm upset. There's 3 I knew that. Let's get this motherfucker. No, start there until he went. One by one. Some bullshit that dude, get ready to go each and take a truck. I'm gonna go high. You go low. I say this. You're like, but he's like, be like today, yesterday, he was like, I don't need my sleep set anymore. I'm a big boy. But I'm a big boy. No, it's okay. He starts to cry, and I'm like, what's wrong? But he's like, I just want to be a good boy. I don't want you to be like, where do I give you this? I saw a smile that was like, bring up you fucking gorgeous. It's like, that's my fear. And you say, you hear later.
Like
You're
that.
going to be later in therapy. Like, why are you like this? It's because when I was young, my dad said something. It's not like for me. No, yeah, it's full. Yeah. It was a throwaway. Yeah, fucking guitar.
What about you? See? Johnny.
Exactly.
Yeah. Johnny.
Yeah,
Again. Why was it not conceptual? It doesn't work on shots. It's a few shots. So therefore, because of that, he's not going to I was
just goes to the
the
character.
full shuffle. But again, this is a full life person. Or should it be like that? That wasn't a wide thing. So we're like, actually, sorry. Go back to actually. Not us. Go up and look at the shop sound. The polo should work of it. The edge is still nice. So Kusi do work on it.
It's not just nobody's on
Yeah, Polo should work. And then you have to so it's allowed to do what others because this so it's very interesting. I'm running my business, my house, my shop. This is talking about not share project. So because that's just working for us, it's not working. Therefore, it's going to be the sharecropper, he's working for himself. So America's not so I would say the same thing by that house. The sharecropping, like
What in the fuck are you doing?
He guarantees me a percentage, or so you're in Texas, and you've been there a month. What's the most Texas? I just think the bear cuts. I've had barbecue damn every day. Where in your house or places around. No, but there's a ton of barbecue. Like there's one that really was on its place. I pick them up for me. If you guys get out barbecue, go to Rogan, brown sugar, something like that. Like, hey, how many? 15 minutes away from the lake. He's on that direction. I like he's on the ridge and what's this guy that his relatives in Waco was fighting with Schultz, and then he's like always saying shit about Rogan. Some liberal guy. I don't know. It just catches my eye. Oh my God, what's his name? He's like a skinny guy. You know what? I'm applying to this. I'm sorry, but he's just some guy that's always being I don't know who that is. And I saw some postings talking about the JFK file. Like, hey, who is? He's saying some things that I wish I would see him say it in front of him. That kind of shit. Oh my God. I get views off you. I've never heard of Jack.
this guy. He starts at his he's got shorts on, but the thing is, I always this guy is, typewriter, what is it? Typewriter warrior, keyboard. Grandson of President John F. Kennedy. Oh wait, this changes things. Look at your name, JFK. Let's hear about it. Crashing the plane. Mine isn't gay, but his was. This dude might have something to say. Yeah, but you should go to Instagram. Look at my right there. Hey, he looks like. Oh yeah, it does. He's more JFK style. Yeah. Not bad. Too bad here, not. But also, this guy, if he has a problem, take it up with your fucking uncle, RFK. He's the one who also co-signed the conspiracy. Take it with the family. His Instagram post is like him saying this stuff, and I just think you should do that. I don't like anyone. I don't like you talk shit about somebody. So public about it, it's like crazy. But he knows nothing's gonna happen. No, he's nothing bad ever happened. Kennedy. And another plane crashes. No, I get that. I'm saying like it's not like so. Queen of England. You said that. I know the balls that happened there, and I know the war of it was for. So don't talk to me like you know. But then I can't be like this and come out and say, that went out the way. So you know it's done. That's the flow, and you know it. So my best friend, you wanted to go, that it is still bad. No, I don't agree with that. And it says the baby rack. And Airbnb owner showing everything's left behind after the sticks. And then he put that. Someone can get roasting for this job. Ultimately, we got a little bit of info during that. Did Sean say Ryan? And Rogan
to just push an idea. Don't have it do it ultimately again to similarly machines or be sure don't allow yourself to get things proactive, forward-thinking, you go ask as a Lord, understand certain activities will be certain results, therefore avoid your activities from the beginning. But it can also don't do anything times when everything is good. When things are good, work on your bolster your spirituality. Then when life becomes difficult, life is challenging, which evidently it will be spiritually prepared to like the things that God sometimes most of the time it's of adversity, just focused on survival and on God. We're not spirituality. Then we can listen to and he lost it. Don't represents the in life. Don't do not hard. Hard means like daydreaming. Daydreaming. Don't daydream when things are good. Don't coast when things are good. When life is good, but when your family is good, when your hard hustle is good, when your health is good, that's good time to push on all cylinders. That's definitely the time to put the pedal to the metal. That's definitely the time to work even harder. Don't go ahead and use the young periods of life and kind of just waste them.
And I'm gonna do a video.
No, when life is good, stable, life is happy. That is definitely push yourself harder even in your roughness. Because if you don't do that, the devil will be too much about life. If you lose the young periods of life, don't build yourself spiritually. Then when you come to life, when you come to difficult periods of life, will come.
I mean,
Will come to someone. You won't know what to do. You won't know how to deal with the challenge. You won't know how to deal with the emergency. Unfortunately, it's spiritually fall apart. Those who daydream by day, those who squander the opportunity to hold themselves spiritually when life is good, tranquil, and happy, ultimately fall apart in the midst of adversity. They come to tomorrow by incredible results. So Jose, se now you want to post something from the most incredible dinners in all of Shas. Because I'm not in the yard. Based on this, because Benyoyo said as follows. He said as follows. Torah,
just in time for summer.
So Jose, interesting, you know.
But I got my sleeves off. I know, yeah. Well, no, but I have a hat too that I didn't wear that's camo. So when I really want to go incognito, but still know that grips, we got it going on here.
So literally,
dude, just in time for a hot summer. I dig it, dude. And camo. Can't go wrong with camo, but no. Hey, you probably see a lot of camo out there, right? Not even fashionably, just because it's, you're in Texas. They wear camo out here just, it's a Texan tuxedo, right? That's what I am. Like session, like out here, it's fashion. But in Texas, it's not fashion. It's a way of life. It's a way of life. Brennan, how was the tryouts? How was Tiger made the team, dude? Big team. Not a tryout team. Dude, Tiger made the fucking team, number 2 team in the nation. Here's the thing. I shot a show on Thursday, right? And Tiger tried out on Wednesday. It's a 3-day tryout. Let some people know right away, and then others let know the following week. So I didn't know. So Tiger got on Wednesday, rolled out, and then Thursday I'm shooting a show, right? An hour-long MMA breakdown show. An hour.
There's Aquarius.
The court came out, and just we lost all the footage. All the footage.
How are you?
Hot fucking takes, dude. I mean, coming here with hats off, dude.
How was your day?
It was good. I've been resting. I'm tired. I just took this pill. And that was going to make me sleep.
Absolutely. I was going to say, you were up late last night, girl.
Yeah, I was. I didn't get home. I had a long day yesterday.
I know. I'm happy for you. So we didn't really... You danced a lot, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Did you meet any cool people?
Yeah. Met some interesting people, but it was okay.
Okay, now did you...
Yeah, I like one of her friends. Her friend, she was cool. Well, she always cool. I know. It's the first time I met her, but she's cool. So she likes the way we dance and stuff like that. She said she'll come out with us again, especially my birthday next year. I said, okay, I'll definitely let you know.
Excellent. Now, you... Did you go to Grown Folks?
Yeah, we sure did. Yeah, she finally made that decision. Yeah.
No way. How was that?
It was nice. It was nice. Just older people, but it was. We didn't have people around a little younger, probably about 30 or 18. But yeah, it was okay. I was trying to dance, and this one guy was trying to slow by, and her friend, her homegirl was. I'm glad she always was there at the dance floor because I don't know these guys just want to dance. I'm trying to, I don't mind dancing. I slowed down with him for a couple of times. And he kept on the slow down. It was a fast song, and he went to slow grind. So I slowed down. Okay, I'm trying to enjoy the music. So some friends like, okay, come on, you're gonna dance with me. Cause she's trying to get them out. So I'm glad she did.
Excellent. A place called Grown Folks.
Be like 21 and up, like in 60s maybe.
Okay, so some real grown folks.
Yeah, like a grown, like ambient. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Okay, very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And you enjoyed it. And
yeah.
is there anything you would have changed about the night?
Huh?
Is there anything you would have changed about the night?
Yeah, that place is they were charging $2 for bottled water, Rabbi. And I had a cough attack, okay? I was coughing and stuff like that. And her friend was like, you okay? And Adrian was like, you okay? And I said, no, I need some water. Man, I told the waitress, I said, hey, I will get a pitcher of water. I said, how much is it? She said, $4. But she said, you need, I said, yes, I need a pitcher of water. I said, okay. So I guess she was going to give us for free. And she came back and she said that she couldn't do it or whatever. So then they went by separately to get some water. And then her friend went and the guy said no because he got in trouble for it. But my thing is, you can give them water. Y'all don't have to keep charging us that. Yes, give us common water. Let us keep the water, the cup. If they do not keep their cup, they charge them $1 or 50 cents for a small cup of water. But $2 for a bottle of water is ridiculous.
Right.
Y'all not even with no cup of water. That's not right. That's not right at all. It should be a small cup of water, especially a place like that. Anybody can fall out. It can be hot. People dancing. Come on now. Then you know they drinking. Like, got to have some kind of water by you.
I am 100% in agreement with you. That doesn't seem. It seems very greedy.
Right.
Okay.
I wasn't finna buy no water. I just wasn't finna buy no bottle of water. Not for $2.
I understand that, and that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So you could not just get a glass of water for free, like normal places.
No.
Well, that's not cool.
No. But other than that, we had a good time. But I would change. I would want that changed. I would want that changed.
Absolutely. Okay.
Somebody took advantage of that.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I agree with you. Okay. Now you went to brunch as well. What'd you have at brunch?
We went to brunch. We went to a place called Two Eggs, and they have brunch and lunch, which is our brunch. They have breakfast and lunch or whatever you want to get. I had a cheeseburger with French fries, and Adrian had some eggs and pancakes with hash brown. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
yeah.
Were you guys together all day, or did you take a break in the middle?
We were together since what time? We were there by 12:30. We didn't get in this like before the 1. Well, 12:56, almost 1 o'clock. At the brunch. We left there. I didn't get home till like 3 something, and then I took me a nap or whatever. Got up like you see, I got up about 6 something. Got myself together, whatever. We left. She came, got me at 8. Got her, Cynthia, my other friend, at 8 by 8:15. Then we had to go get her friend Sasha, and we went. And that's how I didn't come. We didn't get home till like 3 something. I didn't get home till like 3 something. We took a break in between.
Right. Okay. And how many girls went out?
It was okay for the brunch. It was just me, Adrian, Cynthia, and Sasha. So that was 4 of us.
Okay.
At the grown folks, it was like 5 of us. It was me, Adrian, Cynthia, me, Sasha, and Cynthia. So it was 5 of us.
Well, I bet you guys were popular.
Yeah. had fun.
That's wonderful. I'm really happy.
Boy, she loves to dance, so she had a good time.
Excellent. What kind of music did they play?
R&B, hip hop, Southern soul sometimes, line dancing. Yeah.
Do you line dance?
Yeah, I do a few. She knows shop. There's a song by Tamia. I forgot the name of the song, but it's a Tamia thing, and everybody do line dance. And she been trying to learn this so bad. So bad she been trying to learn it. And so yesterday when they played it, I'm right there in front of her, and I'm shocked. Like, no, it's Tamia dance now. I said, oh, you shocked me. I said, yeah, I was standing right here shocked looking at you. Like, what? That she this turn for me. They played that. I like this song by Cupid's called Flex. I can do that. I love that one. The love slide, I love. The wobble, I love. Yeah, so I can do a few.
Well, you sound like you have had a really good time with your friends. And I'm very happy for you.
We did.
Excellent. Well, you get your rest, and then when you wake up, it'll be time to play.
That's the moment at 10. I'll be up by
Sounds like a plan, ma'am.
all right. I love it. I hear it though.
Excellent.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music and podcasts, all in one app.
And increasingly active weather patterns and sinking margins up on media is forecast wet this weekend into early next week. Another potent disturbance over the nation's midsection is expected to interact with the cold front running train from the Great Lakes southwestward to the Central Plains. One trailing south from the cyclone center will be preceded by an outbreak of severe weather across much of the mid to lower Mississippi Valley through Sunday, according to the Storm Prediction Center. The main hazards to watch out for include damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes, with the strongest storms that develop. In addition to strong thunderstorms, plenty of moisture to work with will also produce heavy rainfall rates, especially across parts of Arkansas, Missouri, and southern Illinois. The good news is rapid warm-up forecast plays on Sunday, spreading into the southern plains by Monday. And that's a look at your national forecast. I'm Jim.
Jack in the Box is selling Del Taco at a loss. Jack Kroger with the story.
The Mexican chain is selling its entire stake in Del Taco, with Jack returned to simplicity and focus on the brand. Usually, it says the sales for $115 million. Out of Industries in the Bay Area, major Jack in the Box franchise, and owner of Tex-Mex chain Taco Cabana, is well below $575 million Jack in the Box paid for Del Taco just 3 years ago.
An autonomous vehicle company is getting into the delivery business.
Waymo and DoorDash will on Thursday. The delivery app is set to use Lenovo taxis for food and grocery orders, which are being tested in the Metro Phoenix area until the end of the year, with a larger rollout expected in the future. Announced its own robot delivery service called Dot late last month. That's also currently in its testing phase in Phoenix. I'm at Matt and Say.
Passengers on the airline will soon have to pay more if they want their seats redone. Emily Unit reports that WestJet as well as Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico passenger services plane. The Canadian airline says the line will help preserve personal space, adding a statement, our refreshed cabin caters to our guests' diverse preferences, whether they offer premium seating with extra amenities and leg room, or affordable tickets with less space. Henderson, the points guys, recently went on with other
She goes, get him. Oh my God. In my head, I'm like, I'm going to fire Chen in Texas, even though I just moved here. We'll figure it out. Then I get a text. Congratulations. Tiger made the team. Chen and Chen. Lucky day, buddy. Nothing can mess this up. I was going to fire you, but you're rehire. Wow. So, okay. So, well, that's good. So you're moved. Wow. That's, did Chen feel bad? Did he hope? I on now. I want to know. He didn't give a shit. He goes, dude, my track record. Come on, one time in 10 years. I go, it's a big time. Yeah. And when did he say my track record? Right away, or did he wait? He got it. No, I simmered for about 5 minutes in anger. And I was like, "Chick, you serious right now, dude?" He goes, "I know, I'm sorry, man." He goes, "Dude, my track record." I should have just said that. I'm pissed off now, Jen. That is too soon to say that. Jen, give it an hour and a half. And to be like, "Yo, I really am sorry. I hope my speaks for itself." That would have been I disagree. He's been around and he's like, "Yo, chill." He's like, "Come on, man." But that's what I'm saying. With my track record, you're going to treat me like this? So you think it's okay for me to do that? Yeah. I think Eric's spot on, and also Jim knows me well. I flap the handles, and I'm like a Sour Patch Kid. I'm a Patch Kid. I'm sorry, baby. Here's the real thing. You must have really thought you were on fire. What was the tape that you were like, I'm never gonna? That was the take. What was the take? Honestly, episode. And it was all 60 was fucking fire. But you know what? Fucking Liver King. You know what the worst part? John Jones. You know what the worst part is? It has nothing to do with how good that episode is. It has to do with this is the real issue. Here we go. Doing it again, it's not even going to be. Oh, yeah. Doing it again is the thing. No, and then while you're doing it, passion's gone. No, but while the passion's gone. But while you're doing it again, in your head, you're going like this. It's gone. It's gone. I was missing points I made earlier. I'm not that into it. I've already done it. And in the middle of it, you just can't. You said a take, you didn't say the same, you just look over at Chin. Yeah. And you go, I don't even believe this take anymore. I believed it 2 hours ago when I was filming it. But yeah, so the fans were expecting non-lava, and they got lukewarm, but it's okay though. They'll understand, and they probably won't know the difference. Because sometimes I'm like, after congratulations, I'm like, that's the worst podcast I ever did. And sometimes my wife is like in the room and she's watching and she's like, dude, that is not. So maybe it was good, maybe it's bad. You never know. You never know, dude. Yeah, you can't listen to your wife though. You know what I'm saying? Like, Ryan knows things on podcasts. What do you call it? Well, he's in Texas. They don't. Women can't even vote in Texas. How are you doing out of the kitchen? Am I right? Okay, guys, I have an announcement. The podcast had a warm apple pie. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah. Can I tell you guys something? We don't have to make podcasts. I get it. I'm just not that sexist, you know? Well, I'm pretty sexist. I have been sexist in my life. Go ahead. So this one. So, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I have put on a little weight. You know what I mean? I'm trying to. You don't say. Okay, go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead. You know what? Hey, Chris. I feel like you were here, but even I got to be honest. I haven't looked at Eric since 2015. So we can anyway. I have no idea. Anyways, so Chris D'Elia calling out Brendan's shop for threatening to fire Chick. First and foremost, producer, Nick, top-looking guy. What was that warm apple pie joke? Why? You know that guy pays $3,700 a month in rent. French kid, he has zero talent. And why they allow a microphone in front of him and for him to do the after pod is beyond. But back to Sean threatening Chin. One mistake after 10 years, he's ready to get rid of Chin's ass. Because, you know, during that, wasn't a live show. The episode with Jesse on Fire, Sean was dropping hot takes for 5,000 views. Come on, people. It was his goal where he talked about, firing the Liver King. Fourth time. Broken. Because Brian Callen wasn't there. they shot that whole thing, they had to redo it with Jesse and Vetchu. Chin was probably drunk. He's probably what happened. Probably drunk. We're doing those, what was it, kratom pills or something he had? And they made a video about, but they thought it was better to get something.
And careful to racing does to a lot in the performance of its reasons, right? Because people like everyone else says, Surira, yes, they told avoid evil, and do good. Stay calm, Sunday, and be careful with the avoidance of it, you know? Jesus, the Viola ultimately identifies with Jesus. Right? And I'm focused on performing mitzvahs with skill and with acting. That is the cleanliness. Rashi says, cleanliness from what? Cleanliness from sin. Because if I'm so focused on alacrity, and I'm so focused on the skill and the flawless mitzvahs, then by definition, the keys, maybe the officials, and if I'm lucky, if I'm free from sin, right? If I'm cleansed from sin, so to speak, that leads to precious. Precious, Rashi says, means I recognize that even in the realm of that which is permitted, I still have to draw my line. Just because something is permitted doesn't mean that I should. Rashi says, never have wrote their Polish to hack me out last month. Because that's technically permitted, I'll draw my line and not go precious. The day-to-day model, and also the ambitions to separate myself because that's just permitted. Because I know that I don't need it, that leads to a sense of tarot. Tarot, yes, tarot ultimately leads to a sense of happiness. Remember again, which makes sense because precious is going to separate myself ultimately from the things that are permitted, but I know that I don't have it. So purity. Purity is sexy because it was sexy. Because once again, when I recognize what I have to do, I'm more vigilant about how far is sin, less hate my dealing and ultimately I get this sin to a heightened level of holiness. See those and by the way, What are you guys going to eat tonight? That's the question. We're in the situation where like, we wanted to get dinner and then ready for barbecue. So we got into the barbecue. That's like he was like still in our stomachs, like running around and moving himself around. I kind of wanted like a little bit of an NPS skill just to get it. Here's what I think. Feel free to, take laxatives to get it called, I was just going to say, look, it's 4 o'clock here. After this, we get home and we drink. Lunch. If we can do a late, we can do a dinner, which is what is dinner.
I knew kids. Okay. I mean, I would drink it some here. It's like, what the fuck? And it's in the and then you get like New England clam chowder, bro. That's like how East Coast. That's a chowder. It's not a category, yeah, but talking like maybe like a little broth kind of deal, like a little buzz or something. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. My national hot chicken was from a place called Party Fowl. But I can't do it. I can't. It's my job. This is the worst thing that has ever been up for this guy, Cheddar Bob, is he autistic? I don't think he's autistic. Because usually autism,
and all these things,
autistic people are mentally challenged, but they look normal. He looks fucking retarded. And I think he is. So, yeah, there's that. They had audio problems, and they said they fixed it. But they really only fixed it. I think LA has chips. No, that's how this guy is making it. No, I mean, they need to take this down if they ever want to get a job on camera. Take down this episode because all this to do is any chance of they all stop. They're not interested. They're not funny. I would literally rather I'd rather listen to Little Old Lady
sell the tree on the condition that they cut it down. The goat
That's not so bad. I don't even know what the hell this video is about.
And there it says, only starts
Complaining about shop there.
can't sell it anything that actually now, even if they say that they won't cut it down. Shot us. I'm not like so
hard it took me out of my
so
zone.
ultimately shot us like fodder. Like so you sell them fodder, doesn't have to be I mean, they're gonna cut it down. These ready to go. There are nurses don't change over the nurses don't. Something that is
Eating that barbecue.
I'm gonna speak to the coach when he says he's selling standing or the condition that they cut it down.
Shop doesn't have it.
There's invoker color pieces. So what's interesting enough, so three different cases. First of all, second shot has father, he says, sell it to the attention of condition that they're going to take down. Sell it on the back. Ultimately, they were only sell it on the
Council mercilessly goddamn that.
yes,
This article is being read by watching Belichick's North Carolina listing California national television will get legislature. Both fans and the Bears graphics team kept the spotlight shining brightly on the Carolina Power with subversive messages and chants targeted at the 73-year-old Belichick's disastrous start to his college football coaching career and at 25 Hudson's the legendary coach. At multiple points, real stadiums will bring a message
mocking North Carolina's recent statement backing Belichick's plan 2-3 start and major rumors about Washington. That statement came from athletic director Rabbi Rothschild, who said Belichick has the full support of Carolina athletics, despite it being well known that he did not retire Belichick. In their statement, Cal Master Oski wrote, "I am fully committed to Cal athletics and the program we are building here. Cal executives also had punishment. Oski has our full support. No, really, we need it. Why else would we make this statement?" Cal also put up a sheet of graphic mocking the newest song around the cover. An episode of the Apple Tour Finds Out podcast released Friday. Hudson thoroughly criticizing the graphics on the Belichick Center show, saying she can make the graphics herself. Hudson also cited her own work designing Belichick's leadership website, which originally spelled his name as Belichick.com. When the game was nearly over, the Cal scoreboard referenced Belichick's site. The scoreboard had graphic design is my passion. Showing a variety of poses for new skills in similar vein to Belichick's website. Even Joe Beck was real, definitely not a reference. Cal positions its section directly behind the visiting team sideline, and the student showered Belichick with chants about Hudson, at one point calling her his high school girlfriend. While in attendance on Friday night, SF Gate saw Cal fans crowd over the North Carolina tunnel to yell at Belichick whenever the players into the field, requires more stadium security to JC officials. Hudson also made the protest in the stadium. Hudson took down the stands SF Gate witnessed stadium security stop Hudson check her credential at multiple points before she was let down. During the first of those security stops, Patriots fan Gary Larkin Martinez approached Hudson and asked him to take a selfie. In speaking to SF Gate fans, he said he became a Reds fan during the national run in the early 2000s, while wearing a white hat and making his Patriot hat. It's intended Friday's game was solely for the Giants. That's how they did everything I could get him. He's definitely all about them. This guy? All I want is for them to look at me. So, well, that didn't happen. It's not one. He said he immediately recognized Hudson when she was walking away down there, but he's throwing me in shit. Yeah. So anyway, this is like incredible. This is like politely declined. So this guy, this is like basic tell. Here's what they got him. The guy's regular, but his hands are about to be on the stage. It's like, you know, there you go. He's looking enough. Nobody's going to be like, yeah. I couldn't star. That's what a movie star. Because I look at my guy, there's the guy. And I'm surprised. He should might be old, you know, and he's Irish to get. All right, bro. Look, right? Here's the thing. So go ahead and touch it with the target. He has a baby in this. The Tar Heels are just 3 teams, and they come just with like she's 17 to the ACC. So now listen, if I was out here after Friday, it's not a spotlight. It's right. I realized something in the shower after I saw this trailer. Running this trailer is black, it's stupid. And I'm like, why, man? Why did you together? Like, yeah, I mean, I go like this. It's a big off in real life. That's fucking interesting. I go, that's and I go, here's why. You suck yourself off. This is why. So, then I go, I said, this is why I do stuff, because you know that in real life you fall in love with you're a white person, you fall in love with a Mexican, you're a Mexican, you fall in love with a black person, you're, you know, whatever, and a white woman, you fall in love with an Asian man. You know what I mean? That stuff happens. The point is, you know when Hollywood does it, they're doing it, and it's fake. They're doing it because they feel like it's virtue signal. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't, when I see a white person, black person together, I
I didn't register that. Mixed race couple. But when I see a Running Man, I'm like, what the Hollywood's trying to fuck you? Yeah, but that's the fault of what they've been doing in the last 5-6 years. Because I understand before that, if there was nothing about it, and you saw that, you wouldn't think that. They're like, oh, whatever works, yes. But it's just so apparent what they're trying to do. And that's worse than being like, fuck it, let's just make Sean Hayes be an actual woman, not even a trans woman. Like that, that's like, oh wow, that's bold. That could be like if Tom Cruise played Anne Frank. Well, tag my money. If you're hiding up my closet, so let me tell you a story though. So when I was on set of I'm Dying Up Here, and we're all the actors sitting around, and us great actors never sit around. So we're just having a discussion about what's his name, what's the dude from who just died. He played what's his name's mom, and and here's this woman, that's Leo, taken away from women in their 50s, and there's a lot of work for them. Comedy, so you can't really kind of do whatever they want. I just don't get why they make another Running Man. Well, you know why. 8 years ago, they did one with Colin Farrell. No. You're thinking of Total Recall. Total Recall was fucking stupid. Total Recall. One of my favorite movies. Remake. So individual. Because the way they redid it is so bad. Holocaust great was like, they took all of the tone out of that movie. That was the tone of dude, Sharon, dude, in the original Sharon Stone. No way! Am I right? I don't know why they're remaking that. Wasn't even. This is my thing. Why they're. No. What I'm not saying is, I don't know why. That wasn't a great movie. I don't think that big a hit. I don't know if it was that big of a hit. That was when Arnold was kind of going down, I think. No, I love that movie. No, they need it. I wonder if they're going to redo Amanda. They're probably waiting till Arnold dies. Although they announced all of the year. This show's kind of the only actor that I was going to be on some weird movie. Yeah, I was watching the Prime before Squid Game that final season. Found out, I felt bad for that show. Yeah, you know what? Look, it's the number one dusted too. It's the number one show on Netflix. But no, that's what they tell you. That's what they tell you. How do you know? How do you know? Patience. What I'm saying is, it's the same way why Yao Ming was the all-star. Shaw has the Louis bitch, and then I went with podcast. Well, once again, 2 times the next he ripped off Louis I actually have to agree with podcast with Tato and Running Man wasn't that good of a movie. I was much more of a fan of Eraser. As opposed to that's the one I had Top Gun Maverick, Rip Walk Out Lines, Eraser was way better. Right, because as usual, I remember when first blew up in a job that copied the Now he's on the podcast with deleted, stealing a bit right after deleted. And he's still moving in. How does he want to do the podcast? Go back to LA and do the podcast with people who are there. And unlike Calvin, I'm pretty sure Montez and Dalia actually have like more. So they actually like travel with
and Sue to go ahead and add
entire family to Texas.
We show
That's the talent.
Peter Garrett's stuff. I'm sure that if you're not to sell a home to an apple, he's too young to sell a home to an apple.
Well, let me know your
The Steelers not do this. So that's the case. We should go ahead. You shouldn't be able to rent either. You shouldn't be able to rent to an apple. It's too young to come to rent a home to an apple. No, says for zero. But under the Knicks are zero.
What I don't get is,
Technically speaking, it's nothing right. You can rent a home.
what I don't get is, it's like, okay, it's like when you
Said, what are we gonna do? We're gonna start saying,
open the door for
go
somebody
ahead and rent a home.
it feels like it's easier to say
Less
things
come to
than
rent.
it is to
Less
not say something.
sell a home.
Like, you're actively being, this is hard to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like saying something about legislate all the shit that I understand that, but getting everything in there is a whole operation. Like, these people, right, bring in, you know, I understand, and he's like, fuck it out, just wasn't there, I understand, I get that, but it's just insane. This is fucking, I can't stand it. Really? Tell me why. Because I don't like it's wasteful of bro. No, but this is big, even when I can't stand you going to jail. You know, and they in a way that you look like a wasted. I can't stand wasting. So when I see this, I go, this is just like, he's not going to be this wealthy forever. Eric, you know what it is? I look like he's immature. Yeah, he's immature. You know, dude, there's stories that now I feel like this. He would go on and on. And he would never catch his mind as well. Just leave everything, you know. And now he's, but luckily, he had a business guy who took care of him, invested in some real stuff, so he got money. But I'm saying, like, this guy doesn't watch. They should be 30 for 34 hours. You know what I mean? Yeah, because we're special ed, right? Has anyone ever gone like that? I mean, said that like that. So I'm just saying, like, it was because you understand how that guy doesn't understand. So he's a kind of like he got famous when he was a baby, a very little baby. He got money. Like, you ask somebody, everybody get $1 million. I don't think he didn't grow up rich. I think he just feels entitled. Like, he's right from the hood and came up with nothing. And that's why he just has all this shit and just like take it for granted because he just came to church. I don't think people understand the value to live when it comes and in the future. Like, you know what I mean? People go broke easy. $1 million, that's not a lot of money. Nowadays, not if you're being poor. I mean, you can live on it depending on your lifestyle. I used to say, Peoria. But here's the thing, what happens to people? What happens to people? Like, I don't know what people's friends are like. What's your rent? What's your rent? Right, so you were given $1 million. Would you move? Okay, then you're fucked. And that's the
or yeah,
That's what happens. So what I'm saying, if I give you $1 million and you stayed in that 3,700, you can live in bed. Yeah, you be dying in that place. So what happens is they shut up. Are you gonna get a better car? You're probably gonna get a bro. You know, let's think about your wife. You get the girl just want to go to the good Pilates now. Yeah, what happens? Your lifestyle, inflation is a phenomenon. Increases your income rises. Just tendency to spend on non-essential experiences like cool cars. I got to run my higher for my beer. We're there.
Has
My lifestyle.
one issue.
Yeah. You start eating it, you're going to Nobu 3 times a week. I mean, it just happens. It's in turn beyond that. He's the lifestyle show. Yeah, and that's what you think that Airbnb that is Airbnb for 30 days. You need to that's what he's called trademark that lifestyle shopping. Yeah, you're in a shack. You're in the tub like Tupac with the gold chains all around him. You know that picture? I gotta get like that. I don't fit the tub though. I'm tall. I'm tall. Water. I get lanky outside the tub. There's two black kids around those, right? We've been over this.
Surya is not
that's your and I look at you I didn't well documented. Look at you what's doing the bad job. You know that it's bullshit. Brendan said it's well documented. Anytime he said that, okay, look, I get shot. Yeah, it's well documented. So, Tupac was raised by his mother. Dude wanted to have a father in his life. You ever seen that part where he's like, hey, it's fucking they're incredible evidence besides Brendan Shaw. They're respectively on the situation. Am I right?
come to go ahead and
I love how dumb he is. That when he's called out for being but this goes into the whole I think I've noticed that I think it's like Bailey just LA comics. But some New York comics as well. They're all just a bunch of rich kids. If you follow the philosophy that is put out there by many comics
myself, you have the right and sum of property. Although you can go ahead and allow
the last 10 years to waste not making money rich kids.
But also
spend all that time doing comedy, mommy and daddy.
also how you sell insurance, it was a
I'm just saying,
I'm going to sell to a I'm going to subdivide the sell the
rich kid,
to
shops,
more apartments. Yeah, so you have a show so maybe it should be problematic to sell to a company altogether. I would think the fact that I would think so little again, actually so much right? So little again, for listening either, there's this stuff right? Some potential unmaterialized
yeah, I mean,
which is another, as I was saying, you only take into account that future happens.
But I mean, a bunch of the LA guys, just freaking show, rich kid, Whitney Cummings,
Different level things. I can't sell this.
I mean, her dad was an investment banker. Her
I
sister
sell a
doesn't
lot.
work.
It's nice subdivided. Yeah. Could that happen? Sure. Absolutely. They say, you know,
I mean, even dudes that like, I like
the fact, you know, this video was able to actually so when you want to far from new like machine.
Who has 10 years? He's not trying.
But this is not happening. Life, you do this.
It's easy to spend all that time doing comedy with mommy and daddy. I'll just say it like that. Rather than cheddar mom.
Imagine the person staring by the curb, like right across the street. You got all the responsibility.
Rich kid. Shop's dad.
Fall in a basket. All the different things that can come. You know what I'm ultimately is to stop. Just stick to it. That's safe. That's safe. And realize any life issue will choose what as I'll say, you'll make it don't think about this. Hopefully that can occur. Again, that was we're allowed to write anyway. You're allowed to write. So that statement,
a lot of it, he can just do. That's why they actually give him money. Because at the end of the day, Denny's got money. So, I mean, you can spend it responsibly. Keep switching careers. Because ultimately, your dad has millions upon millions.
It's allowed to. Just as it's going to look like he's working for me, and I, the Jew, am operating my bathhouse on Shabbos. What about a pussy? It was a year about a pussy before, I remember getting pussy. Which transparent are still converted. The conversion was subject to authentic or not. What about a pussy? Sure. The Gemara says, but a pussy is really the issue there was like he's an ex-convict.
There'll never be another Connor. There'll never be another Rhonda. He's his own thing. His 3 fights is better than anybody's ever to do it. Classic. Classic. But you got these analogs. This is from ESPN. So I'm going to knock out the Max all the way in. Just Egypt, which is pretty much the best knockout I've ever seen in my life. Look at this. Oh, shot call. Oh, yeah, you should know. You're telling me Max Holloway knocked out Justin Gaethje got 9 million views in 12 months until Pierre did 11 million in 1 week. Bullshit. The greatest thing I've ever seen. That was so much more viable. I'm also skeptical about this. And by the way, Casey has called me on this. He's like, he's the most person in the world. Pierre had more, but also be thinking people in the higher ups can this, you know. They can, yeah, but this, you're going to have more, they might be saying just off the ESPN numbers. They're saying right there, YouTube, like we can check that. Like even YouTube, you can buy me as a superstar. I don't think they're buying views. I don't think they're doing that shit. See, take a look at it. See, they have no reason to. Yeah, but no, we don't need it. I think higher chin argument.
I'm running inside that house. I think it's internationally, Javier is so much bigger than Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, so it might be that control of Oliveira's beloved by Americans in Brazil. But one day versus one year. Yeah, I'm not buying that. I'm not saying it's 100%. Also, what got more attention? UFC 300 with this random card. But you know, people. If I remember, he compared it. I paid for it. Watch it illegal. I watched ESPN. It was UFC 317. They are not free. It's the house. You know, one strike and one most either way, nothing's not free for the public. Sure as fuck. Fight night is free. I mean, was it free in a different country? No, I watched on ESPN. You didn't watch on your wife ordered from ESPN Plus. I had to pay. Anyway, I must have said that, of course. It's a fucking major UFC 317. And again, Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, UFC 300. That was massive. Yeah, but I mean, remember, he's incredibly famous, especially with the Spanish audience. Right? Even like the huge soccer stars, yeah. Oh yeah. So that those the change is my issue is saying that in one day it did more than that can also skew numbers. It actually just so much more than the Max Holloway just possible, but this seems easy. It could be in areas where like even the casuals don't do it. Here, like Justin Gaethje, I'd be pretty hardcore. It's not like the people in Brazil and Spain are tuned into Justin Gaethje fights. See that? We can watch him now outside, obviously. Topuria has his generation. This was the best. Wow. And then that's the best knockout I've ever seen. Same. Shots channel to YouTube, to your email. The Topuria one does have 12 million in the max. I'm pointing to 12 million views. You'll see fucking million views in the world. I know. That is just so shocking to me. Well, the only argument Max Holloway just Gaethje is the full fight, which went 3 rounds, and the knockout was the last second. It's 5 minutes long. First round. People tune out. Guess what? 17. So. I mean, let's go hard. Yeah. It's legit on panels, you know, but I mean, because I know a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff now these days. So that's what. I mean, maybe it is. There's that you'll fucking start. Yeah, that makes sense. It's incredible if that's true. The UFC's love those analytics. It's not hating. Just like there's Sean yelling at Callan. Callan is like completely checked out of the podcast. I find it hilarious was like, right, when they were talking about the UFC. Because remember, that's one of the factors of why their podcast is dead and their career is dead. The number one reason is terrible person. But another reason is you got a bunch of fake views, especially Bobby Special, and that messed them up in the algorithm. So when you buy fake views, statues are gonna get messed up in the house. So that's one reason as to why. But that's a dad,
And again, I want to look
about
about to go ahead.
right?
He says it mentioned last
But the fact is, you got all extra man, that jacket, green jacket, gives a shit. Check out everything.
So again, kind of commissary.
I'm gonna get the middle, but I still get the collect for 23. Why did he follow me to Texas?
Rainbow provider.
Counselor, he didn't follow Theo. Why did he follow me?
You are now
I'm just trying to go to Texas and perform at the comedy mothership.
we'll discuss it.
This outdoor camel ass.
So then you can't sell them anything that is attached to them. Okay? What your machine does supply.
More content.
Was attached to the ground attached.
The fact that he's putting in
Something
more effort on
was
his
the
stand-up and dropping his own
says
content. Check it out.
sell it on the condition sell it. So that's my book said. Sound my book that's how it. The Reza says you can't sell an album anything that is attached to the ground. The only time you could sell it attached to the ground is if it was detached. And of course, once it's been detached, it's no longer attached. Rabbi Rothschild says
It's Monday, July 7th. It's a beautiful July 7th. It's Big J.
So the words jumping here.
We're Irish Dreads.
Oh,
Yeah, he's 44. What's popping, dudes? Happy birthday to Mr. J. Shaw. Shark Guy 12 Smile in the house. He's the best. He's the best. Finally stopped rating in Austin. Dude, that was crazy. Never seen anything like it. I've been some rainstorms in Denver. Wasn't really bad when I was touring in Baltimore. I've never seen anything like the rain we've got 4 or 5 days there. Ever. Nothing. Just tragic. Tragic and devastating. All girls camp. Right down the river. My first reaction was, I was like, what? Like, get him out of there. But it was like 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. and a 30-minute notice. And then it was just, like 27 feet. Just took over everything. So yeah, listen, kiddos, I can't imagine. I'm going to kick the podcast off with this because so negative. But I can't imagine. Can't imagine it. Absolutely insane. It's good now. It's going to be good all week. But it's been crazy. Crazy. How's your July 4th? What's cool? Jim was supposed to come. So I have my bike right? I want to keep it right out here. Jim was supposed to come to the block party that my neighborhood had. And then texted me the day before and was like, hey, can I bring me? I feel so bad. Can I bring me and 5 friends? I was like, no, dude. No. Dude, that's kind of my, like, so just to give you, like, I know you're not going to be here. Just like your way of debating. Say no. I wanted to go, but I didn't able to get it. No, I didn't go. I was like, I'm not even best July 4th I've ever had. Really? That sounds fantastic. Just fantastic. My kid was and raised in LA. Get out there, there's droughts and shit and fire, so I can't with the fireworks. You can't, there's no fireworks stands. You can smuggle stuff in Mexico, but for fireworks, I'm not doing all that for the kids. But out here, went to a fireworks stand literally a mile from the house, and they had everything. I was like, yeah, I got to perform the comment to the neighborhood. I got you. And he just loaded up. And dude, I put on a fucking shit Disneyland experience. Really? Bam, bam, bam. So how the cops like will come for him on that one? I mean, it was legit. So legit. The next morning, I think we up to nuts. It was so legit. And to see my kids again, I grew up doing that. And there's M80s, there's the getting blinding things, there's the snakes, there's all that stuff. We're moving candles. My kids have never done any of that stuff. They've had some sparklers, you know, but they were like close to it. All people they was having super close to it. They were like, we got home and everyone, my mother-in-law, father-in-law, Joe. Most of the boys just sat down. The consensus, that's the best holiday we've ever had. And that's our first holiday in Austin. And then after, I got a little awkward, but it's also really cool. I was just like, oh, okay. Like, I fire up all the, like, there's like the big boys that you see at Disney, like, shooting. There's one that was 2 minutes long, not 2 minutes long, so for the finale, like 2 at the same time. And then at the stand, and the one of theirs are like, you, and he, and all the other theirs are joining. I think, you know, they were drinking, you say, God, anymore. Holy shit. Turn around, one dude, as a U.S. flag drinker on the shoulder, like, he was last day. I'm like, holy shit, yeah, it was good. And I'm on the flag. Yeah, it was fucking good. When the neighbors made brisket, you made pulled pork, brisket, and ribs and chicken. And they made the, like, you freaking, like, what I would say, barbecue the night before. Yeah, or chili. So my wife made her family chili. But yeah, it was just, we just bounced around. There's like 5 houses. We just bounced around all day, all night. The kids, we went 5 different pools. They had slip and slide. And the weather kind of put up with it, especially when doing the fireworks. It was crazy, man. Mattress Mike. The Texas people definitely know his name's Mattress Mike. He's so rich. He's a screaming talk about mattresses. And whenever the Houston Astros were in the World Series, his last day, he's so rich. Mattress Mike lost 13 million bets after Astros series loss. Yeah, but he gives out mattresses when they win, I think, the World Series or maybe the playoffs. But he gives anybody about mattress here in front. He does it every year. All these. Yeah, right. So, you went to Mattress Mike, Mattress. This dude, his house is in Florida. And I'm trying to right across from us, but he puts on like a strand of slimy and wild. But Mattress Mac around this, like Travis area, is extreme legend that hate the Astros. So he doesn't run that out. They just beat the shit out of my daughter. Whatever, respect them, no big deal. We have 18 wins, I think one. That's cool. They're not winning out, whatever. Our pitching's hurt. We'll see what's up. We're trying to switch to the playoffs. We'll see. All right. Wait a minute. Savage. Ditch job. Ditch that for the July party and just didn't go. What a loser. Nobody likes Sean. Everyone knows to hang out with this loser. If you remember, Sean pretty much was forced Chen to go to the 4th of July party. Chen went to Texas. Go hang out with Sean. And then after Sean was going to go to my 4th of July party. Chen first was like, I gotta fly home. I gotta go. And then Sean was like, no. And Chen was like, I was going to then the day before it goes, they got like 20 people. So like, yeah. And then
down by the laws of Petrus. I'm Jewish. See, that's what happens sometimes. Just shoving his head on. Yeah, sure.
This is a sad state of
All fun enough for sell it to the nothing.
This man is a 50-year-old drunk Asian, and you're coming out with when he was there, like, they're gonna hang out with you, kind of loser. Dad would not probably be shit really did end up ditching him and not good.
How do I know? How do I know? But I'm also gifted to certain people. Again, when it's going to be shifted on the foundational role, that it says, give it to him and or sell it. So essentially, again, what we're doing over here is we're using a phrase.
What's up, pal? Not much, buddy. I am back from Brad. Shout out to Brad. Shout out to Yep, and very quickly, if you're in the Austin area at all, we're doing Act Off, finding the best and worst actor among the best comics in Austin with the Sunset Strip. Red Band. Come out. It's going to be late. They're going to act. Yeah. Improv. Yeah, improv. As you guys are looking for me, how's your fourth well? It was good. I played that was flying on the floor. I think. No, it's not proud. Most people are not. No, I know. We're not doing anything. I landed home with my kids. I had a good dinner with my kids. So you're still all good. And then fireworks, and I don't hate it, but it's on. Did you have good fireworks? I had the best 4th of July ever. What? Yeah. That's okay. Now, they did. I buzzed your house, you know, in the helicopter. I know it was and your house is looking good. Yeah, I very much enjoyed your house from the air from the bird. It's looking. It's kind of how I feel about it. It's like this thing goes. When I succeed. That's the house I want. Yeah, congratulations, Dave. Like it very much. The neighborhood party for July 4th. Party? It's all right. Pleasantville. I'm waiting till it's what's going on here. And so, it was raining, so I figured we're going to get fireworks, and the rain stopped. And one of the days, like, man, you want to get some fireworks? There we go. Every like when I was a kid, everything. I go down on like a Disneyland performance, they bring out like 6 of these huge ones called like the trumpet, just all these huge fireworks. They had M80s for the kiddos, M80s. We got all the stuff I had as a kid. We have the oh yeah, for sure. Dude, I put on a shit. Put on a shit line for the neighborhood. And I was touching this, so I lined up in for Team Aussie because they're from LA. We can't have fireworks. So they've never been around it because as a kid, they're freaking out, dude. And the last one I did like a big hurrah was 2-3 minute big fireworks, so 6 minutes total. Distance out, right above us. Team Aussie for you, it ends and we start popping. And then the neighbor said, "Good to drink." One guy, yeah, I was like, one guy was like, USA, USA, and they're like, USA, my kids are like, USA. I was like, this is, and it's not. And I turned around, one guy's wrapped in the microphone, going, you seen it before, but they did where they and only I'm proud to be American, and 90 Turkish soldiers. Yeah. It's like there's a different way of life. Yeah. But there's no one around me, though. Yeah. How much fun all the houses had different. Like our thing, we have chili in our house. We have chili in something else. So people just come over, your door's open, the kids you pitch houses for like an hour and a half to one house. There's nothing better than that. It's crazy. I mean, maybe your neighbor. My neighborhood's too quiet, bro. No quiet to go. And that's like you see the downtown scenes like it's like so yes, that's so like
What up, Connor?
There's this young dude in the neighborhood.
How are you?
Good.
Connor, you find out about me.
Somebody invited me here. Just wasn't sure what exactly was going on.
Okay, excellent. Did you find out about me from Kick or from Twitchboard?
Just Discord.
Okay, excellent. Myself?
That's fine.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, active AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Connor and Dylan, have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've seen Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I'm always online, always streaming, and my streams are archived on the internet for the world to be able to view and learn. I'm live 2218. The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one. They make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens, Connor and anyone else.
How it worked.
Pardon?
You can look into surveillance capitalism. It was predicted before, and then they took a guy's prediction and made it real.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate your input, but right now I'm talking, my friend. However, if you weren't aware, data is Earth's number one resource. In 2018, it overtook petroleum as the number one resource on Earth. And that made me an influential person someday. If and when that happens, I want to make you, Dylan, Connor, anybody else, exceptionally wealthy. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth. I want to make sure you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Well, I agree. I'm a different philosophical person. I come from a different background, different understanding, different behavior pattern. The idea of generational wealth, it is a promising thing. But I guess I'm just trying to understand, so you are a rabbi, yeah? Yeah. So you the practice.
Keep kosher. I say blessings on food. I light candles. I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't work on Shabbat. I do everything to stay as orthodox as possible while still streaming my life.
Okay. That's interesting. Respectfully, it is interesting. I might be the more talkative person because I'm a little bit interested about kind of what this is all about. This is a strange thing.
Absolutely, if you don't mind. Other things that I talk about, things like ending world hunger through the use of technologies, cultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is, and it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations for the benefit, particularly in Africa. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Well, obviously, those things are wonderful to anybody who can imagine, right?
Hey, not everybody wants those things, but absolutely. I talk about other things. I'm a futurist, so future inspire me and uh, are some of my passions. Things like anti-grav, so then like communication, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets. Just one moment. We have someone here who John Dick. You're getting muted. John Dick knows better. He needs to be quiet while I'm speaking. Things like um, uh, perhaps that may be important to you, like invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, things like replicators, even things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, they reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian technology. Is just absolutely mind blowing. It's really exciting for me to be able to document. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is. I talk about other things that may affect you all, if you want. Things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you or people like you was about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology. If you want, things like oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like red light therapy, things like testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps even even um, pardon me, ambrosia therapy, red therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, cold shock therapy. Pardon me. There we go. 120 years old. But once you get to be 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, I didn't know if any of this would come true, but it all has. My body's starting to break. Nobody's forcing this on you, but you may be able to technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or eye, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nerve, android, an avatar, cyborg, a genetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is there may be the opportunity, perhaps in the future, at a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Well, firstly, that is a lot. That's a lot in one 2 ears.
Absolutely, I understand that.
I mean, I'm not quite as affiliated with the modernist idea, but it seems to me like you are a man of history based on the fact that you have this desire to document yourself, the things that you are about, the things that you desire, the things that you are about.
My best to be.
Yes. I guess I was introduced to me, so interested to understand what I mean. Like, what do you do? Like, do you like to have conversations with people, or are you trying to showcase things people that may not know or understand?
I'm a lifelong learner, so I like to learn with people. I like education. Really, my typical day involves arising, making sure my stream started, davening or praying. Then I will communicate with anybody who's in here, wish them a good morning, all those kinds of things. And then I program robots. So by trade, store management professional, some financial independence. And then from there, I people into the server, usually through them either finding me on Discord or one of my bots pings them on Kick or on Twitter or something of that nature. And then I have great conversations with individuals. Additionally, I very much enjoy playing games with people. So we get a group of people in here every evening to play some games, and sometimes really late into the night. I have people basically in every area of the United of the world, I should say. Time of the day is they enter, so starting very, and then we'll get people from Europe and Africa, and then eventually United States and South America. And so, just depending on the time of day, we get visitors from.
I mean, that's interesting. I guess you kind of have like a communal sort of, I guess, thing going on here.
Most certainly, we have 2,200 people who've joined the server, and at any given time, we're watching podcasts, or watching or listening to podcasts. I enjoy sports as well, so but also basketball, baseball, hockey, sports. We've watched 3 different Olympics on this stream. In the past, somebody might be a diarist, someone who, or a journalist, someone who would write in a journal, and I essentially do the same thing, but I do it with a camera. And throughout any of my streams, I keep a radio going 24 hours to Los Angeles news and global news, so people can literally go back to any part of my streams over the course of the last years or so and find out exactly what was going on in a given day. And I think that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Essentially a timeline or a time capsule for human society.
Okay. See, I understand. Well, I mean, I couldn't imagine doing what you're doing right now, to be honest. I feel like that'd be very stressful. Do you feel like your position, do you feel comfortable doing it?
I love it. It's my passion in life. Basically, I am only stressed if there's any reason why I can't get a stream going or something like that, and that's very, very rare. But sometimes it just involves like clearing. But I love it. It's like I'm connected to the I'm connected to the world, and everyone can connect with me at any time that they're comfortable. I get people who come in here for spiritual guidance. I get people who come here for relationship counsel. I get people who come in here worrying about what they've done. I get people who even just sleep. All they do is at their long day at work or play or whatever they're doing, they just want to connect with someone somewhere in the world, and so they just come in here and sleep. I get people who watch sports in here, who tell stories. I get stand-up comedians in here. I get poets in here. I get musicians in here. Exactly. So just quite a few different people, and whatever people want to do, I'm generally open to however they want to experience the stream. I don't force anything on anybody, but if people want to talk, I'm always open to it.
Well, I've never met a rabbi, myself. Never ever met a rabbi, never communicated with a rabbi, not many Jewish people. I'm just interested, because I don't quite understand entirely, from where I come from. It's very different to think. I don't fully understand your faith, and I'm surprised in the resolve that you have. And it's not something that I would say is bad at all. You're encapsulating form. It's kind of like, a peace Israel. It can't really just be moved quite so.
Most certainly, in years past or centuries, my ancestors would have been writing something, or perhaps putting to writing Tanakh, Torah, something along those lines, and this is essentially just my version of it for the 21st century. In no way is this, should I say, um, prophesized by anything like that. It's just basically my archiving of history. And maybe 100 years ago, I would be writing a book. It's a lot of work to write a book, and you can't. I mean, not that I wouldn't do that as well, but you can't dictate everything that's going on as quickly as you can with video. And I think that this will be studied really from an academic level more than perhaps in addition to a religiously. The study of the human body, how humans mature, how they age, aspects of a daily life like breathing patterns, eating patterns, behavior patterns, things like sleeping patterns, circadian rhythms. Really, everything about a human body it can be studied, and especially with AI. You can take just one of my links and put it into ChatGPT, and it will tell you everything that I did over a course of a given day, summarized by timestamp with timestamp summaries, which I just think is just to get anyone who doesn't want to 12 hours or 24 hours of one of my overview of what I've done. There's also AI that can condense day into like best of whatever one experience. There are some people who like long form content, and I certainly am the king of that. But then for those people who don't have the time for that, they can use AI to be able to basically digest my streams in any way they see fit.
Well, I guess it's kind of like a sandbox in some way. I don't know where to start. Well, I guess philosophically speaking, I guess you seem to be much more inclined to you seem to accept the notation of being kind of like a subject.
Most certainly, I recognize that I started the stream before AI, at least large language models were a part of our daily lives. So I started this stream during the pandemic about the fall of 2021, so pretty close to 4 years now. And then in 2020, specifically November 2022, I became an early adopter of ChatGPT when no one knew about it. And then when it officially launched on November 2, I did everything I could to make people aware of it, particularly on Twitter, in Twitter Spaces. And I would answer anybody's questions that they had about the world through ChatGPT and large language models. And then eventually, the world now knows about it. And we've seen how the world has been shaped by large language models, how AI in particular has replaced positions and been able to summarize roles and all the other amazing aspects of AI and video generators. And I basically have that story encapsulated on camera. I think that's something that the world will want to view. Basically, what was life like before AI and then after AI with all of its developments. On top of AI needs basically training data. And I'm the perfect essentially example for a human. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, east is the desert, and mountains. I've streamed and been outside with people, but then additionally desktop streams, which is what you're witnessing here, of that are much more focused on me and what I do. And I think the combination of both will be very extremely valuable to not just human story that I'm telling through the camera, but also for AI to be able to train its models.
Okay, I understand. Well, I guess I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Okay.
What is your favorite food?
Great question. I love fruit. but I also love pizza. So if you want to, like, as a main dish, I could eat pizza. I think. Well, actually, let me remove both of this. I love steak actually more than pizza. So I've gone extremely long my time just eating steak every single meal every single day. So years of my life, and found a lot of benefit out of that. It's essentially a ketogenic diet. Um, and I never got sick of it. So I have to say steak is my favorite. But then I also love pizza and I also love fruit.
Okay. What is your favorite video game?
Great question. The one's probably impact the most is Grand Theft Auto. Love Grand Theft Auto for storyline, um, but also I think it's just a real has changed uh, how we view video games, and that started with the original Grand Theft Autos back in the late '90s, and then in like 2003 with Grand Theft Auto 3, and then Vice City. Vice City's probably my favorite. I love the sound of it. And then, frankly, I've learned a lot from Grand Theft Auto, and I think that might seem kind of counterintuitive to some people. Some people must say that's just like brain rot, but I remember when Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was launched, it caused me to watch basically every inner city film that I could find and as many documentaries as I could find to learn about the Grand Theft Auto 5 that launched almost 15 years ago. And I'm really excited for Grand Theft Auto 6. I can tell you, as a matter of fact, that it is 218 days, 4 hours, 44 minutes, 0 seconds until Grand Theft Auto 6 is launched on May 26th, 2026. And I'll be excited to be able to explore that game. So, Grand Theft Auto is a major one. I really have liked over the years are the NCAA football series. Every year I would play those games. I really enjoyed those, particularly from like 2000 to I believe it stopped making only 15. Now they've started back up again. I love Madden, FIFA, any kind of sport game but I still have fun with the OG games of my childhood. Super Mario 1, 2, and 3 on Nintendo Entertainment System. Love Super Nintendo's Super Mario World. I played that game quite a bit. So then really simple games like Pong. I think at a certain point, Pong's exceptionally brilliant for its simplicity, and so I'll even play that up against somebody. Really competitive person by nature, and any kind of game that I can play against people, I generally get a lot of joy out of it.
Do you like?
In fact, I was just watching as you came in, a podcast on of an former MMA fighter. I watch all the UFCs. I'm not like an expert on. Uh, sorry, I can hear my microphone isn't coming in as well as I would like, but I'm not necessarily an expert on every single guy who's fighting. But I've gotten much more over the course of the last 3 years. So yeah, I watch all the MMAs. I generally do my best to stream them to other Discords. And really excited about the July 4th White House contest this year. We've got, I believe, the next UFC is going to be in November, I think. So that'll be interesting. And as it gets closer to learn a little bit more about the fighters, but I watch there are some podcasts more for there are communities that make fun of these guys, but I watch The Fighter and the Kid, which involves former UFC fighter Brendan Schaub. I watch Joe Rogan's MMA breakdowns and the watch-alongs. So I do very much enjoy mixed martial arts, even though I'm not an expert. I'm doing my best to learn more about it. How about you? Do you like MMA?
Yes, I do love it. In fact, I participated for a little bit on my own, but I never did anything, professional or official or anything like that. But I'm going to ask you a much more serious question, and it might be a little bit more than expected. It's not a personal question the same way. What is your personal opinion on the current conflict in Ukraine?
Oh, great question. I want world peace. I'm peace. So if I were given the opportunity, I would sit both sides down at a table. I would live stream it. I'd give them a map and a crayon, and I'd say, and we're going to do our best to ensure that these remain the borders for the next year. We'll come back in a year, and if that's what you want to keep, that's great. If you want to make some concessions, that's great. But no more bullets at anybody. No, no more bombs being dropped. I would really like to see a day, one day, necessarily something for which I can hope.
Okay. I'm going to ask you an important question. Since you pride yourself in the belief of peace, how would you feel if all of a sudden your house was a country and your neighbor was another country and attacked you and seized half of your home and drawn a line there? Would you sue for peace and allow them, or would you fight back for the rest of your life?
Do I have the ability to call the authorities?
Well, in this scenario, no. As the authorities being intertangled, it would be out of their legal ability since it is your property, not theirs.
No. Authorities can enforce judgments. So we would. I mean, ideally,
but this is a philosophical scenario.
I understand. Ideally, I would take it to court and say that this person has been on my property, and I either need some kind of cease and desist, perhaps some kind of legal judgment that says that they can't pay or something like that. But I also understand that I have a right to defend me, and so if they basically became a threat to me and there was a clear and present danger, then I recognize that I may have to do everything I can to protect myself, but I will first ask them nicely to not take over half of my land. I will get the authorities involved and the judicial system with no choice. Well, then I may have to avoid any type of threat to my life. I may have to. There are a lot of things that I would do before then, including talk to the person, ask them why they're doing what they're doing, call the authorities, seek a judgment, those kinds of things.
Reasonable, of course. Okay. What? So you have a decent understanding of the political landscape for a general perspective, right? Like just a general one.
My best to. I generally try to avoid politics because you don't really win these discussions. But I'm open to questions that you may have or topics.
I don't try to divide. That's not that's not the kind of person I am. I'm not gonna ask you something that's it's like basically bending the two wills, giving you a terrible question. I will ask an interesting question though. You may or may not have but you've heard maybe about the events that happened in Syria lately.
So how do I feel about it?
Yeah, what's your general opinion
Um, well, of the regime, it was quite aggressive, and many people considered it to be a dictatorship. Generally, I think that countries should be able to rule themselves the way in which they desire, and so long as they do that in a peaceful manner, I'm an advocate for that. I think that Assad's retreat to Moscow essentially has opened up somewhat of a power vacuum in that area of the Middle East. Um, aside from that, politics. So that's basically those are my general thoughts on the matter.
Yeah. In fact, I have a lot of care and interest for certain people. Don't. One of which being Syria. Longest wars. It's actually the most recorded war in human history. And it was terrible. There's a lot of different people, a lot of different rebellious groups. This, of course, the political administration being under the Assad family for a very long time. It was catastrophic. I wasn't sure if maybe you know a little bit about that. I'm just kind of asking general questions. It's just strange. I'm a different person all the time. You seem to be answering that. So
Absolutely, and I mean, I'll do my best to answer what questions that you have. If you ever have questions at another time, and I am not here to answer them, perhaps I'm asleep or something like that, I do have a section of this Discord that says Ask Ring. So if there's a question that maybe comes to you at another time, or I'm just unavailable to have the discussion, you can always feel free to post your question in there, and I do my best to answer those questions immediately, or at least within 24 to 48 hours. So I'm not saying that I'm able to answer every question in the entire world, but I'll do my best to give it the old college, as they say.
well, interesting. So I was raised Christian, religiously. How do you feel in regards to people such as myself that were raised Christian with our set of beliefs and our opinions and our draws of history? What is your general feeling on that? How do you feel about Christian people generally?
Right. Well, the majority, at least of the United States, so a part of Jewish communities generally. I've had a lot of experience with people who are Christian. And while I don't agree with much of the theology, I can say that we do have commonalities. I like to embrace the commonalities more than anything that's just divisive amongst the two faiths. So there's an argument to be made that Christianity is a daughter faith of Judaism. There's an argument to be that we find essentially paternal, pardon me, similarity with in Abraham, as we're all three Abraham religions, and Judaism and Christianity follow from Jacob and from Isaac and Jacob, and then Islam from Ishmael. So I think there are commonalities just with between Judaism and Christian with Islam, and I have who are Christian neighbors. I generally feel that much of the Christian faith has been based on Judaic practices. Where I do have some disagreements are the idea of God, or whatever is believed. I don't agree with that. I don't think you can kill God. And as I understand in the Christian tradition, Jesus of Nazareth, the Nazarene, and that's basically the story of Easter and the resurrection and things like that. So from those perspectives, I have some disagreement. Um, really, from a sociological standpoint, I recognize that I live my life within a country that is either uh, a majority or a large proportion Christian or from a Christian background, and I do my best not not um, cause any type of arguments in the larger part of society. I do keep my faith amongst my community. We certainly, as Jews, don't proselytize. Christians try to missionize me like that. That's I understand that's their desire, but really, when I'm walking the synagogue, I don't need to hear your take on religion when to a certain location, or if I'm at the store. Um, I know that people would like to tell me their journey and things like that, and that's absolutely fine. I'm fine with hearing someone's journey. Just don't push your religious beliefs on me. I'm not going to push mine on you. I've heard some really beautiful stories of Christianity and Christian principles. Within basically Judaism, there's the philosophy or the um, idea that essentially you can't love your neighbor as yourself, so to speak, but treat others the way that you want to be treated. And I think in Christianity, there's the idea love your neighbor as yourself, which is similar, really, a Jewish teaching. And I think if we can do that, society, no matter what your background is, to treat others the way that you want to be treated, we're going to have a better relationship no matter what your faith is. So overall, is that Christians are part of the American society and really a global population. And so long as we can follow the credo, treat others the way that you want to be treated, we will have a nice life together.
President Trump says 2 survivors from the latest U.S. strike on alleged drug boat in the Caribbean back to their home countries for prosecution.
I am a bizarre Christian, not quite on the lines of every Christian, that is for sure. I spent a long time kind of studying Christianity and many religions in general. But I have not really been able to be knowledgeable in Judaism as well, due to a lot of Christianity is directly, literally linked to Judaism.
That's correct.
So for me, I do believe in my own sort of faith, but I don't like to be connected to churches. I'm very I don't like to be connected to a church. I don't like to believe the logic and encapsulate that which is only that which is the soul of a person. And so for me, I don't respect churches. I don't respect physically God. I believe that is wrong. And many Christians are different. They don't believe. They go to church and they believe in the interpretations of what people have to say about certain things. But for me, I do not respect these things. I do not believe that they are true to my heart. So I've always kind of guided myself, or have been guided, and that is the way that it has been. Because I don't have trust in people. That's why. And I worry for the modern world, which I don't accept the same principles of people do, such as artificial intelligence. I fear it's not necessarily artificial intelligence I have any issue with, but rather just people. I believe in the right of life, and I believe if we make tools and slavery out of things that are mechanical objects at such a level that the actual intelligence of the person is there made a slave. Intelligence, I think that they should basically become existing beings, essentially, in a strange way. That's my idea on what they I don't know. I'm a strange person. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. I don't want to disturb you. It seems like you're doing your own thing.
Absolutely, Connor. Well, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with you. If you do have any other questions, feel free to send them my way in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. And if I'm unavailable to answer them immediately, I will get to them very quickly and hopefully be able to provide you with any information that you desire. And if you have follow-up questions, you can certainly put them in there as well. And I'm always live 24/7. Right now, I'm watching what we call Daf Yomi, which is our daily study of Talmud that we do as Orthodox Jews. So feel free to watch that if you would like. If you'd like a little taste of what some Jewish beliefs are, and just want you to know more than anything about streaming my life or even talking about the future or any of those things. I'm just here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimistic view on society, and I'm just here to give people hope. So if there's anything I can ever do for you, either now or in the future, let me know, okay?
I appreciate it.
Absolutely, my
I
friend.
hope you have a wonderful night.
You as well. Take care, my friend. Shalom.
Peace be with you. What is the word? What is the word for goodbye?
Generally, it's shalom.
It is okay.
Yeah.
It is shalom.
Absolutely.
Good. Shalom.
Shalom. Take care. Shout out to Connor.
So as I said again, this is my whole thing. This time for this is supposed to be a discussion. Most kind of what does that prohibition mean? Number one, do not give to another. Obviously, that interpretation of word interpretation does not work with the just how you know you're passing up, you are someone. See if you have to give up, your actions are as follows. Kind of give
Been like 6 months ago, people think it's what sounds for sale. It's too quiet.
That's what we constantly get. It's like interpretation of the books. Which one I stated number one was you can't give up your gift to another. That's number one. Those also teaches me number two that you can't give unsolicited compliments to the other. They always typically a certain level of distance between the Jew and the nothing. Number three, which is again for Mishnah, both portions of the posted as well. Imagine this whole discussion of both one is a topic upon which much rabbinic has concerns again, not a topic for today, but just interesting to see that exactly which one of those portions of it to be apple. Okay, incredible. So that's takeaway number one. So that's the Mishnah side. You can't sum it off with anything that is over the carpet. Los Secharim, Los Secharim, incredible. Let's go right there. Says Los Secharim, Los Secharim. Well, say remember again, I was going to go through the interpretations. What I say, don't give an unsolicited compliment. What's the thing? Don't give a compliment. Somebody say, hey, right, the rap. This supports rap. What did I say? No, we're not. Possibly, other Shumer. They now I will go combination. Say how beautiful this apple disorder is. She copied. Granted, in other words, let's say you go to a house of worship. That's it's beautiful. The architect is beautiful. It's not supposed to compliment apple disorder. Makes it. Murray is a kind of show. Nice, the nice version of Moshe Agabi Maila is. So again, there was a story of Shimon Gamliel who was on literally again the steps going up to Paradise. Just incredible. The Rav was an incredible. The Rav עובד כוכבים אחוז נועד. Shimon was going up the steps of Paradise. How unusual. And what happens as he's coming there, he sees a beautiful woman, an bonus kochavim, an idolatress. And what happens? Beautiful woman. Amar Marabu Mas. This is wild. He sees this beautiful woman, and he says, how beautiful your creations are. You are said. Okay, interestingly enough, the Gemara point out, the Gemara is bringing this story as a consciousness. It's always the same as today. They're not allowed to compliment idolatry. So he was raising this kasha, bringing this story as Rabbi Shimon Gamliel complimenting idolatry. This complimenting a woman who's not his wife. Morality becomes a seven. We'll get that. But right now, the discussion here is, Gemara just said, most do not give unnecessary compliments. She knows where the steps of Paradise. Okay. Rabbi Akiva, Aishes, Turnus Rufus, Rabbi Akiva, son of Turnus Rufus, who was Turnus Rufus, the butcher of the Jews. Around the second age, especially report that Turnus Rufus sold during the destruction of the second bush. And what happened? Rabbi Akiva saw his wife. Rabbi Akiva saw Turnus Rufus' wife. Ra Sachat Ubaha. He spit, he laughed, and he cried. Ra bought Akiva's Rufus. Ra sees spit why? Because she came from a putrid drop. Now that wasn't easy to her. Right? Discusses she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. And Rabbi Akiva spit. The Gemara says, it says in the Mishnah that we all come from Akiva. We all come from a drop, from a putrid drop. That's how life begins. And even though she was so beautiful, she came from this quote unquote putrid drop. So like he stated, representing the future job, Saha, see that the Megillah of the Nasib one, as he saw prophetically, it's incredible. And one day, the light of this was going to convert, and Rabbi Akiva and her were going to get married. They were going to get married. So the Gemara says, the Nasib one, Baha, why did he cry? Yahash, one day, this woman is so beautiful, this beautiful form will decompose ultimately in her death. So it was incredible. Now, Rav, now we'll say, so again, so interestingly enough, so there's a lot to unpack. But again, how could he describe Roshon how could Roshon was complimenting this beautiful woman who he saw again on the stairs of the Harabah? Isn't that complimenting idolatry? Isn't that awesome? To which Rav said, no. Do you include the couple? No, he wasn't complimenting her. Who was he complimenting? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's that earth? Again, he says, Barahu Mastacha Hashem. He sees this one as exceptionally beautiful. You idolatry, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You are the master creator who created beautiful things in this world. Because again, these halachas, both in sex brothers, that if you see beautiful people, if you see brios, not just beautiful people, you seem magnificent. So what's the halacha? You say, blessed are you, Hashem, who has created such beautiful things in your world. Okay, so we'll say Safar. So therefore, what comes out over here is the halacha has meaning that halacha l'maisa, we have to go ahead and halacha l'maisa, you're not allowed to do this, let's say, compliment to like that's Losichan. I would have shown on the out, he wasn't complimenting the he was complimenting the people. That's what was happening. All right, incredible. Now the Gemara says, 1 second. Can we talk about these stories for just a moment? Will this thing will be shut? Are you allowed to look at women who aren't your wife? And you're going to say, where's this simple question? Right? Rabbi Rothschild was so involved by being a bit idolatrous that like he says a bracha over her. Like literally again, incredible. Rabbi Akiva, wife of Turnus Rufus, he saw that eventually but was the words. Hold up here just for a second. Are you allowed to look at your wife, you are amazing, where is the kasha? In the Shmert, the Pasuk says, you shall not get yourself from every evil thing. Shall we stack your Adam, Bishana, Nuya? A man, so what is it? You know, say, make sure it's called literally means save yourself from getting into trouble. So how does a man save himself from getting into trouble? Don't look at other beautiful things who are not your life. Don't do that. It's only going to have some type of negative. Here's what's clear. It's certainly not going to lead to something good. Like, no one ever gives other women money on his wife. Rabbi Rothschild, I think that was just a pathway to so much ridiculous spiritual growth. Like, that's never happened in the history of humanity. So whatever the negative thing is going to happen, that may vary in degrees. But clearly one thing is true, which is it's not going to make it positive. So therefore, I'm going to shmart them called around. I want to say, I want to point out over here. So I want to see this theme. The Lashon of the shmart, shamar, means to engage in anticipatory behavior. Where do we know this from? So remember again, when Yosef has his dreams, like so the brothers get all upset at the dreams, and the Pasuk says, shamar, that Yaakov, literally again, shamar, guarded and actually working Shamar, Yosef movements was side to Yaakov. Yaakov even Jews or wait. The things and things which are going to lead us down a rapid path. So be proactive. Be proactive. Listen, we so often live life safe and faithful. Rothschild tells us more defense. Only offense. Means offensively protect yourself. Be on the offensive. Offensively protect yourself from the things that are going to lead you down the wrong path. Therefore, the Gemara says, place tackle other people. Don't look at a beautiful woman who's not your wife, even if she's single. The Gemara says, if she's married, even if she's not beautiful. In other words, for a married woman, one should never look at a woman. But even a single woman, if she's beautiful, let me say a definition of beautiful, that's a subjective definition. But even if she's beautiful, don't look at her. Why? Not good, you're not doing anything. Great, right now you're not doing anything. But what I see is if you look into anything that the chance I was going to do something maybe different. The Shmarta, we call them means live life on the spiritual offense. Don't live on the spiritual defense. Yosef will anticipate what are the things that are going to get you into trouble, down the wrong path, and avoid those things. Where it says specifically, I'm looking at other women on the days. Not only that, don't open up again at the colored clothing of the Rashi says, the woman takes Shazover saying shaking all the ashes, but she happened also the Harafar. Now again, colored clothing, more
things are popping. You're so done with kids. All you want is to hear your kids playing and laughing. When that's the case, there's nothing that's good. Single. That's why Tim or some of those other guys that moved here like autism. It's because you're single. It's right at the move because I invited you to listen to this. Granted, I knew what Jim was doing. Let me just do it to be still. Yeah, we know it. I know exactly what's going on. So I told Jim, why don't you come to July? I know you just moved here, but why don't you come like July 4th? Neighborhood party. Jim goes, dude, that sounds fun. It's going to be barbecue, a bunch of kids, it's going to be fun, fireworks. Jim takes me to the next door. Dude, I bring me 5 of my friends. 4, 3. Well, no, they can't be random. He's the girl and a couple and their daughter, just like 5 years old. I know it'd be good for you. A girl and a couple. But you no, but me and Brendan, I knew about him, the way he said it up was him being like, I don't want to be a trick, I just can't be like him, like, I know you invited me, this is my town. Yeah, can I invite me in several times? Because, I mean, I didn't want to leave it behind. Yeah, but I do appreciate the advice. I didn't want to bail on you. I can't believe it's straight. Yeah, I get it. What is your extension?
Finish
I bailed on them, I stayed home, but then I went burger shopping afterwards. We even bailed on them, but then I went the day I was in Africa, the day after, for dinner, before you did nothing. Would you watch TV and drink? Jesus Christ. Because it was so like, it was like storm, it was crazy. I've never seen a hurricane. It was billowing. Yeah, I text you. This is rain and stop 75 we needed, am I right? Dude, I've never seen this hard. Do you know what I realized about, I was in Los Angeles, time in the South Bay, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa, and when you're down, you never sweat. You never sweat, no humidity, none. I was crazy, 74 crazy. I was on a t-shirt, and I was like, this is why I will always have hard arguments with the homeless, because they're like, dude, those are great, you're around me. Yeah, I'm not Did you see it? Did you see the moment when the child realized that nobody likes it? So, shit. Failed on So, the story is Chip first moved to Texas. Child begged him to hang out with him. Chip blew off. And then, when the child invited Chip, he was 4th of July party. The Chip tried getting out of the thing, and I got to fly back to LA. So, of course, I went to the I'll come here. Then we found out from the shop show, Chin didn't go to his 4th of July party because Chin had people fly in and Chin was hanging out with them. Now we find out and Sean finds out Chin didn't even hang out with them. He just stayed at home. So the excuse Chin used to bail on this dude, he didn't even do it. He just went to it, he didn't want to hang out with him. How does that even work? I think there was a use. And that you know, because what is it? I'm chilling with a girl, a couple, and their daughter, so they flew in just to see you, and you didn't even hang out with them. You just stayed out. I bet you even that culture just is coming up with excuses. I think out with this loser. She's just like, dude, stop what's happening. I'm not going. Catch the head. The dude can't catch the head. Like, Calvin wants nothing to do with you. Chin wants nothing to do with you. Like, pick up and put down, my guy. Nobody likes you. You're a terrible person. Your career is over. It's really sad. It's really sad though. Chin was like, It's easy to just like,
started this position.
well,
Now,
so when you
because they almost got this,
because even Shaw's a job, well, you broke it. I tell you, Shaw was like, oh, bring your friends, everybody, just come hang out with me. And she was like, nah, hang out with them, they want to go sightseeing and all that stuff. And then Callis, you guys moved to LA, Texas, no office, and you're just going to go full circle. You know why? Because Shaw was probably making Gavin coming out with me. I gotta go back there. I'm coming back there.
So fine. So we said it's not complimenting idolatry because it wasn't complimenting tomorrow. But he was still complimenting another woman. How could he have done that? To which the Gemara answers, Karen himself is hungry. To which the Gemara answers, it was important. He grounded in the corner. In other words, he didn't
Came in
instead what I
truck got some steak that you put on there. Dude, like, you were thinking nothing else. So you had a guy in here who's an expert at wraps and not giving it away. What it's going to cost to just put on a white ribbon. It was all day too. I was like, that's nice. I take my I said, I'll take care of that. But you can get it for $500. The extra money, so yeah, but also American flag in my truck to drive the kid down I think so. Fuck to American worldwide. The American flag out of even my head. I think so. I'm the flag. I'm classic Hollywood would do this too. Like anytime somebody said, I remember we'd have a business manager in Hollywood, right? And they would say to you, they go, so we're gonna charge you 6%, all good, of your salary, and you'd be like, what? And then you'd like look at it, and you'd be like, I'm paying, like you're making real money, you need to be paying a lot of money. You have 60 grand, 100 grand, whatever it is. Just have accountants, and you call them and go, hey, this is expensive. And they're like this, they go, yeah, but guess what? You're actually saving 50 grand. You're not spending it because we write that off. It's a write-off. You're like, well, I'm still, those are the guys we were. Well, everybody does that. Everybody's like, we're saving my money, not my guys. I got a great guy. So I got some good. I thought it was great. It's just it is what it is. It is what it is. I was selling it. I just bought a mattress. I don't know how much have you paid for your mattresses. I don't know. We buy. You don't spend too much because we'll get. My wife got some mattresses that weren't that expensive. Casper and those kind of mattresses and what else? $3,000 for like tops. Spent $3,300. Yeah. Is it one of those ones that move and shit? No, but apparently there's like a cooling thing that happens there. You know, they get your back. They get you with all that bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. That's because we're at back. We had a mattress, unbelievable. We had an IKEA mattress that's fucking. Yeah, I'm starting to. Everybody sleeps there because that's the best sleep I've had. Because it's one of those memory foams. I use those Casper. So that's $1,000, Jen. It's good for your back. And it must tops. But I think that mattresses you can spend up to $10,000. There's the Rip Van Winkle. I can't remember. It's like it was some crazy. Like, you can spend up to $10,000. You spend most of your life. Yeah. How much you sleep? You sleep out of forever. You sleep a lot. I wake up all the time. I like how honest you are. You never bullshit me. You appreciate it. You don't sleep well. You go to bed at what time? I try to go by 10. And you're at bed. So I'll wake up like every like 2 or 3 hours to pee. Just wake up. You know, I must. Yeah, we need to, if anything, I should be able to breathe better.
Come on.
Do you think you'll take it out seriously or are you going to die?
The kiddo?
No. ways. Well, we're talking about
Fucking McCaffrey.
some self-restriction. Just alcohol. Ways to well, like exercise, alcohol. No, I'll quit. If they take me in, I'll quit. Ways to well, I'm telling you for the job. Like, you can't. It's like my friend said, how do you go? I was like, I don't smoke. Are you willing to quit smoking? He goes, no. I was like, oh, I know. Yeah. You wake up, I would talk to you. That's probably like 10 to 7 school. No, I try to sleep at 10. That's what I'm saying. Okay. What you guys see? Well, that's good for you. In moderation.
Since it's work, therefore his mind is focused on his work. So let's say it's
wise good for moderation.
yeah, I finished the
I call it this.
Get into it though. Person,
of course.
work.
You get there. Yeah, man. What is she at? There's not a bunch of cool stuff happening. Is there energy level? We're not, man. We're just hanging out. Just hanging out. Well, we talked about this on Shop Show, but I want to know what he was arrested for. Was that you? He would hang somebody up and he would use him as a punching bag. People have to try to get subreddit point at Brian Cowan.
When
Add to it,
when my wife is
energy low. There is
I've always worked. Person can be there's this structure. How I'm doing it. There's an unfold up. When my life is purpose, therefore, God's not be this niche.
Are you fucking sick?
I live service.
My wife just want to be there. She would like hang out with this guy. Like, it's over. They know it's over. Well, why are we sitting here? Oh, yeah, because it's paying us, but we're just everywhere. Challenge is going to be like, whatever money you're paying me, I can
I am occupied with when I occupied it purposeful.
I mean, Callan,
Direct living,
pretty much.
there's no time.
He's just showing up to get a 20 grand a month. Looking at his style, taking at his knees. Apparently, everything is the greatest thing ever. It would never be greatest. Everything's the greatest. Everything's right. I'm trying to overcome it. Getting there's a whistleblower. On the settlement already, she got $1.6 million.
It's a pretty dramatic.
Forged documents.
She says,
Your
it's
wire
outside.
fraud,
She's
tax
actually
fraud, attempts to
His heart
commit
is focused on his
conspiracy, working with the build the bird that built the bear.
when your heart
When
is
Hillary
holding
Clinton
again, or when your heart is
third plane on 9/11 or something, I don't know, but there was a conspiracy afoot. And they got the goods on you, Johnny.
Thanks, Rasha.
Yeah.
You don't see the quotes.
Yeah.
Our problem is practice. So you get them out of it just passing the shows having
Man, it's making me, I want to stop there and think it's all power.
it sounds like over here. Is that
But, yeah, Callan had to address that. And Callan's been got Callan.
which says,
I want to figure out how to do
which
this.
says, give it I'm sorry.
That's
However, they should
their little bit
Bill
of
Hunt.
shops that try to hang out with Callan.
Maybe it's that keyboard that drop a plate chat. Constant.
They keep doing it, though. I don't know how long it's going to last. Not too much longer, but I know your thoughts.
They say it or it's supposed to be like don't say about potentially as we have been so both of the body should have
Gusto viaggiare con PlayStation 5. Bestellen in de web. I mean, Tesla's supposed to move. What are you gonna do? You can't predict the fucking. It probably would have swerved. Yeah, it probably would have swerved before he did actually. He shut down it, but it didn't. Yeah. It's J Shop's B-Day today. It is? Yeah, I love J Shop. I miss your brother. I love your brother. And I always feel like the world is a good place with your brother. Just mellow as just nothing. It could be the zombie apocalypse. I'll be like, hey, he's just smiling. He always smiles no matter what. Yeah, until he's not smiling. That's why me and him need to trade dogs. Because I want a dog who's independent and big, and he wants a dog that's super like all the time. My dog is constantly my fucking computer. And his is like independent and big. I want a big dog. And he's like, I love this dog. I'm like, let's trade, bro. Well, Catherwood has that fucking, those Anatolian Shepherds. And those dogs are not, they don't come at your house. They stay outside, and they are there to protect all flocks, and they're an outdoor dog. And they're independent. And we let Donnie out on the front lawn, and if he sees people walking by, he'll just sprint towards them, which you can't have. Yeah. But he's harmless, though. He'll bark and does nothing. Rob Waller's German Shepherds, if you get the right one, but they're serious, though. Oh, it's cool. They shed. Yeah, they're big. Those groomers, they get squirrels. They have to empty their game. You ever smell those plants? It's a disaster. It's good, baby. Yeah. My son is 3. He missed the toilet. He was crazy. It's like I feel like groomer, man. Those dogs just squeezing their hands. Well, sometimes you get a dog who wants to bite the fuck out of you, too. You gotta be like, all right, take it easy. But vets, I had an old vet. I had a badass pit bull. He had to check my dogs. Had a thorn in his paw. He was just holding himself. I was like, dude, this dude's not going to they don't give a fuck. They should put the mask on. It's not gonna bite, so yeah. But you don't realize what a dog will do. Bite the fuck out of you. Yeah, I always feel weird dropping my dog after the room. We're like, enjoy squeezing that ass. So I'll pick him up in an hour. They keep getting done. So this just irritated me. This guy did. He's such a good actor. Just yeah. The private battle of dogs and wild was exposed. Yeah. They don't get about it. It's just I love it. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, you guys have tried to recently. Yeah, it's fucking recently. It's like blah blah blah. You guys will say it. It's my friend from Grade 2. Owner of BMX. Okay, one of my favorite people, one of my best friends. Doing for I don't know, 1,000 dinners with him. And I find out on my way to Vegas. I don't know. I texted him a week before. I was like, I'm worried about it. I've heard. I watched his kids grow up. My kids played with his kids. Fucking you and Frank did dinner over there? Yes. Frank. Grandma took it hard, man. You got the fucking trouble. WC was the best. I fucking miss him so much. I saw him growing, I showed him that brand. He's still looking great, shredded. Nobody more disappointing. Fuck yeah. The best. Hilarious. Awesome. Congratulations. That's it. That's it. You are now. We did it again. I'll do it again, dude. We got it. Okay. It's alright. I apologize for it being a little bit of a, was it a downer podcast? Yeah, we're talking about cancer and kids dying. Listen, the good news, guys, is if you see me and a lot of great comics in Austin, try to be actors Wednesday at the Sunset Strip
It's great. You'll be there. I'm trying to get on the panel. It's going to be fun. We got some great panelists. We got some great comics. They're going to be trying to put this Alfreda. So that's basically it, man. I'm a Helium comic book, Alpharetta, Georgia. And that's July 25. Yeah, 25 to 27. Charlotte, South Carolina, August 1 and 2. Yes. And San Diego, California, might drop August 22 and 23. We're going to change the world here. Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19th. Let's go. Let's go, kids. Right, kids, this is the final kid. We're out. Celebrate! Do you see how miserable Brendan Schaub is? I have to remember, this is the episode where he finds out nobody likes him and just made up a lie not to go to the party. But we found out his brother, Jay, in LA. That's probably another thing that's upsetting Schaub. Well, he had to stay. He hasn't moved to Texas. I'm pretty sure his brother, his job, other than being a rich kid, like job and living off the father, is like, isn't he Brendan? Like, job. I don't know, but everyone on Schaub hates his dog. Like, he hates his dog now, too. The dog better watch it. The dog's gonna get sent to the town. Schaub is that cow. I mean, this podcast, there's no actually a shopping, and then Tim Kennedy, Twitter, I mean, when you get around Baba, your life just starts getting destroyed. I think Cal realizes that. I mean, they were not happy with the podcast. But I used to see, you know what happened? We saw in shops, the fact that he's
let's go ahead and so they was coming, was seeking don't give them a portion of the land. And therefore the mission says, you are not allowed to sell them. And is a different prohibition.
They don't even really want to.
I want to point out something interesting.
You're just checked out. You're sitting here doing a podcast that's dead. It's dead. That used to be successful.
And then kind of constricted that focus a little bit. Someone worships themselves. Don't give them
will not come towards the light. It's just truly that.
Don't give them pain. Says Rashi, first line. Don't compliment. I suppose if any notion of pain, don't compliment the apple. Don't compliment the apple. Você tem que compliment are nice, compliments are easy. And isn't it?
Yes,
So it's certainly not what these things and so
definitely don't want to do that. And people are cool with it. Like you come in,
there has to be certain
something on the street.
but ultimately,
Yeah, like we live in most all kinds of places. If you have somebody's private property or it's their store or whatever. It's
So most of yourself
right?
so
Have you guys ever
if that's the case, then it shows I just
Daddy had to get off the plane and go right to Leroy Woods. And you're gonna get mad at me, but I had hard madness. Bread sausage, cowboy sausage. And then they had tri-tip that they dipped in a gravy. And they barbecue gravy. It's like a reddish gravy. It was everybody, like my buddy Nick, my kid, they were all like, what the fuck is this? It was so good. It's so good. I need you to go there. I think you're going to lose. Leroy Lewis. It's a high-end Michelin star, though. It's like, no, geez, no, it's not booty. It's not booty. They just said something that your mind, dude. It's so good. What's the price? It's not that cheap. It's not that little hog-back or Red Bubba. Bubba, it'll knock your dick into the dirt. Please, you gotta trust me. I know food. You know I love my food. Yeah, but have I ever steered you wrong? Have I ever steered you wrong? They got a crazy person. And they got a crazy flat iron. How far is it from here? I don't know. It's about 40 minutes. But from you? Yeah, you know what it is? When you're 12 minutes away from here, you go there. And going on off time, Ray Lewis is 15 miles away. So that's not too bad. I need you to try it. I just need you to. If I ever count that, that brisket, that tri-tip, I just love it. It's just so heavy though. It's not, you don't bitch it is. You're eating all the heavy shit, Jen. No, but you're just eating heavy. You don't put too much meat on that. You just eat the ribs of bread, dude. They make cornbread there, and they have this strawberry butter. So it's strawberry there. It's not that. It is no problem. I'm telling you, man, that bring up that tri-tip. Just go there. I need to Leroy Lewis. You do it justice. But it's like the way they dip it. He's got this tri-tip that's perfectly barbecued, right? Like they smoke and all that. Then he goes, "You want this?" He dips it in there, and I was like, "Fuck you." Yeah, it's just so good. I don't know how to describe it. I think the meat they choose is really specific. There was a long way. No, I can't do it. But if you come to 8 hours, you're okay. It's the sausage that we eat now. That cowboy sausage blew our fucking minds. We're like, what the fuck is this with corn? We ate it one day. Yesterday. Okay, they're still talking about it. My friends happened to go with that fucking trying on a Sunday. Yeah. Too busy. No, because it's about like 4. And it was crazy. Yeah, she can't do it. That's an hour. No, I'm not going to go somewhere else. Might not be as good. They're not waiting. Even, I mean, 20 minutes is like 20, 25. Yeah, that's not very hard. Barbecue, but an hour off. What do you got, Jen? You guys have supposed to be known for their breakfast tacos. I don't eat breakfast. Yeah, breakfast tacos. I don't do that shit. Those are eggs in a corn tortilla. One of the best is actually near the Four Seasons. Right on Columbus, and she's right there. I can't remember his name. We just have good sushi spots. Yes, I mean, if the sushi was trash, I would. Like Cassie means that woman who is, I guess, the human services, like director right now. She was there for the sushi. friend dropped out of her last year, so she's not practicing doctor. She got her degree, but she's not practicing there. And she was talking about how she eats, she has regenerative olive oil, not in olive oil, regenerative from this farm. Then you go to the website, and for a quart of it or less, it costs $48. It's like, hey, most Americans can't afford $48 for your fucking olive oil. Why did you go to her website? I did. I saw it on social media. I was like, what are you doing?
First thing it says,
Like it's nutrition for rich white people, for other rich white people.
Here says,
Shut up.
She's two things. Number one,
You gotta get steak in.
okay. Number two, don't just throw it out. Right. So what
It was that awesome. I think it's, I said, it might be Jim. I said, call him Jim. Yeah, it's Jim. I think it's Jim. Jim's Marble Austin.
gift it to a dad, sell it to a dad, give it to another, give it to another. She says, no. I say, so here,
It's just heavy. That's the only problem. They keep saying it's just bothering me. Saying it's heavy, it's heavy. But then ain't maybe they did it with 19 men. It's fucking heavy. The onions and the pickles kind of break down. See the pickles and onions?
No.
Yeah, it looks actually really good.
Chapter over there. So
Is there about 5 minutes? We should have sausages. So it's 6 days.
have the right to keep it to sell, do it another or yeah, sure, it's no so the music should have said, get it, do it, and sell it. Oh, why need the word over? Why do I need the word oh for? That means you need to get selling.
There you go.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you.
Super track.
I don't make it happen to that.
Hair track?
Yes. Hard not to.
Hair track.
So really, there's a good wagyu
Whole
beef.
bunch of Omaha.
So do you when I came in, your truck,
Right
you got
here.
a stain.
Where's that hair?
On there, dude. Like you could think of nothing else. So you had a guy in here who's an expert, and no, I'm not giving it away. I'm just going to cost. I'll just put on a white ribbon. He was all taking. I was like, that's nice, man. Sean, still upset with his producer shit for completely along with laughing at him. Passive aggressive the entire Hey, these guys
I'm sorry.
don't want to do this.
Never
Yet
said
they continue to do it.
it.
Shower sitting there, have food behind his
The
feet.
money I give it to me.
Can't even address it. Can't talk about it.
So,
The sad state of the day is that
so
he is super against that shit. Well, because he is forced to shit to basically allow shit made up alive, allow people visiting him, and then that he needed to hang out with them. He just didn't go. So, but I mean, these guys so do not want to do this podcast. And yet they keep doing it. For what reason? I don't know. The podcast is dead. So, the fact that they even keep doing it is bizarre.
and how long
I mean, I think at least for like some golden hour, that is a little bit successful. It still doesn't really make that much money, although I think they still have some on the Patreon speaking in Papa, passive aggressive, mad at shit. Let me know your thoughts.
Sell it, but you cannot give it to him. So also, remember again, this matter is just tied into the previous discussion. What does that focus? So if you
Let's get a little. I'm excited to get serious. You're going to start taking energy. Yep. I'll try to close it twice, but it's easier to read on this. Yeah. Alright, this is Tim K referring to, what would you say? Yeah, referring to the Tim's done, like, let's just listen. Yeah, so Tim is elaborating things. One of the things he said when he did it, he did a podcast, and he was playing with his dog, whatever, and they said, "Hey, you want a Bronze Star with a fee?" And he said, "Yeah," and they said, "What was the story?" And he goes, "Fees, yeah, I shot a bad guy," and then he shot back, and that was it, or whatever. And then what people have to understand is, after that, people would always say, "You want a Bronze Star with a V," on Fox and stuff like that. He would always correct you. With a Bronze Star with a V? Yes, I'll tell you. The military's the fourth highest. But then there's the Silver Cross, and forgive me guys, I think that you and I should do this about this. So Tim's a friend of mine, let's stay on track with what exactly is in trouble. Okay, so a Bronze Star with a V device awarded service members acts of heroism, especially for actions involving direct participation in combat with an enemy of the United States. So this signifies that the individual performed acts of valor, demonstrated courage and bravery under fire, the V device, and a Bronze Star medal to ribbon distinction from Bronze Star. So let me give you can I give it to you? This pretty careful. A Bronze Star is kind of like, so a lot of people get Bronze Stars. Even lawyers get Bronze Stars in the military, from what I understand. It's almost like I've heard Special Forces guys say it's almost like a participation medal. You get it for good conduct and what a V. So a V is when you have demonstrated valor in combat. One of the things you'll see is that they'll look at like a guy and they go, "How many combat medals does he have?" Okay? So a V device. Sometimes you can be awarded a Silver Star. Look this up, I think. And it'll be voted as a star with a V device. When you get an award for valor, you have to have corroborating witnesses, expert witnesses who were there and saw. Okay? So the thing about these Special Forces, he said about 8 years ago on a podcast, he said that, and then he was introduced as somebody with a V device, and he did correct the record several times. So it was that time he said he's got to take responsibility for it, which he has, because at the end of the day, if you said it, you said it. My thing with this is, let's go back to Tim. Before you have your day, I want to take full unequivocal responsibility for a serious mistake over the years. I unintentionally misread. That is not ever deeply regret, ever suggest. It represents extraordinary courage under fire, acts at risk, or cost lives. To those who truly earned it, and to their families and brothers in arms. I was young when I stepped into the public eye, and when I was prepared for the scrutiny or pressure that came with that doesn't absolve. I should have known better. Integrity is not situational with moral standards I claim to represent. To the military and veteran community, especially those who served in combat or lost people they love, I am deeply sorry. I know that I let many of you down. You had ever to expect more from me, and apology is not the end, it's the beginning. I am committed to rebuild trust through honest reflection, visible accountability, and ongoing service to the community. I've misrepresented myself too. I will no longer speak of my service in a way that elevates me beyond what I actually did. My words will be guided by truth, humility, and respect. I understand that words alone don't heal disappointment or restore trust. Only time and action. Thank you for those who help me accountable. I will do my best to honor that accountability from this point. Now let me say this again, you'll be. So what's going to happen is the government and the military are going to look into Tim's actual accomplishments. This is what's going to happen, especially this way haters out there. They're going to look at and they'll reveal some of it. Hopefully they talk about how things are going to work. And what's going to happen, you're going to find out that he's not Superman, that he's Batman, and he's still Superman, you're gonna find out you're actually finding Batman, which is still pretty fucking good. That's what's gonna happen. And it would be good for you and I civilians comment on any get involved in this military stuff. I talked about all die on the hill for Jim Kennedy. Yeah, me too. I love that when it comes to the nooks and crannies of military. Yeah. I just find out the Venus. I don't know that legal. I expand the background. That's how I feel. It's like I talked about Tim. I'm telling you, he's gonna take down Superman. Yeah, and what they're gonna, what's gonna holy shit, he's not Superman, he's fucking Batman, which is still pretty fucking impressive. I would say this about Tim. I know Tim as a civilian, and I know Tim a long time as you have, and I've spent a lot of time with Tim. I know Tim as a civilian, not a war, I know Tim as a professional athlete, yes, for very long. So I've seen him in both aspects, and I think you would agree. This is me going hard in the paint for Tim because he's my friend, and this is who I am. That guy, I'm telling you, when camera on him, and everybody's looking, I have personally seen with my own eyes and with my own ears, heard him go so far out of his way for people, and you'll never hear about it, who are at risk of doing self-harm or worse. Tim has. He doesn't want me to do this. 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 I have to just at least speak on this. I'm not going to say the other stuff. I'm just going to speak on this. Whatever he said, he's going to be held accountable to. And a lot of these guys, these Delta guys, this guy Tucker, Brent Tucker, he was an A Squadron guy. I'm not fucking getting involved in that. These motherfuckers have risked their lives. They went through that. Their own ego. I am stepping out of that. I'm not going to defend him on that. I'm not going to do any of that. All I'm going to try to say is this. From what the things that I have seen with his generosity and what he's done for people who are really have not me. I want my very lame hand whether it was and seeing, thing on suicide. I can. I'm not in a position to talk about this. I have seen that man go, including get in his truck and drive for a very long time to somebody. And nobody knows just get with the floods. Listen. We're all complicated as human beings, and Tim is a civilian in front of us. I don't know if you think you're taking down about and I hope they're going to do the investigation. I hope they will what they find. Again, we don't know. Be careful, for Superman, it's Batman, it's still I just think Tim's a 3M for you. Yeah, Tim's a 3M for you. With anything. Tim, I don't let my kids take anybody. We're just going to take them. No, not happening. Because if something happens to those kids, you're fucked. Yes, I will kill you. If something happens to those kids, I don't give a fuck mistake or not. Your life and mine are going to change forever. Yeah. I don't trust anybody. Yeah. Tim was saying, I'll take Tiger when you ask him to this. I'm not even like that. Yeah. And I have two people that I have done that with my kids. And I've done it several times. And so, for me, again, the experience with Tim as a civilian is nothing but he's one of my favorite people on the planet. He's got to be accountable. He will be for this. I'm not going to step into that. We all make mistakes, and we all. And this is his mistake to correct. This is his. Community, and especially. I'm telling you on this one, folks. Could it be a worse guy to try to tear down? He's going to be held responsible for this? I'm fucking telling you. You wish you had a friend like Tim. So, let's take a little break. Tim Kennedy comes aboard. Admits that he lies. By the way, it's not like he willingly came forward. The jig was up. The jig had been up by Tim Kennedy for a while, and he finally attacked him. Got caught. He got bounced.
They
She goes
describe
forward
them
and it's live.
offensively.
And Sean and Callan are still defending. And they're still kind of defending the lies. Oh, I swear to God, Sean said that. They're mad because they want more. It means you really had a good analogy there. You had to say it 20 times. Well, as far as Tim Kent, as a veteran myself, yes, veteran, or a hero. So not a veteran. You got drunk, you got trouble, whatever. Kind of good press. 45 inch hands.
On the spiritual
And world tour that I have carrier. I was out at the
no shaking inside and
U.S. government. Like that.
down the wrong path. Other days. Now,
I got
the Robert
guys.
Don't
It has happened. It's like this guy. It's like Chris Kyle.
says Robert
That's a Chris Kyle. Was even weirder. It's like all this stuff.
call it like more
I think the ring Hogan is a liar, lies about everything, but he doesn't need to be. He's a little guy, make it. Better than what it already is beyond. But then you got to look kind of pathetic with the fact that these guys are tripling down and being like, I die on my own.
like the hazard, zero.
And he's the nicest guy ever. Al Capone was a nice guy until you looked into the mob stuff he was doing when he gave the charities and everything. The doubling down. I get you. I'm shocked he even talked about it at all, but like, it's one of those things you kind of have to talk about it, just like he had to come forward and admit that he's a liar. Busted. The guy was younger now. Trying to take that chicken. I'm Sean was doing really. Superman. Dude, honestly, doesn't even make sense. Think about it. Batman.
What's the secret to success?
Get stolen by 6 people.
Dude, how was stand-up comedy, big dog?
Good or not? I can't find my wallet.
All right, we'll look for it.
Yeah, where do you think I would have put it?
Did you bring it home?
Pretty sure I did.
Where's the last time you saw it?
Yesterday, I think. 2 days ago.
Okay, where did you see it?
In my bedroom.
All right, well then just retrace your steps in your bedroom.
At this price. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby? What's good, son? Doggy, you talk jerking yourself off raw.
I found my bullet.
Oh, excellent. Where was it?
It's what I should say when I find it.
You didn't find it?
Because I haven't found it. No.
Well, that wasn't cool.
I didn't find it. Would it be more helpful if I found my bullets?
Yeah, did you ask the people in your house?
The good news is, though, even if I don't find it, I still have my data covered. I still have my phone. Rabbi,
What up, baby?
I think that you're missing the connection. It's been looking for years.
Nothing, thankfully.
I think that I'm missing.
You mean not really? You mean something like a note that I had on the wall.
Open up.
Just had my name on it, but I put it on my wall, and I don't know. It was just like a post-it note. It could have fallen off and gotten stuck on something.
Where do you think I would have put my wallet?
Did you check under your bed? You get a flashlight.
I have a flashlight.
Okay. Okay, so something you can do is start looking on all of the surfaces. Is it in? Make your bed. Take your bed apart and see if it's in your bed.
My bed. I just came.
You just what?
Just came home.
Do you need your wallet to do stand up? Zoot, are you me or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Zoot. Zoot.
You up?
Zoot, did you find it?
No.
Okay. What's in your wallet?
What's in my wallet?
Yeah.
My ID.
Do you need your ID to do stand up?
No.
Okay.
Help. Or my ID though.
Could you have left it where you were last outside?
What about that? My pants.
All right. Why don't you look in your pants, dog? Is it in your pants? Is it in your pants?
Found it.
Did you? Where was it?
Maybe I need to tell you yesterday medication.
Zoot, I thought you were against all medication.
Yeah, but I keep on losing things.
Okay. When's your next met with the people?
What people?
The Tourette syndrome people, dog.
They don't exist.
Zoot, I told you, if you don't make an appointment, I'm going to boot you out of the server, which means that until you get help, I'm not going to be the one. I'm not going to be the one to go through this with you. Okay? You've got mental issues. Zoot, you've got mental issues, and you need to get them addressed through therapy. If you
Pay the fuck up.
Zoot, I'm going to just say it to you like this. I don't like talking to you when you don't solutions to help you with your problems. You're annoying. I like you, but when all you do is talk about the same things and you call me stupid and you call people in here, you tell them to shut up, I can't tolerate that, man.
Don't you shut up. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Yeah.
The young generation that's stealing cars can't drive it. Yeah, no, seriously. You can literally leave it online. Like my Hummer that I just posted on Diesel World magazine, it's a certain way to start it. The thing doing that, I just leave it red. No one knows how to start it. Military guys do. You're familiar with how much, but the young kids, they have no clue. So I never worry about it. It's hilarious. But also for DC, like, places your car's stolen is airport park. You never drive nice. I always drive my shittiest car. I had no idea. If I have to park at the airport, you don't. No one's stealing my car. There's no money. There's no money. What are you going to do with it? Like, yeah, so don't steal those. But, the probably is in your track, right? But there's what you can do with it. Yeah. And you steal it, even the game. That's what I'm doing. Airports. I always drive my car about the park. Oh,
Always. You're just sitting there. They know you're gone. And it's at the fucking no. That's one of the most common. I mean, you never want to park in movie theaters because they know you're gone from your vehicle for at least 2 hours.
You got insurance, bro. Who cares?
Yeah, that's. But the headline said, they just want the headline 225 is insane. Can we show this or no?
Yeah, check it out. Who's the Latin guy?
I look identical to the guy.
You look more Mexican.
No, I look exactly. Bring up the guy from the talent job. The guy from the talent
You're not.
Yeah, there's a mechanic from the talent job that hooked up their Mini Coopers.
You look like that soccer player. Sorry.
Yeah, I think I agree with Brian.
Yeah.
I put a talent job mechanic. This is spot on. I typed in everything you asked. That's what's popping up. Look, that's him in the movie. I like nothing like it. I've seen the movie like
So that's 2003, sir.
Yeah, you were born. Zoltan. Yeah, there you go. I do look like
Everybody's tall.
both, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. Alright, what else you got down? That weird. By the way, so Daniel Boyles is a rookie. He's working with some soccer players, but then, do you guys know what this thing is? That's where you did.
Well, that's the gayest shirt ever. It's what girls are.
I don't know. Maybe he has like big bad gynos who don't want to steal these fans around. He's a skinny guy with gyno. I bet you this guy.
Anything is gay, but that just seems super. That's a problem.
Yeah, don't wear that.
It seems very transy.
I bet you that guy had no clue when he took this picture of DC because he took his jersey off to hand it to DC, and he didn't realize DC was going to post this. I bet he had no comment. But here it says it's a heartbeat stat tracker. I thought the same. Like, it's here's all the things you can wear though.
I know that is just definitely other things you can wear. Hey, I don't need to see your mid section. That's like
Everything do better. Who's like, yeah, we need guys who wear sports bras. Yeah, I would never. Dude, on your wrist, wear a fucking dick or something. Do anything serious. I had no idea the lot of toxic comments coming his way.
it's pretty sports. It's actually a heart monitor.
I mean, come on, there's other ways you can do that other than wearing that.
They have just the strap. Like wear that. You don't need the extra stuff.
Now you want to say yeah, but they come up to it again. Cool, don't wear it.
My tits get cold. I have a case of cold tits. I gotta protect my niche.
Shit might fly in Europe. Dude, get a whoop or something else, dude. Wear an Apple Watch.
Don't sleep 12 hours and don't wear a fucking sports bra. Man.
What's the number one?
Yeah, because it's important.
Some guy goes, I understand it's a heart monitor, but what's up with the weird design?
Yeah.
That company's like, shit.
I know. It's like, but it's what you deserve.
Who were the best at tracking? Get an Apple Watch.
Yeah, get all that stuff.
Just wear the heart monitor like every other fucking person.
Yep.
Okay, let's get a little bit more serious now. Good for the show.
Let's get serious.
Good for the show.
So Sean got heated when Brian Callen roasted him. Like he's looking back at the kid. But did he? Sean used to call himself. But they brought up the cover that Shab is all. He has this channel to drive the alpha, especially to drive that. And drop any content. Like once every 3 months, they'll drop a video. So all of the effort is being put into the card. which sells merch, buys merch, you get entered into a raffle. Because nobody buys merch, but you get entered into the raffle anyway. If you just get a donation. Sell off. Third-party company. That's the scale. Because you're going to drop any content on that channel. But he can put himself on that cover. And Calendar's roasted a little bit heated. How done Calendar, brother. Calendar's like doing yoga on that chair. He's got his shoes on. Upward dog or something. Calendar's like doing check now. And sitting there heated, sitting there letting the dog crumbles down all around. I can't address any of it, which he will, by the way. He will eventually address that one. Unknowingly, he'll say something stupid. He'll be guilty to something without realizing it. Whenever he slips up and talks about that lawsuit, he will say something to jeopardize. That is a given fact, but he hasn't yet. So I think that's the CEO looks like a redacted area. I like some of the comments.
I just avoid getting myself in a negative situation over and over. I know what the triggers are. I know the things I'm doing down. I know it. It's not like it's. I know myself. I know the things. I know the business. I know the business. They'll set off a whole chain reaction. Try my best to get through. What says those people why put yourself in that situation? So the Gemara says, listen to this. If you don't bother ranking, even if you're told like an angel, and we'll discuss that reference. But it's so hard not to get her. The amount of also this applies as we discuss what that means. Because I'm on this.
I understand. Because you know, aggressive shitty, and hey, suck my dick, and you can get this job, right? Okay, I get that. That sucks, all right? And that sucks for women, and that's bullshit. Okay. So nobody has come out to the women that have actually done that. That actually sucked dick to get in Mad Max or whatever the fuck. And how about how you are taking jobs from women? How about how you, because of that, are being shitty to women, right? Argue with them. It's tough. It's like you did it too, part in that, but it's no, I get how to put it. Like, what about the women that are now being homies because they fucking no, but what about powerful women that deserve jobs because you fucking but let me say it differently. You're being accountable too. I hear you. I think the bigger deal is the fact that some of these powerful, these ones made it. Yes, okay, yes. The issue really becomes that they didn't say anything to those lower level women that end up with things like they could have stopped it. Like if this happened to Angelina, if this happened to what's her name? So if this happened to these people. And then they waited 10, 15 years, and now they're like, no. It's like, whoa, no, you're not saying anything. But to your point, those girls, they're not saying shit. No, so, buddy, you tell me that they was so good on that one. Yeah, forget it. Are you kidding me? We were like this all night. But your girl, I ate his ass and I'm jealous.
But again, standing on the stairs of the house, he's her. He's this psychologist. So he said, it's not complimenting idolatry because it's complimenting which part is fine. How good is how could you have done that?
Well, I know how you get it. Like, dude, that Tom Hardy's a dick. They're talking about Hardy hate each other.
Instead, when the man will hear it,
She's easy on the eyes. She should get on. Turned into she made that monster movie.
We should be up until like fucking. Like, I'm gonna have
She has to be mid-50s or single as fuck. Fucking 26-year-old.
There's a company that was it, I guess.
Let me go with Dave. Yeah, I know. He's a baby. He's a child. I can't believe you did that. Teachers come out, going to prison, fucking the kids. Where were these teachers when I was a kid? They're like fucking. My teachers were fucking. I hate you. That's so annoying. But I know those 14-year-old boys. What are they gonna do? That's the thing. Maybe it's traumatizing to them. Maybe it isn't. Either way, it's illegal. Fucking shit. I don't. The law's the law. You know, it's like it's annoying. Yeah, man. But I just, you know what I mean? It's like. You see that, you know, all our folks, like, as a dude, you see her say that, we go, yeah, I get it. You would have been longer if you were 26. And at 40, you'd be 50 now, and you'd be like, no, I did it. Society wouldn't be like, they fucking made you do this, and it's such bullshit, dude. You're 25 years old, you're 26 years old, you're an adult. I always say just like, it's such an issue that just raise the age and say, yeah, 30, yeah. You know what I mean? Maybe like, make it like, if you're 20, the age can't be legal or something, you know what I mean? But it's just like you know, protection signal, that's another one there. Sure it is, unless, you know, until like, you know, what's going on with Jared Leto, I don't know if he actually did that shit or not. Right. It's like, you know, they could, what's going to happen with that? I don't think, this is my thing, okay, this related to the Diddy case, right? So, you know, the court of public opinion and the internet would say, oh man, this stuff. And then it gets into the actual I got it on it was like, if we had tapes, right? Some people are saying, like, we don't really know what's going on. So, in terms of this level now, people trust whatever they're saying. They can't, you know, if they're pursuing it, if they're pursuing it, that's what they do. Government comes in, they investigate, just like they got accused, they went to court, he got arrested, he's now in jail.
So,
I don't know. Things come so fast. I die down. Maybe I get so fast. Even know. I just want to be like, and what, you know, you know, I just want to guitar or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder what they'll do with, like, you know, he's got 2 movies. He's supposed to be Skeletor and also, you know, I watched that movie just so in my mind.
versus when a person is
I'll tell you right now, I killed that movie. I really did.
for immortal
But whatever. Dudes, I gotta roll. Okay, I gotta roll. Dudes, I love you. Bye, bro. Love you, bro. Good to see you. Dudes. So obviously, that entire
person is
was talking about himself because he immediately and I agree with her. I was watching that. I'm trying to think what that movie looks like. I because all the acting.
when I totally
Against it. Yes,
I like to structure schedule.
Yeah, all the acting.
When I always person would be away, but
He was about to be handed.
structure. What I'm doing is how I'm doing it. There's a code of
He was upset.
my life is purpose. And therefore, again, I am
And then it was all taken away, and now we ended up on this podcast.
Serious. My life is no matter what they were investigating is Chris. Mother says, she says, first on side, she had sorry, his heart is focused on his when your heart is open again on with your heart, is trying to feel the I'm on the country pressure. So again, I'm not on this just right. So ultimately again, so I would first of all it's fascinating to talk shows having competition. I was up to me when I took a person like I get a little bit like shit. Sounds like it sounds like over here. He's got another from all this. Just doesn't split it as big as
I feel a Martin Lawrence movie coming to one for this guy, one lung for that guy.
However, they should admit,
Look at this. 1 year smoke rate, 90%, all right. 3 year smoke rate. Wait, what's the stats on the is it that good? 10 years survival, about 33%. That movie is so bad. And he did one of them terrible. Because the alligator, and he says, we'll lug it. He just turned it into life. That's when he was like, he shoots an alligator, Running Man was right to build his man. No, that's crazy. Running Man is more of a classic movie than 6 Days. Classic. I met that alligator. Yeah. I use that alligator now. On the road. I'm not kidding. Gave it to Arnold Schwarzenegger and we recorded at his office. You love that alligator. If It was stuff rubber thing. That's hilarious. It's the one from the 6th day. Yeah. Slight flex by Nicholas. That's like 6 days. That's like 6 degrees of separation right there. Yeah. It's like that alligator business of the bacon. That's amazing. How about Nick? How about Nick from the back? I know.
Yeah.
I got
Hey,
low. Like
what's the
something
thing
low.
that will? Overview of month inspiration of the second director of his father, the Ellie Berry, and the Carlos,
I interviewed him. I know that alligator. You're fucking
they had another side. I just think what means by what it says after the house of society, again analyzing the very first chapter in Helen, which is lucky, fortunate is the person who does not know what happened to society. Who is that resources to have that's himself? Why should I call out Dara Plugga, who did not follow the path of the lazy star? Plugga's work there. Plugga, why should show you how the people never percent Papa didn't want to hear what the city and not get involved in therefore not refer to it. Did not follow the path of the Averas, would again it's also referred to Ramazino, so like I'm not you guys we did not live in that pleasure time society, why could they were people who live their lives sin daily? I remember having another story. It says I'm saying the very people 1 year like I tell you that people and they constantly sin before because
you're like a diva wide receiver.
Emotional racist, well, you have to not supposed to find it out well among those who are racist again, those cynical clowns, actually children of everything. So you have to, actually Christian, he did not settle down in the settlement of the Christian, suddenly because again, these people were very cynical. Now, interestingly, whenever it goes on, they keep their trophy from the yellow too, which is I know the list of the people who are constantly filled with watching the first so you don't necessarily have to bring it in with another video. It's the story that takes place later on, during the times of Simpsons, they
in his playing days, you're talking about he was all pro for a number of years. I mean, top 5 talent the last freaking 20 years. Monster.
And ultimately, he lived a life I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, and after they blinded him, they brought him out, but entertained them with all types of jokes. You see that the Blister people were interestingly, Rashi tells us that although he did live among the Blisters, in other words, among the people of Sodom, he did not live. They look at Rashi, so the Pasuk says, he said, Gar Be'ayam, this is the Yagar Avram, Eretz Philistine Avram, he dwelled in the land of the Philistine. So, myself. Exactly, as he says, it was very broad, he was being guard, the land of the Philistine was being Yeshiv. It's interesting, it says, Yeshiv Yaakov, the Eretz, the Ray of. And Shana points out, different types of life. Rashi himself says, that Bikish Yaakov was he wanted to live a life of relation. He wanted to be relation. He wanted to settle. So the refers to a person who settles down, joins within the community, becomes a member of that Kehillah. Like Yagar is not more than temporary dwelling. The person happens to be there. This is who lived among the Philistines. However, he did not.
Yo, what's up, Dylan?
Why? Because he saw as soon as he started people were making jokes. Now again, it was
Hear me, big dog?
I can.
What's new? How are you? How are you?
I'm good. How are you, man?
Excellent, my man. I know you were here earlier with Connor. Yeah, are you guys friends?
Yeah, we know each other.
Okay, very well. Well, what's good in your world?
Nothing really. Had this debate on modern day debate. Should the U.S. cut ties with Israel? They're debating that. They have two yes positions, two no positions, like, people.
Okay. Where are you watching that?
YouTube.
Oh, very well. All right. Do you like to watch YouTube?
I do.
Excellent. Who are your favorite YouTubers?
I'm not even sure I have a favorite, but I watch so many different videos.
All right. What kind of videos do you like aside from debates?
Like either political videos or something about life or history or debates, like I'd already said. Music, of course. Stuff about philosophy, religion, all that stuff. Theology.
Well, very well. Excellent. Do you like documentaries?
Sometimes, yeah. I occasionally will watch a documentary.
All right. Do you have what are your hobbies? Aside from YouTube, do you like to golf? Do you like to run? Do you like to swim?
I like to video game. I like to outside walk. Look at the beauty around me if I can, or just enjoy walking. Some occasional compose music for the piano. I talk with people on here. Stuff like that.
Excellent. Well, that's great. All right. Well, I'm just chilling, watching Jewish lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Gotcha.
And all kinds of rumors to say about Yaakov Avinu, about his children, and therefore goes far. It doesn't look the same. Ultimately, the bottom line is when Rashi Sanei Hadar, in the times of Avraham Avinu, that's what he was talking about. He was talking about the Plishtim that were with Tzanam all the way back in the beginning. And Avraham Avinu that you could sometimes live in a neighborhood, but you could stay away from any neighborhood, a community, a whole city, but stay away from the people who are not good. So that's what it means. Yeah, that Avraham Avinu, he did live among the Plishtim, but he was lo yashab. He did not settle down as a member of that community because he realized that, generally speaking, they made jokes out of everything, which was important. Plus, the Gemara continues by darshaning several more psukim, which discuss the unfortunate lifestyle. Ashrei ish, Yirei Hashem. This is not the very first pasuk. This is also a pasuk in Tehillim, but this is much later on. This is 50 minutes. To a man, not to a woman. The reason we have this is because it said Ashrei Ha'ish. Ashrei Ha'ish refers to as opposed to somebody else. In other words, what it says that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender specific, but Ashrei Ish sounds much more like it's gender specific. And therefore, they want to ask, why did you say Ashrei Ish? Sure. Amar Bab Ashrei Lisha. That's the truth about Yeshua. Ish does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman. Rather, it refers to a young person. But what it means is, unfortunately, the person who does receive it repents from his mistakes when he's younger. Why? When a person is younger, there's a lot more strength, a lot more to evaluate with a different life. When a person gets older, it's much harder to change. But later on, Levi says, actually, this guy will use the ish, and the class there, a man, anybody, but the term ish, a strong person. So it was kind of like, man up and doing what's right. That's what the Pasuk was saying. Actually, the Pasuk was say that, but ultimately, Sodom and Pasuk was using the term ish, strength, which requires for us to be strong, and to fight over the Israel. Actually, Mishnah is got to use the ish, if it's also cup and both. Pasuk continues on and says, if it's also really wants to have a strong person. So fulfill this is Amar Rabbi Rothschild. Also, the Lord's kindness. Why? What is fitted by? He's motivated by the interest. He's not motivated by the prize, by the reward. I know that this is what the Mishnah. Omer, in the sentence. I think it's Yisrael. He said, "Boy, Omer, I'll feel Kavod Hashem since the Rav not to tell us. Not feel like a servant who serves the who serves his master because he's expecting wages. Ella, he serves his master even if you are not going to be rewarded. It's very interesting to see this. Considering out from the Gemara, it says, Ella Hayuk Avadim Mishamkus to be like servants who serve their master. Shelo Almanah for Kalapras. Shelo Almanah means not on condition that you will get a reward for it. You look at Rashi, the way that he writes it is Almanah Shelo Kalapras. The person who serves their master. Shelo Almanah for Kalapras means though he's not expecting a reward. The way Rashi says it is, Al Manah Shalom L'Kabel Pras, you won't get a reward. It sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when you read Rashi, that's not what it says. It says, hey, live what you know, to do it with his heart. Lomar Abdulu Ein Sof L'Kabel Star, oh, and it's Borei, the public. So what it means is, the way the word actually written in tomorrow is, first it says, Shemar is powerful, even, so that's a reward. In other words, it's get a reward, but and your servant is powerful, so you get a reward. Now, first it says things very interesting over here. First it says, Almanach Kabbalah, here is the Torah. So, don't be a person who serves the Kodesh only for the reward, and if you don't get it, you're going to be dressed in your face. In other words, the low level of the Russian, you don't have to be dressed in the mitzvah to get what you want. The most ultimate album, it's really, is video Torah. Wants to get a reward, does a particular mitzvah, because he wants to get the reward. When you naturally get the mitzvah, the person is not going to regret it. Similar to the Tanya Seller the person is donating a particular amount of money for tzedakah on the not on condition that the son never reports the Lema, already that tzaddik donor. Clearly, the person gives money to tzedakah. The right to give money to tzedakah, you articulate. I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want someone to have a full Lema. So what is that? That's the person who's doing it. How many national cattle plants? What do you work for? It's the double. What is
You know, 17 hours made me sad because I was like,
I just, I used to speed. reward. The problem is, he wants the reward. And if he doesn't get it, forget it. I shouldn't have done that. There's a problem.
So how about I don't know fucking baseball? My son's
Even though there's
IQ's
nuance
higher
difference in
baseball.
the actual terminology,
Like
he's
what
like,
Tigers hit
both
their ball,
Russians
like I don't
and
know
those of
techniques
the
and shit.
opinion that a person can do a mitzvah with the hope of receiving a reward, as a person is not going to regret doing that mitzvah if he doesn't get it. I will point out that there are those who say that the raya that Tosfos is doing is not a great raya, because he's talking about tzedakah. Tzedakah is a little bit different. Tzedakah so far has to be tzedakah. Tzedakah is one of those things which the Torah says, give it and guarantee it towards the raya. So if we're not from raya, nevertheless, nothing's wrong. Want to do reward as long as the person doesn't regret.
It's just procrastination. But inspiration is by doing. You're just supposed to
The Torah continue. In the Torah, sometimes a person desires Torah over Ra means also Torah element.
Is there
A person should not learn Torah.
It's kind of all been done.
Let the place in Torah
The person
enjoy Torah. Very important rule. You hear about this all the time. The Torah is so many years of Torah. Some people like to learn halacha. Some people like Adasa. Some people like to learn Torah. Some people like to learn this perception, another perception. A person should always learn Torah in a place where you're learning.
You know what I'm saying?
Shenema,
The problem
the
with
Torah
this is that
is so. Torah desires.
so bad. Not a lot
Again,
of kids.
Levi, you're sitting with the Rebbe. Levi and Sir the Rebbe were learning together. The Gapsis have made the Rebbe do it sitting in front of their Rebbe. They come up to Sidra. They were learning Chumash, and he saw it Sidra. They finished learning that particular section that they were learning. So again, Rashi says it was Harshia Sidra. They're learning nothing.
When they tell me I can't,
So they're learning too. In other words, they're learning Tanakh. They finished the particular phase, right? Now, to finish that paper, Levi said, you know what, after we finish the paper, let's learn this way. Let's learn this way. Shimon Rebbe on the Shimon Rebbe said, Omar, why should you want Chiluk? You guys think of an argument what they should learn that. Should they learn Chiluk first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Levi constantly leads the Isaac Chiluk. Levi overpowered him and said, we're learning Chiluk. That's what we're going to be doing right now. We're not going to be learning Mishlei. Why do you have to start playing? Just order us to that. You know what's first, and there's another reason that the bottom line is you're able to overpower him and say that we're learning Chiluk before we learn Mishlei.
did you post this? No, I should though, right? Yeah.
Another explanation is that you're also learning from also a lot of gear comes from the hill as opposed to Mishlei. Mishlei is the popcorn. First. So he wrote the Tehillah.
Every time I get into the ring, it starts to
That's the process of but he overpowered him. He started learning the Ashka Ish and all that.
Put the job in Brian Cap and
Ashka Ish, the whole Allah, there.
especially
Outside, son of America, son of Allah, Russia, Rachel, Yasha.
air conditioning.
In the Torah says got so. After they got up, learned this, I'm gonna come up. And what happened?
What happened?
Parish Rebbe, the Omar, Hina the Lama Torah. But the person should always learn Torah. Right then, Omar Levi smashed his hand on the table and said, Rebbe, a factor under your soul, loud. Permission to stand up. I got as a cheer. I did not want to hear this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei. Therefore, I'm going to the next room in the building. I'm going to do the Mishlei cheer. Have a nice day. Amar Medimi, Rakama, so also the Torah and the Torah, Baruch also what a bunch of us are going to do is desire. In America, it says, the Torah is a test of a person who teaches Torah, so Hashem will fulfill his desire. Amarava, all the Torah, Makom Shluva Kappa. It's really interesting. But up until now, we said, what that refers to? A place in the Torah. Always learn from a place in the Torah you have to learn. Here's the Makom Shluva Kappa. Says in our Shah, from the person who chooses everything next to Rebbe is able to learn from Rebbe that able to understand. Rebbe are great. Every Rebbe in every topic is a good shit. Sometimes the person finds the proper Rebbe to connect to. Therefore, all of the Adam desires for the end of the Torah. That's so again the same possible. Initially, who does the Torah belong to? The Torah Hashem. Initially, it refers to the Torah Hashem. Yachar Kach says in the Torah, so in his own Torah, Yom V'Layla, he will toil in day and night. So it switches from being called Torah to being a person's own personal gift. So Amar Rava, all of the Torah, a person should first learn Torah, afterwards he should toil in. And Emar, for testing the Pasuk, the Torah Hashem, other the Torah Yega, afterwards the Torah Yega. Understand what this means? There are certain people who sit down, they learn one line, without questions, and they want to ask all those questions right away, and then Gemara says that's not the way to learn. The first we have to do is we have to learn from understand what housekeeping. Understand what Gemara. Learn, know that you know if you ask so many questions so early, you're ignoring the fact that you answer my father. Remember when he was young kid, he's going to tell me, you have to get a great sight of the subject before you understand. You have to get a wide view of what's going on. First, learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara. Learn the If you 12 questions at that point in time, you ask 100 questions. Just start writing, start learning it. You might just spend all your time up with. You might find that you answer your question really on the next page. So first learn the affirmation, and then ultimately start learning it. That would be the best recipe for success. You're going to see passion in this. Let's see over here. First, a math. A lot of information, and then they should go ahead and toil it. My Rabbi Rothschild is always tell us. That when a person will learn, you have to be able to really know what. There are some people who be like to learn sales calls. Learning sales calls, learning field is necessary. You have to be able to understand the best of what's going on. But you have to always remember the basics. When you finish the subject, just in case the hour won't cover it. The person asks you what one of the things that are, and you forgot that. You don't have all the basics out that. Your kamura, your deal is very nice, beautiful. But this is the basics. This is part of the whole of the Torah. First, learn what does the Torah say. What does it say there? What are the words? I remember when I was in say, 11th grade. First get the what, and then get the why. You ask the why before you know the what, then the why is not relevant. Again, what's Gemara saying? All of the other Torah, first to learn Torah. Afterwards, where it says, the Torah says, hold on, linguist and English person to learn, the Mishkan, forget. So many people are going to say, what's the point of coming to this? I'm going to forget it anyway.
We're going to keep it under wraps.
But Rabbi says, do it. Learn anyway. He says, another even larger thing. The Aflagav will go my something to say, I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. What's the point in coming? Says Rabbi versus all of Israel, the Aflagav Yishka, he was hit. The Aflagav will go to my here's what he's talking about. Where it says, Dar sought not to eat the salad. In other words, Dar means kind of breaks himself. Sorry, here, Dar's not the Saba, Dar's some carrots, small pieces. Dar's goes big up. In other words, you have the best possible use to make grind it into a flour, and you can make bread. So some people don't have the ability to grind it into flour. What do? They break it into pieces and turn it into a bowl of porridge. I don't know, turn the granola bar. So it might not be a soft flour that you make into bread. Even if you can't get the beautiful final product of candy, Torah, and all the chef, still go ahead. Go as far as we'll see. That person should not stop it. The person should never say, you know what, I'm going to say this. It's like kind of tomorrow. I know what I'm talking about. There are processes that go through to try to get himself to understand. Relatively, if you start, you don't understand, then that's going to get to the place of understanding. Never start, not to understand it. Love asks the kind of consider how Yahweh. So the Muslim says, Shalom Narosel, Kishal, Gapi, the Roman card. Referring to the Torah, because the person is going to sit on Gapi. What is a Gapi? On wings. The wings, not a very comfortable chair, kind of from one place to the next. Sit on the chair, the person sit on the chair. So the person reads Torah. Ultimately going from one place to the next. Or sitting on a chair with a much more stable. Wasn't more stable. The person first starts learning without God. Much more stable. What you did was learning can be difficult. Very stable. The Silva can say ultimately at the end, yeah, much more again. It says the Rosh Hashanah. Initially, the Torah speaking of the Rosh Hashanah. It's up in the sky. Sibs, Ali Dara, other places, right there on your path. So what is it? You have to get it? Or is it on the path? What our answers, Tila, initially you feel like the rest of the Torah is up in the sky. But so that start as a burning to get. So again, what does it teach us? It teaches us once you start to reach out. The thought, after you actually start learning to learn about it. Color you left off. We'll ask the following spirit. Sin, just the pasuk, the same night before, right? Drink water from your sister from a pit. Sin, the nose limit of the Iraq. One place describes the Torah as being gathered together in a pit. Now what happens? You get water in the pit. You go and you drink it up. In another place describes the Torah as flowing from a well. The well doesn't get used up. Which one is it? Is Torah something that ultimately gets wisdom to draw from it, or is it actually going to be there? This sounds and feels like you're drinking from your bar. So, that's a learning. And those would self-taking that person to be drawing from flowing down of water again. Water is very thorough, very close, multiplied.
Tell me when you want me to. We're going to get pizza, so you can't eat that on there. I was going to move the mic. You guys go first.
What is the possibility? So it says, Tone may Hevel give up. Person who has hone, a lot of wealth. Hevel from nothing. Ultimately become nothing. So again, two buses. Hone the Hevel was Kinas, the Kovik Hayad Yerba. Two buses in initially, right?
The one guy
Yes, initially. First we have only Hevel, not a lot of nothing. The Yarba will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person grabs a lot at once, will have a little bit. Person grabs a little bit, will have a lot. Mar explains, it's also on the Kavilos, this Nayik. The person it's going to happen is, it's not going to happen. One, overload the circuit, tons of information, you're not going to retain it. The Skovitz al Yad, you don't know, Yerba, ultimately you'll have a lot. Rabba says, Yadi Rabbanu Bahadosa, Tacham Shov after the Yadi too much too quick, the Aliyah. The desire for learning Torah is so strong, you just want to consume as much of it as possible. But not for Yitzchak, Ana, Avidisha, and the other. I ultimately follow this advice, execute what I learned, and ultimately take it in my hands. So again, this is what I mentioned before. You have to keep this balance. Earlier we learned that before a person starts dwelling on things, you have to first amass a lot of knowledge. So Gemara warns us though to say don't do too much too quick. That's why Baruch Hashem we have a Chazar here before Daf Yomi, because if you just learn Daf Yomi, every day is 2 Daf, then you can just go more and more and more and more trying to retain it. Join the Chazar a couple of days, spend the day reviewing it, come back the next morning to review it before the year starts, and this is something to be able to retain and end up staying with you. Amar Rav Shizki, Shmei Mazariah, Haida Sev, what is the pasuk when it says, Lo Yachro V'Yah, says it literally means to roast, or to cook, or to burn. The Ramiyah is a swindler, but again, swindler because he's trapping. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey. Lo Yifya, Lo Ya'aref, Zayin Haram. In other words, what he means to say is if the person works too quick, he's not going to be able to get the pasuk bringing up this point. The Rashi points out that the word Lo Yachro, it's kind of like the word Lo Yifya. You see the first word Lo Yifya is Yosef, and the second word Lo Ya'aref, it's Yachwick. It's Yifya and Yaref together, so Lo Yachro means ultimately not be able to roast his prey. What happens if he's just quick? Teshis on Teshis said the same thing, just read it differently. He said, Zayin Harama Yachre. The way he read it was, it's Zayin Harama, it's ultimately good roast. In order to explain Yosef and Dini, Amar, he explained what they both meant was, Mashal obviously such a part. This is a parable to a person who's transitory. If you catch one and then you break it between dreams, so what happens is, well, this guy he catches one, he flips the wings, now it stays there. He catches another one, he flips it, and it stays there. However, if he doesn't do that, and you have bird, he puts it on the floor, and guess what happens? As you catch the second one, so the same thing you start the Torah. First, just words so much and so quick, that's when any time they get, it's not going to stay with him, similar to a bird strapping your body. The pasuk continues. Be like streams uprooted on the streams of water. Each shasel will look into a person has to be each shasel, like a tree that uprooted itself and goes from one place to the next, rotates into another, like a tree that's in one place. Which means a woman told the Rav Achad, someone who only has one Rebbe, ain't Noah sitting drunk for the Olah. Not going to see some drunk. Why? You have to have some elements of the freedom to your day. Throughout your life, you have to be different day. Every has something else able to get to a Talmud. You can't get everything from only one. That would be asking for a the ability to be able to attend one share in the morning. It's very important for a person to have both bands. Of course, Mishnah says the same for Rav. You have a Rav, that person comes to Rav, that person comes to Rav, that person comes to therapy, that person consistently be able to develop your path of life. When it comes to learning Torah, a person must be able to learn Torah from various different bands. Every single Rebbe else, you have to walk when a person cannot sing the Rebbe. Although we're Kista of Rabbana, Kista told his Talmidim, you know the angel of Kunosha is the Tina Shavkisu. I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that you guys are going to bounce. But I was Lisu and you go somewhere else. But he ultimately says to them anyway. So Lomer Torah Rabbi you only learn Torah on one Rabbi. Eino Rosh Hashanah you have to learn exactly has Shimon Bracha for your whole life. And what happened? Everyone got up. Also, Kamei the Rava, he went to learn by the other brothers, both the streets. All right, yes, Rabbi, to be honest, he tells Talmidim, I enjoy the fact you come to my share. Continue coming to my share. Don't stop coming to my share. In between this share, one looks with across the street. The road here is something as well. Sorry, he said to this is only with regard to our Gemara, the Rav, and other. When it comes to Gemara, you have to wonder. What he's saying is when it comes to Gemara, the thought process, you have to be able to understand the different people have different thought processes. Because Baruch gave Ayin part of the Torah so many different ways of seeing the Torah. You can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of Gemara, we don't really have that problem already down for us now. When it comes to the text of Gemara, Rav, and other, the one Rebbe, the thousand of the base, will lift the list. You have different actual texts. You have to give a source for self-esteem. Top success of it. Al-Pali Mayan, continues. Number of times in Barakani life. Oilam, Vishali, Adam, Spinoza, person to divide his years, to lift to make a third of his life, additional third of his life, and split the Talmud, a third of his learning Gemara. Hold on a second. You are implying the person knows how long he's going to live. It takes little years to try to the three. You that in it, Kamakaye. Has the person after you know how long he's going to live, once he's sick of living younger, Gemara says every person wants after he lives to live to a take 123. You get 40, 80, and then 120. 120 that's the way at 80, 90, 100, you lost an over years in tomorrow. Gemara says, no, there needs to be yomi. You look at Rashi says the yomi. Days Yom and Mikra. Sunday and Monday you learn Shabbat. Days Yom and Mishnah. So that's Tuesday and Wednesday, and then you have Thursday and Friday tomorrow. You get Shabbos according to Rashi. You can review everything you learned throughout the whole week.
But this is how I know.
However, Tosfos says differently. You look at Tosfos, he's the Kaknira, Folio, every single day. Look how particular according to Milton. In davening, every single morning, you have Sukkah Talmud, you have Sukkah of the Talmud, the Mishnah Gisel Makoman, the Mishnah Gisel Makoman, the Christ of the Shkal, you have the Christ of the Shkal, the person of the daven, follows through the sitter, then you learn Mikra, you learn Mishnah, and he learns Gemara. However, he says this is very important. Here we go down. The Talmud, Gemara every single day. What happens? Dayayin is good enough for us. Why? The mission will accomplish just today. In our oven, we learn Sukkah. We have Helen, Islay, we learn Dayayin. We're learning Gemara. Learning the page of Gemara gives you the opportunity to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that's what Gemara means. Every single day, a person has to learn some kind of Sunday talked about. The pasuk continues. That the period of Esau is prince will give in your time. However, if you can be the Vallejo, the person goes to be Vallejo, the next for day, Vallejo will fall, and the branches of the leaves will not wither. Wow, versus the downward Torah all the time, not a bit in the Torah. Then Alalove, the Alam Alame discussion on both the Rebbe and the Talmud, the Pasuk says, the thing where Hashem in the most the Torah like the sky is like smoke, to be like the shaft that goes upon. Amar the Rabbi Abba, Amar Rabuna, Amar Rav. Bible says it says that there have been many victims of her. No, ultimately, what does refer to in this context says how much Loikia Laura just refers to how much who did not ultimately reach the stage of life where you should be constantly Shilohs. The Torah does nonetheless. The Bible continues and says that the strong ones are those who were killed, that Talmud Laura, which refers to a Talmud that reached the point of Hara, the Eno Mare is not possible. But Kama, when is that? Nen, Nin, the person reaches 4 years old. The Gemara says, hold on a second. In other words, the Gemara says you have to be very careful with this balance. Because if you have a Talmud who's really Kiyah, he's not at the proper age, the proper stage of life to be constantly silent. He's constantly silent nonetheless. Then there's going to be a lot of victims of eroding the society. Similarly, the person is supposed to be constantly, and he does not pass the victims of the fact that he could alter the Torah. I want this section on going to the top. The really biggest notion is, it's funny with hindsight, what has to justify why he's writing this piece. About it because the biggest post in America. Even the posting of the United States of America, it's important if you have some time to read the Hakdama, the introduction to the Seder of Russia. It explains why he feels it's okay for him to talk to Saturday. But again, this is the attitude the person has to have. When an answer is to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information, but recognize you're going to be a person talking in shadows prematurely and be victims of your erroneous fact. But similarly, you have information to share, and then they'll be victims of your lack of fact. Now, the Gemara Harava, he wasn't 40 years old, constant child. Why? How do you know that he wasn't 40? Rabbi tells us he died. So the Gemara says, in his time, he was equal to everybody in the community. Therefore, he comes upon him to have the open sacks for the greatest. But Leil and believe the branches do not wither. Amar of Acha, Bar Rav, Amar of Ada, even the chatter of the tunnel through the Talmud, you have to spend time understanding it. So never, for it says, and the branches will not wither, but they ultimately going to be successful in everything that they do. So again, nothing that comes out of the mouth, comes suffer, is born with Kalim, and the Talmud says is something is up. Already Shula Levi. Numbers like us the Torah, the Son of the Yim, Shul's Kushivim. The fact that a person will be successful to learn a lot of Torah is written in the Torah, the prophets, and it is repeated the third time in the writings of the Sufis. What does it say? Torah, I think it will only be successful is where does that sleep of life? Where does that come from? The Torah, where's the reading of the Torah? That's it. The Sivya Brisa, those that see the man, Taskilu is called Asher Tasi. Taskilu is to be smart, wants to be successful. All that you do, Shalom, the Redeem, the Sid, Yamash, the Torah should not be removed from now. But Yisa, Yom, you should toil in the day and night. My Tishma, last you call it Tasabal. If you watch, working and fixing it, because ultimately, if you do that, follow this script, then you will see after be successful in all that you do. That Haskell and smart and successful. third time they stood it. We just read this. Give it to us. Delilah, Hayash, Shasel, Al-Hazimayim, Ashapir, and would be like the two by the streams of water. Ashapir, the fruits will give at the right time. Al-Leo, the evil, the branches will not wither. Paul, Asher, Yasa, Yasbiya. First, we'll do the rest for success. Knockers ready Alexandria tomorrow. Rabbi Rothschild used to make some announcement. Man boy, run up to him with Gabe. Running up and say, yes, I want to live. Amri would say, have lunch, say to him, give us life. Say to them, who is one who loves life? So don't be going tomorrow. You'll merit with like so many rabbis say, don't turn away from that is good. Seven Yom Harazam, person might myself back. Holy, Alien, take up gap. In other words, I'll have long, happy, healthy life. Keep us Torah. No. So many rabbis say, no. They're turn away from that, but do good. And Torah refers to remember, it says you like a children's recipe. So if you know the person who Torah, not good enough, not to be good Torah, the person has to actually learn Torah as well. We're going to get to the Mishnah. Yeah, we keep up. When you go to the base of Marathon, when you go to the bathhouse, when you get to the kippah, there's a little dome on the top where you put the Torah, what can speak of the ball, when you stop, Omer Balazar or Yochanan. And Bada, if he does build it, Torah, what is not to get paid for it. Or it's just of course you get paid for it. The Shafti was the covenant. The Shafti was the covenant. Bein Rabbi Shmuel, it's not actually built in the Zara, this is the same about the Zara. How did you get hung up with that? Versus, until it's actually served. There's no reason why we would get paid. Well, this is the elements of the master. It's actually an actual item. Honey. That we're also right here is built. So until it is served. Shop, you can understand why he's letting it fail. That's why it has to be said. Now the Omar said was covered Masur Biyad. Of course, what it was also right away. Why do you have to say? Rabba Mahula, this is the other Makashakra. He talks about the final blow that's necessary to be able to make this Zara. The words of the book is called the non-Zara law. What turns it into a Zara? The Gemara Malacha. The English having Gemara Malacha. When did the Gemara Malacha happen? Nakashako with the last blow. There's no Shama fruit in that last blow. That's all the initial blows until then. Daria, you're allowed to do it. When did the Gemara Malacha the last blow? Every time you get a blow, he goes for his left. Therefore, you let benefit from the Alak Kasavar. We see, yes, it's true about self. When you work with somebody else, you get paid for each individual act. It doesn't get paid until the end. That's when each act adds up to get what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than some fruto. That's what he is allowed to get paid. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
I have my fault. Other people have their fault. But have you seen this level of people around somebody have to just and expose them? And relatively speaking, I mean, there's actual celebrities that you don't see this. You don't see, as much bad stuff that's been said about Alex Baldwin. There's footage of him looking bad at one of his kids' baseball practices. I'm sure real life Alex Baldwin is probably like an 8 amongst other regular people. You don't see this about even people who we hate. Like Bert Kreischer. As much of a douche as Bert Kreischer is, I don't see Bert's daughters. I don't experience that. One of his daughters' recitals or something. I'm uploading footage or daughters. Bert's really a piece of crap in real life.
and Eretz Yisrael in America to speak the arrival of the Shia on May. We also thank Daniel and Bachel Kava for sponsoring all the students of the month in commemoration of the second yard of Bachel's father, which was to the Aryeh of Philadelphia, which was the seventh of Tammuz. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and over 100 descendants. So Shara should have an Aliyah of the Gan Eden, and the family should have the bathhouse all of the children. We're going to pick up on the bottom of the text with the words Amar Shmuel Bar Nachmani, Amar Rabbi Yonasan. Bar Nachmani says, Rabbi Yonasan, they added on the side. What do we mean by what it says? Again, analyzing it in Hillim, which is lucky, fortunate who is and does not go with things that refer to the top of the test column. Zal Hamavinu is Ravinu. Why shall I halach by Anshe Dara? He did not follow the path of the ways of the Dara. There were people who go to this massive take the tower, which they were going to use to wage war against the Dara. Why should I show you how you people never for some public live in one year within the city? And he did not get involved in such a group. Therefore, that refers to a religion. He did not follow the path of those who commit Averas. Again, the text refers to a religion. He did not live and did not spend his time with the people of Sodom. Why? Because they were people who lived their lives in sin and stayed away from them. Remember, we have noticed where it says, the people of Sodom, Goyim, Chantayim, Hashem, bad people, and they constantly sin before God. It continues to say that and then it says, what awaits him, among those who are awaits him against the clowns, constantly.
That tarantula took my soul.
So Yosef, I yelled settle down.
So loud at something. When I went down to pick up Russell's shoes, that thing was like this, the size of my hand, like curled the size of my hand, and I freaked out. I don't know to burn the house down, or just get over it. Still don't know what to do.
Later on, and was somebody who was quite an experienced life, and then and ultimately he lived a life which was unique to him. Again, his life was captured by Christian, and after they blinded him, they brought him out, going to entertain them with all types of jokes. You see this, the Christian people who are supposed to joke. Interestingly, Rashi tells us that Avraham did live among the Christians. In other words, among the people, so he did not live. Look at that, because the prophet says, he said, Gar Beinayim, the Sid Bayag, Gar Avram, the Eretz Christian Avram, he dwells in the land of the Christian. I saw in the exactly part. He says it's a very big difference between Avram being Gar in the land of the Christian and being Vayesha. It's interesting. It says Vayesha Yaakov, the Eretz Ure of it. I'm trying to point out that there are two different types of life. Rashi himself says that Bikish Yaakov Leishay B'Shalva. He wanted to live a life of Leishay. He wanted to be Leishay. He wanted to settle. So the term by Yeshev refers to a person who settles down, joins into the community, becomes a member of that Kehillah. By Yagar, it's not called the temporary Yagar. The person happens to be there. He lived among the Philistines. However, he did not kind of integrate into that community. Why? Because he saw as soon as he started noticing these people were making jokes. Now again, it was the son of point out that the son of Hadar had all types of rumors to say about about Yaakov Avinu, about his children, and what's the same. Ultimately, the bottom line is when Rashi refers to the Samei Hadar, the time of Avraham Avinu, that's what he's talking about. He talks about the Plishtim were the son of all the way back from the beginning, and Avraham Avinu recognized that you could sometimes live in neighborhood, you could stay away from the whole city, but yet you stay away from people who are not good. That's what Avraham Avinu, yes, he did live among the Plishtim, but he was really shut up. He did not settle down as a member of that community because he realized that generally speaking, the jokes that are important. Plus, the Gemara continues by darshaning several more psukim which discuss the portion like Ashrei Ish. Yirei, as I said, this is not the very first pasuk in Tehillim. This is also a pasuk in Tehillim, but this is much later on. This is Ashrei Ish. Yirei es Hashem, Ashrei Ish, Oloi Ashrei. You certainly want to hold on. Why is this specifically relevant to a man, not to a woman? Why say Ashrei Ish? Now, why did we ask this earlier? The reason we asked this said Ashrei Ha-Ish. Ashrei Ha-Ish refers to this person as opposed to somebody else. In other words, what it's telling us is that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender specific, but Ashrei Ish sounds much more specific. Therefore, I ask, why did you say Ashrei Ish today, Ashrei Isha?
It's a completely different.
Rama said, Ashrei Isha is a truth of Kishu. In this case, Ish does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman. Rather, it refers to a young person. So what it means is, the fortunate person who does pursue and repents from his mistakes when he's younger, why? Because the person is younger. There's a lot more strength, a lot more ability to be able to reevaluate living a different life. Once the person gets older, it gets much harder to change. Yeshua Levi says, Ashrei Ish Misgaver Yitzchak Ish. Again, doesn't necessarily mean a man, but the term Ish means like a strong person. In other words, kind of like man up and do it what's right. That's what the pasuk is saying. Ashrei Ish Misgaver. To say that, but ultimately, the bottom line is, pasuk was using the term Ish to describe the requires for him to be strong and to fight up his evil heart. Ashrei Ish Misgaver Yitzchak Ish. The mitzvot of Chafetz Chaim. Pasuk continues on and says, mitzvot of Chafetz Chaim. He has wants and he has a strong desire. The mitzvah Amar, Rabbi Rothschild. The mitzvot of the Lord is why is motivated by? He's motivated by the mitzvot. He's not motivated by the pride, by the reward. How do God is the Mishnah? Who are the Omer? He says, not be like the servant, but he serves his Baruch, who serves his master, because he's expecting wages. Ella, and you have other Sarab, so flow on the Nasa Kalafas. Be like the servant who serves his master, even if you're not going to be rewarded. It's very interesting just to see this. Look at the specific terminology in the Gemara. It says, Elahayut Avadim is allowed to be like Shalo Almanah Kalafras. Shalo Almanah vision that you will get word for it. Look at Rashi. The way that he writes it is Almanah Shalo Kalafras. There's a nuanced difference between he serves their master, Shalo Amanas Kalafras means even though he's not expecting a reward. But the way Rashi says it is, Almanas unconditional Shalo Kalafras. He won't get a reward. That means it sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when we read Rashi, that's how he says. He says, you should do it with his heart. So star always the words actually written in tomorrow, which is first it says even they don't get reward. In other words, have to get a reward. But I'm going to show you guys even if it doesn't get a reward. Now, Tosfos actually says Tosfos says, Almanas here's the Torah. Don't see a person who serves the Kodesh only for the reward. And if you don't get a lesson, in other words, he can go ahead and regret doing the mitzvah, he doesn't get what he's Ocean Avon says clearly. In Eino Noah, the person wants to get a reward, he does a particular mitzvah because he wants to get the reward. But he's not going to regret the mitzvah. Avon Eino Noah, Dami Lahada Damino Karakami Kovasra, Karakami Satan, Rosh Hashanah, Tanya, another person is not going to regret it. Similar to the Tanya Sela Zela Tzedakah, person is donating a particular amount of money for tzedakah, should get the need on condition that his son, Zera Rua Shalema, Arei Sabbath,
It's hot. It's
summer. Clearly, the Gemara says the person gives money to tzedakah. Why do you give money to tzedakah? We articulate, I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want someone to have a Rua Shalema. So what is that? That's the person. Alvin Nafs the cattle price. He wants to reward from it. Says Tosfos, it's a type of Gomor. Why is it a type of Gomor? The answer is, even if the child is not going to have a real fatal, it's not going to be money. In other words, he still likes the fact, proud of the fact, he's happy with the fact that he did this mitzvah. But again, he wants to do the reward. So Tosfos tells us that there's nothing wrong with wanting a reward. The problem is the person wants the reward, and he doesn't get it. He says, forget it. I shouldn't do that. That's what it is.
I've had tarantula.
So there's this nuance difference in the actual terminology. His opinion that a person can do a mitzvah with the hope of receiving a reward, as long as the person is not going to regret doing that mitzvah doesn't get it. I will point out that there are no specific raya that Tosfos brings is not a great raya because he's talking about tzedakah. Tzedakah is a little bit different because tzedakah, as Baruch says, who you know, that was a tzedakah. In other words, tzedakah is one of those things because Baruch says, give it a guarantee it will be over raya. And if it's not a perfect raya, nevertheless, both Rashi and Tosfos are the opinion there's nothing wrong with wanting the reward as long as the person doesn't regret doing the mitzvah.
He's cute.
The Torah continues. It says, the Torah sometimes a person desires the Torah, a person cannot learn Torah unless it's a place in the Torah that the person enjoys. It's a very important rule at the same time that there's so many areas of Torah. Some people like to learn halacha, some people like to learn like Adata. Some people like to learn Chumash, some people like to learn this Masechta, another Masechta. Person always learn Torah. Learning, Shenemar, Torah is his desire. Something he likes. Again, that's the reason for Torah versus find himself learning something from the garden. Levi, the Rebbe was sitting in front of their Rebbe. The Kapasik Sifra, they were learning Chumash, and Solid Sifra. They finished learning that particular Sifra that they were learning. So again, Rashi says, Parshiot Shel Mikra, they were learning nothing. In other words, they were learning. They finished a particular sefer. After they finished that sefer, Levi Omar, Levi said, you know what, now that we finished the sefer, let's see one Mishnah. Let's learn Mishnah. Proverbs, right? Let's learn Mishnah. Shimon Rebbe said, Omar, let's see one Let's learn the same thing together. We got to the of an argument what they should learn that. So they learned Hillel first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Levi, the copy Levi, the Isaac. Levi overpowered him, so they learned Hillel. That's what we're doing right now. We're not learning it. Why did not become so explained? Over into that. Hillel comes first, and there's another reason that talks about it. Able to overpower him and say that we will lose them. The other explanation is now they sat there in front of the Rebbe and Kimatu Hacha. In other words, he overpowered him. He told him to get after Ish. But after Ish, the whole Hala. He gave the Torah to Shem Kapso. That's what they got up to. So they learned this out of Gemara. And what happened? Parish Rebbe, Omar, the person always learn Torah, place that they desire. Right then, Omar Levi slashed his hand on the table and said, Rebbe, Asafta Lanu Rishon, Lavo, you've given us permission to stand up and walk out of the seer. I did not want to learn from him this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei, and therefore I'm going to the next room in the building. I'm going to enjoy the Mishlei seer. Have a nice day. Omar Abadivi, Bartama, Kolosei Torah, and then he learns Torah to his Baku. Also, what Hashem is going to do his desire. Therefore, it says, keep the Torah, Hashem's Torah, so Hashem will fulfill his desire. Amar Rava, Olam Yilad Olam Torah Makom Shliva Chafetz. This is something interesting. Up until now, we said, Li Makom Shliva Chafetz. So what does that refer to? A place in the Torah. Always learn from a place in the Torah that you have a desire. Here's the Makom. It says the Marsha, being from the Rebbe, that a person enjoys learning from. A person has to choose to connect to a Rebbe that is able to learn from, a Rebbe that is able to understand. All Rebbeim are great. Every Rebbe in every Talmud is a good shidduch. Sometimes the person has to find the proper Rebbe that they can connect to. Therefore, the Olam Yilad Adam, being Makom Shliva Chafetz, the person is to learn from a place. If the desire is not for a certain pasuk, the end of Torah is not. So again, in the same pasuk, the person should find a place to learn where they feel comfortable and able to connect with the Rebbe. Initially, who is the Torah belongs to a Kadosh Baruch Hu? So, the Torah will be that person's own. It never says in the pasuk, Torah Hashem. Initially, it's referred to as Torah Hashem. Yachar Kach, it says in the Torah. So, in his own Torah, Yaga Yom V'Layla, he will toil in it day and night. So, switches from being Kadosh Baruch Hu Torah to being a person's own personal gift. So Amar Rava, a person should first learn Torah, afterwards he's toil it. The Nemar for testing prophet the Torah Hashem, other with the Rothschild Yeg. First the Torah Hashem, afterwards the Rothschild Yeg. You just understand what this means. Certain people to sit down, they will right away come up with all kinds of answers, not the way to learn. The first we do is you have to learn information. Gather, understand what it's telling you. Learn the Mishnah. Understand what the Mishnah is telling you. Perhaps learn the Gemara. After you've learned, go back and ask your questions. Because you know what, if you ask so many questions so early, you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might just be in the next line. My father, I remember learning with him as a young kid, he used to always tell me, he would say, you have to get a great type of the sugya or start understanding a wide view of what's going on. First, learn it. Learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara, learn a few pages. If you still have questions at that point in time, ask those questions. If you ask 100 questions, just to start writing, start learning it, you might just spend all your time not doing it. A lot of times, you might find the answer to your question is really on the next page. So first learn, gather information, and then ultimately you start to that will be the best recipe for success. We're going to see it's tough to consideration. Why is tomorrow later on? We do this. Let's see what's over here. First pass a lot of information, and then basically go ahead and toil it. My Rabbi, he's the one to tell us. So, that when a person learns, you have to be able to really know what the secret is talking about. There are some people who they like to do like to learn Pilpul. Well, it's beautiful. Learning Pilpul, learning Ian is necessary. You have to be allowed to understand exactly what's going on. But you have to always remember the basics. When you finish a sukkah, you just do an hour long Kabbalah. The person has to do what one of the teachers is and you forgot that. You don't have all the basics of that. Your Kabbalah, your Ibn. So it's very nice, beautiful. Basically. What I'm saying. First, what does the Torah? First, what does the Torah say? What does it say here? What are the words? I remember when I was in 9th grade, the Rebbe used to say, 11th grade, first get the and then get the why. It's important to know the why, then your why is not relevant. So again, what I'm saying, all the other Torah, after Kafka, that word is toil. It says, the Torah, the other Torah, hold on, you don't forget. So many people are going to say, what's the point of knowing this year? I'm going to forget it anyway. What does Rabbi say? Do it. Learn anyway. He says, another even more different. Some people say, I have no idea what's going on. What's the point of coming? It says, Rabbi, person of all of vigorous, you might forget it. We'll go to my drummer. He's talking about. Remember, it says, Garth now treat the salva. Garth kind of breaks himself desire. Garth now treat the salva. Garth does rush to flame. Garth comes to Geras. We're going to break it into small pieces. Garth is in other words, you have grain. The best possible use of grain, grind it with flour, and you can make bread. Some people don't have the ability to grind it with flour. What you do, you break it into turn it into a bowl of porridge. I don't know, turn it into a granola bar. So it might not be a soft, smooth flour that you can make into a bread. Even if you can't get this beautiful product of understanding Torah all the steps, still go ahead. Break it. Go as far as you can explain. The person not stopping the person has never said, you know what, I'm just kind of reading through the tomorrow, I know what we're talking about. There are processes when you have to go through it, try to get yourself to understand. But ultimately, if you start, even if you don't understand it, that's going to get to the place of understanding it. Never start, understand it, then you'll never start. 2 hours 50 minutes, that's not bad. Rabbi Rothschild says, Al Gape. The Pasuk says, Shalcha Narosel, take off the Torah. Referring to the Torah, so the person is going to sit on Gape, on wing. The wing is kind of flapping, kind of very comfortable chair, kind of going from one place to the next. You sit on two things, sit on a chair. So the person learns Torah is on wing, which is ultimately going from one place to the next. Or sitting on a keychain on a chair which is much more stable. Those who are such a Gila, when a person first starts learning, it's on Gape. It's much more unstable. It's much more hard to be stable in learning. It's difficult. You feel very unstable. So the keychain, ultimately, at the end, will be a much more stable ground on a chair. Sit. Then, it says Barosh Barosh. Initially, the Torah seems like this Barosh Barosh is up in the sky. Sid, Alidara. Another place says the Torah is right here on your path. So what is it? You have to, or is it on the path?
symmetrical basis.
What's the more answer? Tefillah initially can feel like the rest of the Roman. The Torah is up in the sky. But so, when the person starts, as a learning, he gets to the end, Alidara, and to give it that. So, what does it teach us? It teaches us everything to feel very far away. Once you start down, it's easy to see what's closer. You just thought, start learning to find out that it's right here. Our government numbers right here. Who will ask the following theorem? It says in the Pasuk, say 90 borays, drink water from your cistern, from a pit. Within those, we talk about Iraq. One place it describes the Torah as being kind of like gathered together in a pit. Now what happens if there's water in a pit? No, you drink it. Eventually it's going to get used up. Another describes the Torah as holy from a well. The well doesn't get used up. So which one is it? This Torah is something which ultimately gets used up. You draw from it, or is it? It's where the Kila, initially it sounds, it feels like you're drinking from your bar. It's community resources. You can use it all. So, learning, ultimately, it goes to happen as those with the rapper versus drawing ever down of water again. Those examples. Multiplies. The point is recognize I'm
gonna make a kid with him. He can only take so much as a man.
Well,
I had experience like this. My first wife was very beautiful, of course.
What is the possibility that says,
in this
person who has honed a lot of wealth, Hevel from nothing, ultimately come up. Again, interesting question. Only Hevel, only this is the question, and I think it's Mishnah, right? Yes, Mishnah. Person will have only Hevel, not person of a lot of nothing, end up with nothing. But only for God, gathers slowly, then God will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person a lot at once will have a little. Person grabs a little bit will have large plates. And also, other Kabilos, the person is going to just bundle together tons and tons of Torah. It's going to have to make it. Why? Because you overload a certain information, you're not going to retain it. When COVID tells a little bit, slowly, you're about ultimately going to have a lot. I'm a Rabbi says, Yadi Rabbana Belsa. How do you know about this? You know quick. The Alviyallah. The desire for learning Torah is so strong, you just want to consume as much of it as possible. But not for Yitzchak, I know, I visit I also follow this advice. I learn slowly, I conclude what I learned. So again, this is what I mentioned before. We have to keep this balance. Earlier, we learned that before a person starts dwelling in a person amass a lot of knowledge. The Gemara warned us, though, to say that don't do too much too quick. That's why Baruch Hashem, we have a Chazara before Daf Yomi. You just learn Daf Yomi, every day is a new daf. And you can just go more and more trying to retain it. So you learn it one day, spend reviewing it, come back the next morning and review it before the year starts. Like this is something that you're able to retain and ends up staying with you. Amar Rav Shizbi, Mishmei Delos Nazaria. Might have said, what is possible when it says, Lo Yachro Lemia Seder. Yachro literally means to roast or to cook, to burn. A Remia is a swindler, but again, he's a swindler because he's trapping animals. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey. Lo Yichya, Lo Ya'aref Yamin. Zayit Haram. In other words, what it means to say is if a person works too quick, he's not going to be able to gather what he has. That's bringing up this point. The Rashi points out that the word lo yachro, it puts together kind of like the compound of the word lo yachya. You see the first word lo yachya is the yachas, and the second word lo ya'aref
With your best
It's
shot.
got to be. If the Yara together, so the Yara means ultimately will not be able to roast the play. What happens is
This is
can't
Texas
do
Brian.
what Jason said the same thing, he said it differently. He said, Zayim Rabbi Yaakov.
I said, I'm about to buzz your
When
house.
he read it was,
It drives me
it
nuts.
sounds
You
like
say buzz your house.
it's Zayim Rabbi.
Oh, well, we're at the
He also
backyard.
the road. In other words, he explains just as Jimmy almost he explains what his whole defense was. Wants to does part. This is a parable for Rabbi. So in his fabric and like that, so we said, if you catch one and then you break its wings, you look at
and
its
then Brian and this giant red
you know what happens is, well, this guy knows. He catches one, cooks the wings, now it stays here. And he catches another one, cooks the wings, and it stays here.
You could land right there.
However, do that, wow, he was catch one bird, you put it on the floor, and guess what happens? As you catch the second one, the first one flies away. So the same thing between
I asked him like that.
God and Torah.
Brian,
Person just learns so much, so quick, digesting it, it's not going to stay with him. Similar to a person who's deaf. So, the months of
he's just cautious. He's dangerous.
all you have to do is just apologize. Do like on
He might be
of water. I'm
going to say buzz.
8 shots of water. Like you treat a split of food itself, the next rotate to another, but you see the branch, which means for a low Torah only has one judge. Noah, sitting roughly Noah. Not considered rough. Why? You have to have some element of diversity to do with that. Regular life, you have to get to the debate. Every judge has something else that you're able to get to accomplish. You can't get everything from only one revenue. That's a different situation.
His daughter is
Torah, attend one year in the morning, hear another year in the afternoon, and Jason that certain rebellion can be a full Torah from so many different sources. So it's very important to most of the rebellion. Of course, we just say with Harab, you have a rough that puts you in the consistently you'll develop the common right. When it comes to learning Torah, first let's get to learn Torah from Darian, every single Rebbe is something else. You have to walk in, but you cannot limit themselves to only one Rebbe. I'm going to look this though, Rabbana. Mr. told, he's coming the email is the angel of Milsa. I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that if I tell it to you, you guys are getting out. But I'm pleased to go somewhere else. But the ultimate says to many of us, so Roman Torah, Bethod, only learn Torah. And what? You're not going to have a for your whole life. But what happened? Everyone got up, but also I made the Rava, went to learn other Rava across the street to Rava. All right, so Rabbi has to be honest and tell us I enjoy the fact you come to my share. Continue coming to my share. Don't stop coming to my share, but in between this share and the next one, go to my across the street. The Rava Abalahu, how do you need to start? He said that this is only with regard to start. I will tomorrow the Rav has a husband. When it comes to tomorrow, it's one Rav. What he's saying is when it comes to person's tomorrow, person's thought process, you have to be able to understand that different people have processes because Baruch is I am part of so many different ways of seeing the story. You can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of tomorrow, you usually have that problem already down for us now. When it comes to tomorrow, the Rav has an other. So one Rebbe, James, so look at this we have where you have different actual texts. You have to get the story from one Rebbe. I'll call you mine, supposed to continue. Number of times the bar having life. Oila, the college other Spinoza versus the divine is here. And a third of the time is learning tomorrow. Mark, hold on a second. You are required to how long it's going to live. They take 5 weeks to 3. Y'all got fish. Count up. Has the person actually know how long he's going to live? Or is it your name? The Gemara says every person who wants to believe they will just show out some life. You get 40, and that's all time. He's going to find that if he passes away at 80, and he's 100.
So close with the jam.
We lost all those years in tomorrow.
By the way, one coyote takes
Or it
everything
says,
out.
no, that means the
Deers with no
Baby jumping, Sunday and Monday, you know, stomach. Baby jumping, so that's Tuesday and Wednesday, Lord, and then you have Thursday and Friday, you learn tomorrow, and you have Sabbath, according to Rashi, you learn throughout the whole week. However, he says the cotton, you don't the polio every single day. It will not take you according to this. Sunday, in davening every single morning, we have Sukkah at Talmud, Sukkah of the Talmud, Ishnas, a Zel of Talmud, and the Shais of the Zel of Talmud, the price will be small, the prices of the Gemara will be small. The person who's davening follows through the sitter, that you know, Mikra, you know, Mishnah, and he learns Gemara. However, he says it's very important. The elevated job. Every single day. We come to that only every single day. What happens? Vayeru is good enough for us. Why? To follow the Mikra, the Mishnah, the Talmud. Just today, in our oven, we learned Sukkah. We have Helen, in Mishlei, we learned Shayim. We're learning Gemara. Just learning the page of Gemara we feel to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that's for me every single day. A person learns some Talmud, some Mishnah, some Gemara. The Gemara continues that Shapir his fruits will give in their Samaraba. His theories can be put into Galileo. The first book we call they eat the Torah learns Torah every single day. Galileo completes benefit. Galileo is called and the branches, the leaves, we're not with it. The lab is now learn Torah all the time, like the bit from the Torah. Then our Lome, the Alam and Lame discuss on both the Rebbe and the Talmud. The Pasuk says, "Locain Rasham in Kamos Hashem the time of rock." This Torah is not going to ultimately be like notes. Rabbi Abba, Amar Rabuna, Amar Rabbi says, what Pasuk says that there have been many victims of her in the for Arizona, ultimately what that reflects that Talmud shall heal her Talmud did not ultimately reach the stage of Shiloh, but more nonetheless. The Pasuk continues and says that soon as the strong ones are those who were killed. The Talmud should heal over to a Talmud to reach the point of Hora. The Eino Mara is not hot. But Talmud, when it's not hot, can't sin, the person reaches 4 years old. Be very careful with this balance. Because if he's low Hora, he's not at the proper age, the proper stage of life to be passing inside. The child nonetheless. Then there are going to be a lot of victims of this erroneous society. Similarly, the person is supposed to be passing and he does not pass him, then he'll be victim to the fact that he's an orphan Torah. I want to spend some time going to the biggest Moshe. Moshe is in hindsight. Moshe has to justify why he's writing his Jews. We know Ramon has the biggest posting in the United States in America. The posting of the United States in America, it's yes of time to read the Haftarah, the introduction to Sefer Ikros Moshe. He explains why it feels okay for him to pass in silence. But again, this is the attitude a person has to have when a person has to silence to recognize there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information. There's going to be a person who passes
East and Russia and in China, and you're forgetting who busted their ass to get you to where you're at. You didn't do it alone, amigo. You did it from these journalists like Luke Thomas, Mike Garrett, and busted their ass and got into fucking major corporations and started shouting from the rooftops, hey, look at us. These are activists in conflict. And you're forgetting, well, you left all of them in the fucking Vatican right now.
And believe the branches were not with
And we get this. And this is where there's a breaking down fights.
the chatter of physical comments.
This would be like the fucking MLB.
That answer says the label the evil and the branches with her, partially after the ultimate successful. Again, that brings that comes out of the now, Tom Truckle.
It's so short-sighted, it's fucking over the spot. And I'm here for it, but you can go. Understand what they're views, but you cannot forget
the person will be successful.
those guys did it right fucking along the
third
way.
time in
As
the right
journalists, they can be in anything, any category.
was sake of hosting the
You're
Torah,
gonna be a fucking bastard all over the fucking
the ultimate be
politics.
successful
You know,
in
shit.
business.
You're talking after the legit journalists. They
Where
do
does that
all
come
these
from?
other
The Torah
sports.
written in the
They
Torah.
chill the
Mark the city
UFC.
of Rissa, those that she's
And you're
yourself,
completely
the
forgetting
man
about
is called Asher Tam. That's you need to be smart, to
because
be
they might ask you
successful.
a question you don't like,
In both
so you ban them from the fucking press conferences. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Are you fucking Putin?
At least the Yomu Balayla is spoiled the day and night.
The
My
smartest man
sister
in the
loves to
sport
call Custom
can't
Balls.
go to
If
the
you want
fucking
to
events.
it, he odds, that's
What
the
the fuck are we doing?
ultimately, if you do that, follow the script,
Again,
anything will
but you
stay
can
up
have
to
both.
successful in order
Have
to
them at the
But
press conferences
Castile
going to hold your
and
feet to the fire.
being
They're not
smart,
looking for gotcha moments.
so
They're actually asking well-thought-out questions that a lot of us who are in the sport want to know. Or you can just continue to do this. You keep shoving fucking slap like goddamn throats. You can do that.
by the students of water, I start
Or you can
preparing
cruise control and
heat though.
forget about the UFC, what you are.
At the right time,
And then go pro
branches
Canelo
will not
Crawford
call
and just fuck us. Hey, that's what he's doing. You can do that. Play the shitty fucking clip. I have nothing against the netbooks. My issue is if you can do the netbook, you can also do actual journalism in a whole different environment. Again, all those guys I mentioned, they're not taking gotcha moments.
front of the also run up there
They
in
know the
Gabe.
sport
Running
better
up
than
and say,
anyone
yes, I
on
want
your
to live.
staff,
Henry would say,
any of
I'm
these YouTubers, any of these
Give us
influencers.
like
They actually
to them.
are going to ask
Leo
you
is
questions.
the tells us
Those are
who
professionals. The
is
sport
one.
that
So
love
Mike
it actually want to know that we don't get. So you get these weird conspiracies. That's what's going on. Ask
merit
them fucking
was like
questions.
Stormy Rabbi said, no, turn away from that. Go. Shelby, you'll
Play
know
the
also
shitty
might say,
cupcake
I did not use up some horror there for me down here, but I held myself back from speaking poorly. Alien was skyrocketing. Now we're going to take a long gap. In other words, I'll have one happy, healthy life. Stormy Rabbi said, no, it's going to wait for bad, but do good. And so the Torah told you what to remember. Tell the person that's not good enough to not see what's else, and that's actually to learn Torah as well. You're going to get to the keep up. Mr. Torah, when you build the base of America, when you build the bathhouse, when you get to the keeper, the little dome on the top of the Torah, stop the ones that are there. And Fana, God's Torah look is trying to get paid for it. Teach of course you get paid for it. The Shamsi is the Shamsi, the Covenant, the Shamsi is the Covenant, Beta is the small, Beta is the and the Surah. It's not actually going to go. You let it get from that versus the budget itself is actually served. There's no reason why you wouldn't get paid. And the hearing of the mystical element becomes Nasta. It's actually building the actual item. Honey, it's not other ways to tell place, so it's really out. That would only be relevant if it struggles right away. No,
create content. We have to come up with
So,
conspiracies.
Shabbos,
And we
let's
think
go
it's gonna
with
happen.
sir,
There's no
Shabbos,
easy
you
answer.
understand why it's not get paid.
What the fuck
That's
else
what
could
has to be said.
Hey, we're just
Yeah,
pretty cut and
put
dry.
it
It's legit
comes right
journalism.
away. But why should
We have no
Rabbi,
fucking
Rabbi,
clue. And then we're gonna find our skills and journalists who's next before they announce it.
deal with Zara.
That's the one.
The Malka Garam law. What turns into the Zara is the Malacha. The Eva side of Malacha. When the Malacha happened, the Malka was the last blow. After the rest of the there's no last blow. In other words, all the initial blows until then, Zarya, you're allowed to do it. When you come up with Zara, the last blow, you might every time to the blow, it blows with less than the and therefore you're allowed to benefit from the Alma Kasabar. We see, yes, you're do about so. You see that a person, when he works for somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. He doesn't get paid until the end. Ultimately, each act adds up to get him what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than himself. So, that's why he is allowed to get paid a wonderful rest of
So you got this idiot going there, and he's so stupid he can't even press much. What a dummy. By the way, he tried uploading this as a video on his extra thick, and nobody watched it. Because nobody cares about Sean swinging at him, and he's literally wrong about everything. Like, I know a little bit about MMA. I don't know about the intricate.
why go ahead and learn Torah. Or no, there's no other pressure study action. So he said, because this is what's not commanded. What he had goes to
Like I'm convinced when it comes to
from the straight on.
Sean.
So
Whenever he said the opposite,
burnt the light. Now,
whenever he comes out sitting there with his blonde hair,
by the sword, so please shoot the bushels of empties border, child, by the rock. So what happens? What's the opposite? So I'm not trying to understand why would each of them get I love this thing, but if anyone tries to bars to die by fire, so you hope that as a ship also, so it's a capital pressing down. Because he went ahead and literally actually the left. Go back to Zion.
really doesn't matter because you think
The last match, I love this thing. Rabbi Daniel, the whole yeah. That's a shit up. Very one which I post those. Also, all fashion fuckers. There's the portal of the response that I wanted to say. One is the family,
he's going to be doing another thing with Jeffrey on fire coming up.
I mean, the tribe show, and that's so far to the letters of that name is good. The hate you how did it happen? Was it $1,000? But how now said, but how did it was how was why
It's doing shop.
the 42 veterans up to 42 out of the stuff. And there's English shit that here will happen. This is which is not going to put the world to come. However, it's one of the Shabbat. He says that he's no point in Torah. He's always not going to come or there is no biblical source. The resurrection of the dead, in other words, he's going to answer. Yes, I will show over. I'm going to hold the essence of ultimately, one who goes in and articulates the powerful. So how do we try to do this? It also was Islamic. The most the purpose of ultimate teaching. In other words, we didn't do this ultimately again to just simply articulate or enunciate the name, but rather we did it in order to teach the secret of the name to others. So actually, that thing is actually put that side up. Although, on a technical level,
Oh, yeah, baseball is enough. Yeah, I was looking at this stuff. Usually, baseball's like promotion shit. Like, yeah, their stuff every once and again just because they've got like, baseball is pretty strict and right. They express written consent in Major League Baseball. So they're like real sticklers about suing anyone that uses anything. That's why I'm surprised John Boy and these companies are getting all that stuff. But anyways, so they'll find anything that's baseball adjacent that isn't like Major League Baseball. So like the movie Major League or Sandlot or King Griffin, the players, like that. They sent me a bunch of stuff because I always wear the left field group stuff. Yeah, it's really cool. They sent all the stuff here from like your boy. I love it. Yeah. Dude, baseball is so serious. Is it? Serious. Is it more fun or I'm not so baseball. They have the most MLB players out there. The program we ran was a good starter program with some legit players. But we moved to it just so happened 8 minutes across the street is the number 2 team in the nation. Yeah. And we get there, what the fuck is this? And then, I got right away, but there's a level. Oh, man. I was like, holy, you got tossed from a game. It was on the internet. The game's over. Because I defended you in the country. Did you see it? You didn't see it? Commenting on my stuff. Jeff, I got time, baby. I don't know, bro. I don't give a shit. So what's you get tossed, I had to defend you from a position. You're my boy. But secondly, to baseball, which completely said, was a manager or a coach in baseball, college baseball. I would say any level of baseball. Some would argue there's different rules for Little League. Like if your player gets done wrong by the umpire, it's a ball, that's all baseball is. Strike, ball, out, safe. That's all it is. So if any of those happen to your guy, you got to go defend your guy. Because you don't want the player to get ejected, or you don't want him to get mouthy, get suspended, or get fined. You got to go out and do it. So sometimes managers go, I got to get tossed for this. And they'll know before they even go out there. I'm like, yeah, I got to go get something for the team. I got to get tossed. So I'll go make a meal of it. Sometimes they'll even side talk with the umpire. You got to throw away, right? Like they'll. So anyways, you even do anything that egregious. I'll let Jeremiah know he's saying it. Yeah. And he's like, you're actually even walk like you got. You were like 10 feet from it. Yeah. Really, that's his thing. Like, even though the times that we're so sorry. Yeah, I got some issue with everybody. That didn't make sense. I was like, the distance. When he tossed you, you were respectful and left. I was like, you didn't make it. You just go out there and start chirping. I was so embarrassed. I was so embarrassed because I'm like, oh my God. I was very big strange. I was embarrassed. I was like, I don't know if this would be about me getting tossed. I mean, this man never winning, but still. You know, so like, I don't know if you grew up in baseball programs, but like, the dads were insane. We had one guy named Luke Hetherington, shout out to him. He could have been the greatest fucking player that's ever lived. He could have like walked on at like high school age for the Mariners. And the reason it didn't work is because Luke lived like a rock star too soon. Yeah, you know, like he had like a photo album of all the girls' tits, like developed. Yeah, like literally like in high school. And he was just this legend of a guy. He literally, that's him, Luke Hetherington. He was so stinking good. He was like a legend in our high school. I literally, in high school, I took an autograph of baseball for me. Like, he's going to be worth his money. I mean, to us, he was. There was nobody larger than this kid. Looks like he still went some places. He was a beast, dude. And one of the most naturally talented. No, I don't know. He probably got drafted or whatever, but I don't think he played in the whatever. Maybe minor leagues. He got drafted in like even in college, about the top 100 players don't make it back. Now, if you hear this, Dad would literally like crash out about like all the balls and strikes. It was like a daily thing that his dad would get like tossed from the game, and I liked it. I was like, I wish my dad even was at this game. You know, I didn't hear it yet. So the fact that he from the umpire. And like, and you were really respectful about it, and it was a bad call, I'm guessing, right? Like they were really terrible call, yeah, terrible. So I thought that was strange. It was wild. Yeah, I don't know. So Texas is it more serious now? No, there's teams, like the major teams in California, are super serious. I just was at part of the league we were in, was a double A team. These the same age, like there's 7-year-old people. So it just depends what program is. Again, it just so happens where I moved, 8 minutes away, it just happens to be this monster.
What's up, Zoo?
Like he's huge. He's bigger. Well, then
Rabbi,
Yes, Zoo.
what's holy water?
Holy water?
Yeah,
That's a
Christian thing.
that's a Christian thing. Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask.
Well, isn't holy water just God's piss and pissing on children?
I mean, again, that's a Christian thing, and probably most Christians would consider that to be rude.
That'd be rude.
I think most Christian people would probably consider it that, or offensive.
Oh, so R. Kelly wasn't baptizing children.
Dog, why is all your shit on like
I'm joking.
disgusting shit? Do you know your one funny joke you're gonna use?
Yeah.
What is it?
Nah. Look. So I think Dave Chappelle's the funniest comedian. I watched Dave Chappelle. Now, more recently, gotten a little bit more controversial because all the trans jokes he's been telling, but like those trans jokes are funny. You can't tell me that they're not.
Okay, what are you talking about? Yeah.
What's your favorite Dave Chappelle?
It's an excellent question. When he's there, well, Chappelle show or his stand-up? Okay. From his special, Washington D.C. and growing up in Washington D.C. and he wants to go back and see what the old hood looked like, and he's in a limo, and he sees a baby on baby. What are you doing? And they're selling drugs. What does it look like I'm doing? And he's like, but you're just a baby. You don't expect that coming, and it's just very funny to me. He's got oh no, hold on. He's got another one from his special killing him, Utah, like Salt Lake City, Utah, and she was like this girl who was kidnapped by this group of people, taken like 2 miles from her, and she was held up in the house for like a few years, but they didn't lock her up. They just basically said don't leave, and she listened to them until one day she realized that the door wasn't locked and she could just walk away. And Dave Chappelle's like, now I don't know about you, but if you kill when I am a child, you're gonna have to take me further 2 miles from my house. I'm gonna be like, that's my mail, that's my school bus. Like, I'm gonna know this stuff. But it's a really interesting question that he has, because then he talks about this other girl, and I don't remember this girl's name, and I don't think he even names the girl, but there's this little girl who's the same age, and she was also abducted, and her name is Erica Pratt. She was 7 years old, even younger, and she was kidnapped, and she chewed through the rope and was able to escape. It was basically stolen from after school at 3:40 p.m., chewed her way out of being kidnapped, and was home with enough time to watch herself on the news. Like, it happened like really quickly, yet nobody knows that girl's name. And the discussion is that, well, she wasn't like a pretty white girl who you're going to see on TV, who they can just always tell you about over and over and over. Going to get headlines. It's just really interesting to me. All right, those are some of my favorites that come to mind.
So, Rabbi, my favorite is the skit where he's talking about Barry jacking off on a bus.
Yeah, of course it would be Zoo. Zoo, you're obsessed with this
Have
kind
you
of
seen
shit.
that one?
Yeah, where he's like holding people hostage.
Yeah. Or how old is 15 really with the R. Kelly one? That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
We're talking about if you can't work out whether you can't work out whether you want to get pissed on or not, your life isn't going to go very far anyway.
Right.
That's fucking hilarious. Like, I'm sure at 15 you could decide whether or not you wanted to get pissed on.
Right. Zoot, is there any comedy? Is there any you like that's not sexual or mental health? Shrek, like the children's movie? Well, whatever you call it. Okay, what do you like about Shrek?
Has Eddie Murphy and Mike Myers.
Okay, and Cameron Diaz. So what do you like about it?
It's a good movie.
Okay, excellent. Long until
Shrek 1 and 2. It gets Shrek free like halfway through Shrek 3 at 40 half. But they should have ended at Shrek 2.
Okay. Question now. What are your? How long until you have to do your stand-up bit?
2 hours.
Okay, come up with a really funny thing. Like, dude, you have a really funny.
I have a rabbi. You know what my role is?
What's that?
If she was born before Shrek 2 came out, I'm not going to talk to her.
Doug, that doesn't fucking make sense.
Sorry, if she was born after Shrek. Sorry, if she was born after Shrek. Sorry, I got it wrong. If she was born after Shrek.
Okay, but I mean, people don't fucking remember when Shrek 2 came out.
2004.
Okay, nobody remembers that, though. If you say Shrek 1, maybe some people will get that. When did Shrek 1 come out?
2000, I think.
Okay, so that's like a better thing to say. All right. So.
No, but That's a yeah. Shrek 2. If she was born after Shrek 2, I'm not talking about.
Okay, Zoot, that sucks. You have a very good joke. Do you remember it?
That's not the joke. That's just the truth. If she was born after Shrek 2, I'm not talking about.
Okay, that's fine. For like do you remember your funny joke?
Yeah, they should make a homicide hotline. People fucking kill her.
Now, that's funny, but you didn't say it correctly, man. You have to say this shit correctly, and you have to think about it.
I called up the suicide help. So then
No, stop. That's not funny. That's not funny. That's fucked up. No, you have to say the joke correctly, and you have to build on it. So here's your joke. Just remember this. I find it interesting. Zoot, shut the fuck up and just listen. I find it interesting that there is a gambling hotline and there's a suicide hotline, but there isn't a homicide hotline. I think it would be great to be able to call someone when I want to strangle a bitch or whatever you want to say. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. So,
we don't promote domestic violence.
okay, it's not. Yeah, but bitch can be a dude. Okay, so that's the phrase we have to work on. So a gambling hotline. I find it interesting. There's a gambling hotline, a suicide hotline, but there isn't a homicide hotline. I really would find it helpful to be able to call someone. I feel like killing somebody, but that's like like kind of a really mean thing to say. So maybe you don't. Maybe you start with. Have you ever felt like, maybe just something like, have you ever felt like you've been so frustrated with someone that you just want to kill them? Not really, but you know what I mean. I know there's a gambling hotline and a suicide hotline, but why isn't there a homicide hotline? I mean, don't you want to have the ability to speak with someone when you just feel like killing? That's so like I don't know how that's going to come up. It's funny if it's correctly. So let's work on it. I'm sure you all felt like at a certain point you've been so frustrated, wanted to kill somebody. Maybe not really, but you used the phrase, I feel like I'm going to kill this person. I know there's a gambling hotline and suicide hotline, but it got me to thinking, why isn't there a homicide hotline? Someone who you could call when you feel like you're going to kill somebody. Maybe you are behind this person in traffic and they're texting and you feel like you're going to kill them. Well, be a great opportunity for you to be able to speak with somebody about these feelings. Or you're behind and they're not paying attention. Another reason why you feel like killing somebody. Well, instead of having these, there should be a hotline that you should be able to call. Or a situation where somebody will just not show and you have the thoughts to perhaps do undue harm to them. Well, this would be a great opportunity for you to be able to call the homicide hotline. Off of that. So you could almost like this. So how about this, Sue? In Australia. Zoot, do you have Shark Tank? Do you have Shark Tank in Australia? So then you could be like, I've got a really great Shark Tank idea. Someone, I don't know where it is, but you just feel like you're going to kill them. Well, there's a gambling hotline and a suicide hotline, which got me to think, why don't I start a hotline? This would be a place that you could call when someone's in front of you texting while driving and you just feel like you're going to strangle them if they go through the green light on time. Call the homicide hotline. Or a station where you're waiting in line and somebody's not paying attention. Perfect time to call a homicide hotline. Or when you just can't listen to the speaker any longer and you feel like killing them, it's a perfect time to call the homicide hotline. Dude, speaking of calling places, why don't you take this time and call the Tourette's place?
They said I need to get a referral from the GP.
Okay, and then you said that you had an appointment, say they had to call you back, and you just lied about all that. So why don't you call your general practitioner right now and get an appointment? Why don't you do that, Zoot? Zoot, we're just trying to help you.
Hey, welcome back. Queen, Keep Yourself Alive. Their very first single, written before the band was even raw, hungry, unstoppable. From Colorado to Arizona, drift silently over
Zoot, are you going to talk?
years of foreign espionage, echoing the 2023 Chinese spy downs.
Okay, so why don't you call him?
Alaska last year, and Tucson sightings whisper of spy camera platforms leaning secrets. Or is it a covert U.S. military bomb? Civil liberties watchdogs
Zoot,
crying foul.
why don't you talk? Why don't you call them?
Constitutional Americans. But with no radar
Why don't you call them?
massive payloads for data grabbing
Zoot, that's a question that I'm asking you.
from our skies. You can read more about this story in the news section of coasttocoastam.com. And if you're craving life's deepest mysteries, join George Norris.
Zoot,
Why don't you call
problem about me. I'm not the one who types to people, mean things, shut up unnecessarily. I don't tell people those things. You do. And then when you're confronted on the matter, you say, "Well, I have Tourette syndrome," but you don't. Up to you. So why don't you get a professional opinion on the matter? Because frankly, you're not very fun to be around if people don't know. I think you're a wonderful individual and I love your friendship, but you've got to understand that I have people in here offend, and they don't know the issue going through, and they don't really care. They don't want to be told these mean things. Dude, I gave you an ultimatum, man. I don't know what else to do. I'm enabling your behavior if I don't stick to what I said. All you have to do is call your medical doctor.
Sure.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CAREORA.com.
George Haas speaks with his founder, lead investigator of the Sidonian Institute. His latest work, The Great Architects of Mars, evidence for the lost civilizations on the red planet. Also a co-author, a brand new study on a square-shaped structure in the region of Mars, Jas's artificial origins of Jas. I think it's a slam. I think there's any doubt.
He'll be fine. What, the big pitch?
Yep. Some sort of, I don't know.
There's a guy named Gaddis who pitches for the Cleveland. I just love the fact that every guest on the Fire the Kid podcast knows all this stuff Shop is done, and they go on anyway. They try to defend him. So Shop, though, getting called out for getting thrown out in some baseball game. I jumped out and be like, oh, you were right. It was the umpire's fault. As we know from the other dad who came forward on Shop's team, Shop was the biggest douche ever. Nobody liked him. He threw around Joe Rogan's name. He would just sit in his truck. The game started. So, I mean, the fact this guy is even trying to defend him is hilarious. And on that specific call, friggin' Shop was in the wrong. He was swearing. That's why he got thrown out of the game. He was swearing. We learned that when his wife goes to the game, she sits there and she starts swearing. That a little league TiVo game for 9-year-olds. They're swearing. They're too into it because they're pretending they're great super parents. That the nanny doesn't watch the kids all day. And Shop is flying places to go get cars. Cars, I believe, is a euphemism for Patty's and Patty. But I just love the fact that every time they get a guest, they're going to come out, hey, so this thing you did, Shop, or I was defending you in the comments. You're defending a guy getting sued for tax fraud, conspiracy. The whole thing is just hilarious. The fact that we're still talking about the baseball. And remember, he was so hated that the dads on that team uploaded that early to put out the Fire the Kids subreddit. And the practice footage. People like to be like, well, everybody has access to the game footage of the baseball teams. Yeah, do they have access to the practices too? No, they don't. And someone edited together Shop being terrible at that practice and uploaded it to the Fire the Kids subreddit because he's that hated and very over. Let me know in the comments. Oh boy, I mean, Shop is what are we here getting thrown out of Tigers baseball? Truly is.
حالا خیلی خیلی به چارج رو بردم And we couldn't even try to keep along the whole of on the road. And you know, so it's the wider line, not the widest, but the wider line. So in this case, is everything we were judging.
Company is alive and well. Since
There's
that's awesome. It was great.
the rollers
That's
and
great.
to rule over us.
Took a little bit, you know.
How do I know that?
Not very funny. I mean, 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. But that was 2 weeks. You know, everyone tells you, like, yo, for the all this, but like, I can't. Like, some people get addicted. Some people will literally move every feed, whatever. Like, you see these girls who don't have like any, just like travel the world. Yeah, eat bullshit. You can reinvent yourself. It is a fresh start. You make new routines, which is exciting. I'll say, try and take a road less traveled, or take a different route to work, because that is like that makes life very exciting. So, like, it's a great idea for you. Yeah, it was great. And also, there's a thing, like, you guys aren't poor. So, if it sucks, you can leave and find a place. Yeah, it definitely does it. In case scenario, we move back, or we go to somewhere else. I mean, I think the misconception is like, oh, you know, we moved here, I moved here because of the mothership, or stuff like that. I'm not really in that scene anymore. For the safety, just in the Texas, yeah, like I'm not in that world. Yeah. Get back, that's the question. I can't see myself in that. Really? Don't tell me that guy is got the word. It's coming to comedy. Doesn't mean either. I mean, that's wait, hold on, I'm having a quit today. I quit today. And he said he quit comedy. He quit viral. He was like on the like tabloids. It's not real. That's a bit. How's he doing? He's good. He looks great. He's lost weight. He's on jack. He's big guy. But he looks good. I think Rabbi Rothschild, I think some people saw that. That's the last 10 times I've seen him. Like, you look great, man. Like, he's running a cowboy hat around. You know, he's one of my favorites. He is a big man. He looks seen lately, man. He looks trim. He's awesome. He said he quit comedy. It's not real. I don't believe it. I'll admit I'm wrong, but like I was under the impression it's a total bit. And my buddy Enrique, it's Enrique's rules. Didn't I love you stop his podcast? Oh, geez. Jeez, I'm just kind of fucking awful. Can you be over it about talking here for a bunch of money? Yeah. Yeah. Like, I mean, like, not everybody can do this. Things come in. This is bad. It's true legends on your face. What is this? Where is this band? Generally speaking, but was really the end of Brendan and I, not me, understand the only reason we had stopped the show was that almost tonight to stop that. I used to get doing lots of stuff, movies, music, and actors. Yeah, it's great. I got a great work man anecdote. An anecdote like a thing I think you would like to hear. So occasionally a person in the audience will say something like is perfect moments. So Mark Man's up there. This is in 2008. He's on stage at Giggles Comedy Club, and he's doing his bit. He bit at the time where he was like, "Hell, my girlfriend." You know, they can hear us yell everybody from the box. I go to the trash can. I can sense that my neighbors are looking at me like, and so I'm not hitting her. You know, that was the direction I looked back, and this guy described as an interesting little story. And then the audience heckles, because I can help you with that. Or get furious. Oh, what are you gonna fix me, guy? You know what, you fucking therapist? You know, you can help me with that? And the guy just goes, and the whole place like when this like charming way, I was like, oh, you really can't help it. Like, it's tall window, it's tall window. It was beautiful. Dude, I looked down Mr. One time in Market, man, he's shit before. And then there's these two drunk, big Australian dudes in the front. And Mark's doing his thing, and he keeps the bag eye, he goes, and he starts tearing into him. And then he goes, so we're going to try to get started. We'll discuss it. I want to see the parking lot. Fuck me up. Yeah. He's like, now I'm thinking about that. I'm trying to finish my thing. And security, I'm looking at security, I'm like, this kind of fun. So then I admire marriage. I waited around and killed the guys doing my marriage. And that's when I had the you guys got it.
So she says,
moving to Texas, but he loves it Nobody wants to hang out with Shaq. Rather than he was down. You know what it's like. Used to driving around in a Lamborghini.
But the letters are essential to Shemite. They got this thing about
all the Republicans, they live in Jumanji, which they keep saying. And she's upset about it. She's mad. She's like, look, he's facing Calvin Madden. God, I couldn't make it in LA. And she's upset. She's proud of the LA housewife.
But I did not see that.
Moved to Texas just to follow. And then the whole road game. First of all, your thing doesn't even make sense that you didn't move down there because you moved down there because Calvin was moving down there. And Calvin moved down there because of Rogan, because Rogan is a resident in the country. So even by your own reason why you moved to Texas, technically didn't. You're just dumb and wrong kind. It doesn't matter. You should have just stayed in LA. You know, still gonna lie, but kind of admitting it is a way because it's dumb as they come from. You're
the executioners cleared if anybody tried to red. Yeah, welcome
back to War Report. I think that's what we're calling it. We can call it. It's been my boy John here. Big UFC 318 is going down. So you know we have to do a show before the big pay. We do this. We need the big pay-per-views. We need and Jesse here. We're going to break it all down for you guys. And it just so happens that the same week at big UFC 318 going down, the Max Dustin fight. There's been a lot of Real Housewives of the UFC coming down. And it starts with we love Conor McGregor. That's well documented. And dude, he had some dick pics. And in the first one, before you got big, dude has a dick on him. He attached a weight to it. Dude, I mean, I'm gonna give it a try. I've thought about I just never could think of a way where I could test that out. But it seems dangerous, man. But he has a real dick on it. And he's like, because we talked about one of the kids. And Jim, they have more pictures, and Jim's like, I just can't see what he's working with. And it's the toys. Let's see what he's said to strangers. Yes. And then the fans, so they're like, because Jim got the internet, and I got like 30 Connor dick pics. And I was like, man, this is impressive. There's ways to figure it out. There definitely is. You gotta get better at it. But, yeah, our boys, here's the thing. We're like, this is crazy. And Connor's like, well, just here's my birthday, 50 cents. Cruise right there, and the craziest thing about the story, though, is those two. Like, he said those two. She's a singer, right? Pretty gal. Completely. She's a singer, so right. That shit. That girl, digging up a recently dead cat, and she boiled it on live stream. That's what I'm saying. And, like, she apparently, like, she didn't know, like, they didn't know each other. How is that? It is a good picture. Who am I going to send this to? The chicken bones cat. Yeah, I didn't know that. I guess she's just an artist. She's on. If you go look at her bank account, it's in it. Yeah. I think a bit of this is, I do think we're dealing with an addict. I think it's addict. And he's probably starting all my level standard and was just like, cool, I got some weights attached to my dick. I saw her sometime in the center of the he's like, he's rolling white lady booze and a shit like my ass. I'm ready to say it's no time. I'm ready to count now. He's brains and dude. There's also, if he has no relationship with her, they don't know each other, and obviously he's not familiar. She can't be the only see that way because that way dick pic is a lot of effort. You're not just having to take a random doing. That's exactly what I was saying. Like, if it goes to random, a singer he doesn't know, imagine the distribution of it. And then she was like, bro, hey, she was blasting out. She was like, aren't you running for president? Did you see her tweets about that? Because like when people start blowing her up, she's like, are you kidding? She's like, we got a presidency to win. She's funny. Oh yeah. And then, so you see this, and then when pictures pop up him at the beach, is it Florida, Miami or something? Just some random girl. And you heard that now after that, the Miami case where he got accused of that in Miami 2023 was in the back. The judge decided yesterday that Davis on the beach came out with their moving forward that case. If I'm looking at this just objectively, it's kind of funny. It's like, the judge looks back and goes, Jesus, he's like, I didn't think there was any credibility to this case. So they were walking into that bathroom, that 300-pound chick. But now I see this shit on the beach. I have to entertain that he might have actually done it. I know. Dude, he just can't get up his own. It sucks to see. Yeah, I come on, dude, just tighten up a little. And not just a ad, he's in 20 seconds from Miami. That's your problem. In Miami, and you're caught on the fire. Oh, there's a 10, if you throw a quarter in it, there's somebody who's that. But also, dude, Connor's not a dumb dude. I think Connor's being irrational and he's an addict. But even this crazy freaking Nicolas Cage page that you want to so that people that he's the one who's recognized their faces. So he knows being on the beach with this random side chick. People are gonna see him. So I have no idea about his personal relationship with Dave, but I kind of think she's like, yeah, that's a great example. I think when he's on her book, she doesn't care. Like she's just like, whatever. And then, some brothers have that. I know a lot of things that do. That's really cool. And he's like, my girl, like when I was doing my thing, she was like, just don't fall in love. And don't understand. And I'm gonna come back and yeah. I mean, honestly, any girl who actually understands the experience and is married to a dude in that position, that's the smart money right there. I mean, like, I mean, if you want to avoid problems. If girl is wired to like not get jealous of that thing, and they understand it's like this is an easy way to just avoid inevitable conflict if you rent a car, right? Yeah, and then also remember they've been together since what? Shit like that. Since high school, like literally 4 months. Like grew up together. So, and it was like she's doing her own thing. It's like, right, we have a great family, kids, we built all of this. Yeah, like, let's take it a little bit, but not full. Yeah, I have no idea. It's, I mean, some people are wired for jealousy, some people aren't, you know, like, and as soon as the story hit, she put on, she did this long story to take on Instagram, and just her pictures of her and her together, just like, this is my man, this is my man, I mean, just instant support. And she got us back there, like, doing the key hand thing. She not only supported me through every single day, she went hard with she went hard with me, you know. And Brandon Jobs' career is
was like afterwards, matter between note that this Bronco had sold the brother that's pending the next out. Kept captive in the Bronco for the rest of her life. They figured out Bronco watched it to go to stand trial. So as school is up, so we'll say what happens. They bring them up to the platform to handle. Amar Elokot the mayor, and he tries out the God of mayor next to me, and I will say what happens. And they can't take it. They can't take it for whatever the reason, actually says over here, they say to him, I'm still underneath my eye. So they said to him, you know, why can't you hate you? Was it whatever's happening? The rope snapping, whatever it is, you realize that you can't make it die. We'll say the words came from religious people. They were, I said, what's going on over here? So he told me this, here's the story. I have this jump card. It's called Elokot the mayor. I mean, God of mayor. I'll say what happened. So I'll get my stuff. I'll see what the music up there. I'm just hello. So I'll say what happens. We image of the mayor on the streets of Rome. They will say, this was the time. This was the precursor to the one post office. Right? So this image over there says, whoever sees this, I will call the hobby of Azuma Day, rice, whoever sees this guy's image, bring him to me. Was this one there was one, and one of the officers saw him, saw his image. Run about straight. So what happens? Both they had hands, and he got to pursue him. Run, if you remember, the Canadian attack to run away. All of the soldiers. He ran into the Bronco to seek protection. He picked up, I mean, shooting people under the Bronco for driving. He ran into the land and was arrested. So he was cousin. How much do what did he do about it? He dipped one finger into the food and sucked on the other finger. Like that. What? He made it look like he was eating non-kosher. So therefore, a thing. Go up. You drink the beer, is that going to be that? So, yeah, another question is so what happens? And so the grace legendary. So the Roman officers must
if you make the majors team, not triple A, not single A, not double A, if you make the majors team, rank number 2 in the nation, then you can dye your hair. You made the team.
fun. That's intellectual prowess and then professional fellow. Because
There's like single A, which is lowest, and then there's just like the big boys. He made the majors. And pushing them to go pro. Johnny David.
Emotional, intellectual disposition. Johnny David. Because I
feel like we glossed over that show that we profiled them.
so these are very dramatic story that occurred. But Allah Taala so that was the whole notion of Israel. It's on the effort of you know testing the virtue of his wife by having one of his students fight and until one day that she
was coming out now. All this other trying to suppress it. How we do it. Of course, it's terrible. It's not like looking at these smoking. It's like all we heard about one thing. What is it? So it's not get one day and end up with the now, what they're saying that it has to be because of the baby. It's just like, it's not even legal ever. One vapes an entire pack of cigarettes. Tobacco is like something. That's insane. And they have like a big machine on it, like David Lucas has. I just call him the vape king. He used to have fucking a carburetor on his fucking vape, so he can't even smoke.
Is a machlok as to what was the motivation. Was it the motivation over the death of his wife? She had an envy, suicide of self-killing envy, or was it sexual trying to escape from the God? Okay, the most like that the man said everything in the tribe. Now, first one, how old is starting to the churches? You know, there's a question there's a habari. Somebody goes. The little study actually says it's like where they have the glory. It's not called glory. What are they called?
We do it like, we do the photoshops after funeral.
Yeah. Yes, whatever is called by graduated, they're going to the place where they have full focus sport. That's the study. Or the carpet. What's the carpet?
Golden hour after funeral.
Rashi says this. Now, what would happen is the Romans of carpet would make a decision. So
he's hardcore. He's very loyal. He dies. So you got to wait to do all that.
That's another fair. Because you have to see
Chris, your new merch is dope. How the fuck would you not send me that right away? I just she never got back to me.
Was it a question ultimately got serious or also different types of snake charmers?
It's good though. Look at his new merch.
The ruler in South Korea was the types of justice, ground, was a person who uses his behaviors emotionally.
Because you use my body.
This ultimately again leads to the ritual or the recovery passion. Was the ultimate that you say else in Christ to say, and Christ is going to live it up. So ultimately, why? It's a trouble for myself. It was a some kind of thing. Call out to the officer in charge of the business. It was hard to go to the fair by his wife. But they used to, sometimes they go ahead and of Jews who are living in that which is on this overvalued one. But ultimately, again, as long as you can become part of the festivities themselves, the discussion about become part of the festivities in the speech or in the gatherings, that's also. So it's a kashin stagnant step, kashin kalkumakako. So it's a contradiction. The first thing that the was that you can't participate in these activities. The second one is that you can't participate in these activities. So which one is it? It's from a kalkumakako, so as an example, but this time, this kashin mark, discussion about it's also. But you're there to one of these it's okay, I can add side kasha. Also, but what about the gang of so can you participate, not participate? So now you also it's about it's kind of a motion racing. Just the both I can grab motion racing. Also, company of scorers, snappers, but it doesn't like it. It says it's okay. Why? Number one, celebrations out of the gospel. Was the one because it makes you call out, makes you say the truth, like the application basically should last. So this is dramatic. Why? Because this year, let's remember again, if the guy does get killed, you can't say that it could be an effort to allow his wife to do that. Remember, I said one thing is ultimately get to see it pass. So glad you can at least again do something positive by trying to say you can't say that you can be an effort to allow the wife to do that. Was incredible. The rest is they had fields who were trying to see Roman computers into Roman circuits. They said exactly something people about this one. Why it was because it's there that they go ahead and pick up all kinds of collecting all kinds of variations. Welcome to the Zabin unto the travel. Also the mix of the concept potential or if you're gonna hold like take on travel, but even though there's a can't go wide, also it's called motionless. Also it's called ultimately again, it's called motionless, also motionless any place where people who are experiencing which is waste of time occurring. Rather than what the fact is not something else to do with that. The difference is what happens if you transact with business there. Say if you hold it and say about Zara, so it proceeds on independent business. If you hold it to motion leasing, then any business proceeds will be motion. Nurture Shema Pazimai did say, Ashe, we should show Allah Pazas Shemia Hadim Lamal, motion leasing, so what's it? What is the difference in the person? You cannot walk through the window and open it. And in the contrary, you do not stand. The motion leasing and the company of suffers and spoilers do not say. Looking at Ahashlo Hama, if he didn't walk away, how did he stand? And the Ahashlo Hama, if he didn't stand, Yasha, how did he sit? The Ahashlo Yasha of Ekamla, so if he didn't sit, then how did he stop? We'll say, watch this. El Rola Lakon, Shikala, Sobo Rabbi, we'll say, you know, when you walk, if you walk in the path of life, you will stand there. We'll say, what does stand represent? Station. So sometimes you're just going to walk through it. There's no such thing as walking through. If you walk through it, you walk. You end up standing. So, so close. So end up
Cocktail sauce is ketchup and horseradish mixed together. Yeah, so they mix all this together.
I know exactly what to do. I know exactly. You know what?
Amsterdam,
And once the notion that was interesting. What am I doing wrong? Cynical.
Jay-Z's the last person I think about.
Cynical and sarcastic.
He's so irate. He's not even in the top 10 of the
The one man
there's nothing that seems easier. Okay, first of all, they go, wait, Eric, you need a U-Haul. Have we 9 months? 9 months. So you make your reservation, and they're like, oh, they send you this text. It's like, okay, it's all electronic. So now you gotta take a picture of your license. Take a picture of yourself. You know, yeah. And then I get to the place, and no one's there. You know, and then I do it again.
It was such a Jesus Christ. But I think it's just I like that part. We can get you back on board. I need to do that. I need to move forward. Yeah, I totally agree there. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But he left his wife and lady. He escaped, and then they found him out. Now the people after him again. You know what I mean? Like, she's like, how did you watch that stuff on it too? Just one. You watch that stuff on it. Okay, just one. See, he needs to be our butcher. He needs to be found and put in prison and given the death penalty. You know what I'm saying? It's all fun. I know, but that's why he should be like that on so much grief. He should be around people that know about him. You get so much grief. That's why he moved to that was the end of it. That was too ridiculous to go on from that. Because you found a serial killer that had a fucking dead women museum under it. That's like, all right, dude, there's nothing beyond. You need to have, if you're going to make this show, it needs to either be a the next in heaven, and it's like he's fucking making a crazy show. He's in hell. You know, like, or jail. You know, for real. And it's like, dude, I would love to watch it. They haven't yet to make a show that says be a completely different show. And I'm all for that. I always want to know. You know what I'm saying? It's just not yeah. But no, they're in a show. Major. But that's okay, but that's sure that okay, the true spin on read the job upset. So says what is the Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. ומחר נראה אולי אשמע לך, אולי לא. Tomorrow I'm not going to try this tomorrow. I don't know. I can't control tomorrow. The only thing I can control is what the most are. This is the now. And then we said what the most are some types of response. That's them. I don't. The most is the travel picture is to say like this. Right now, it's today. Right now, it's now. I have control over what I do right now in this moment. I have control over the things in front of me. And what am I going to do? That's the thing. I don't. I'm going to make today hope. I'm going to have the moments that literally are within my grasp right now. I already decided to hold it here. Tomorrow, I don't know what tomorrow's going to be. I can't make too many plans for tomorrow, and I can't make too many promises for tomorrow. I'll deal with tomorrow and tomorrow. So listen, here, at about 7 o'clock, this punctuates this lesson. Again, you're looking at this second comment later on. Your test here, you can dash them, I don't. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Sanctify the website. Seize the moment. The company seize the moment. Seize today. Maximize the moment you have because that's what you control in life. How do you use the now? How do you use the present? How do you use the day right in front of you? Like that.
Assholes. Fucking design this shit.
Control life. Well, my heart was this thing about shutting the country. It's just like this. You guys know your exclamation point. Actually, it's no exclamation point. If you dash them, I know with an emoji on it, right? If you dash them, yo, you have to sanctify me because that's all I control. Hi, what about tomorrow? Can't tell you that tomorrow. So, what I'll do is, when tomorrow comes today, we walk her to what? To that. It's important enough to get done now. Because if you don't get it done now, if it doesn't get done, it's okay. Chances are, it's okay. Like he's so much funnier than their shit. I think bullshit you guys recommend, and you're going bad on Anchor. Man, I'd like to see Ron Burgundy for the show. That'd be great. Take advantage of today. Do what you have to do today. Tomorrow reminds me of like what tomorrow will bring. That is a question mark. Like, so right there. So sometimes when you want to like that's how I feel about Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell loved it when he like go to the old school. It's hilarious. Step Revolution. But then he's not really no, tell Dave Blades are cool. Always great. Chicken scream's good. Semi-pro, come on. Elf, he's the main character in that. That's a few. The campaign's fantastic. Campaign? Campaign's great. I'm not familiar with Dick. Anchorman was a classic, though, huh? People fucking love that. Yeah, I know. Get to pick your favorite top 3 of these movies. What do you think? I haven't seen many of them, honestly. Really? Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'm not a fan of. Zoolander. Oh, no, me neither. I don't get it. For me, it's brothers. That's what she said. Megamind was for shills. Megamind's great. That's a cartoon. He's the main character. Doesn't count. Those don't count as stupid asshole. Come on. I don't mean it got big part. Cotton top. The best one is Elf.
It's so great. I'm talking about a classic movie. Mostly Step Brothers. I haven't seen so many of these. I mean, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen one that I have absolutely seen, like Politics, and I have not seen everything. Never seen Step Brothers. All new Step Brothers. Step Brothers. I have a feeling they're in the car singing family. Oh my God, what's his name? Oh my God, you've never seen Kick It and Scream? I've seen it.
And literally, actually, the last, we're not designing graphics, just the moment, the last fashion. I love this thing. Rather than as practically say a whole guest session, but it's still so very hard to kind of fall fashion fucking. So it is important to let it hear up in the bar better. I'm going to say one is exactly important to the letters of that day.
I see him on Saturday Night Live.
I live in Tokyo, and as so far you can
That's my top five.
First line is impressive about it. They have not said but how you know Elizabeth Tyson is how she why you get the 40 better of the 40 better than the not that good. They should have put you're not going to push the world to come. Over in Florida, it says it's the push in Florida. Florida's not going to be strong. The AHS or the news the resurrection of the dead, or the resurrection of the concept. I'm so over. I'm a major SSA both. Over the day, I go to Sunday, I slept Monday, Sunday to Monday, I still don't know what's going on. My fucking brain is like, did you not? The purpose of all
sleep? You hide from the kids? How are you able to even do that? How do you do that? I don't know how you sleep 14 hours and they don't find you. Hey, we're sleeping in the Ferrari in the garage. I know some shit like that, right? To me, you're not running into me. And like, you look at your wife's face and you can just see like, I'm exhausted. And then you let's talk about no practice. No, you have to drive an hour from the airport. Okay, dude, hey, flying home, I say a lot like I did. And I get to like, it's not it's some money time. Can you open it up for fire? I had to open it up the bag.
Why was
I had to go to Indianapolis and get the fucking bag. And they talk about late night ritual saying, like, we can just on a vacation. I'm going to go everyone's dreams to have children. You're living your dream too, baby. I had to go get the bag, do what I love. Yeah, we can do what you love. Yeah, because I figured it out. Hey, don't get mad that I made good life. Don't get mad at me. It's just a lot, dude. Thought of like, and then I had this audition. I had to go through the whole thing. So I have to drive to the airport. And then we had a discussion there. They forgot the name of the medical officer. It's just so difficult to do. So, never agree to be against something else. Something never doing
don't go ahead and voice objection to that.
It's just never. I mean, so I was never understand.
I'm going to jump on I said, you know, my electric one time I came in and tried to go to this one or the nobleman of Rome. Hungary become a nose and sequence of person. And they say, wow, look how beautiful the steps of this young girl are. So then they admire her, they admire the steps. They admire the way she's walking. So what happens? Now, it's not no self. So when he's compliment, she tried to think even more attention to the way she was walking. She was even more than the steps. And that was considered to be compromising of her skills. Daí foi chegando a sai de ser agora a você usa the person structure alone and little that of my field rules around me. Agora o das partes da bola mas não a melhor a person chef was on this road the secret road of my field. Sometimes it surrounds him on the day of judgment. Also they feel judgment and try compromise compromise for not establishing yourself comfortable with contempt for a life in the rock. Was it obviously shut out people who are punished in such a way, such an exacting way. But again, this is the model which I'm just about to hold out of what the second. The more exacting judge. So we can hear the judge burns. Because he's talking about where they were on the responsible. One because ultimately did not accept the teacher and be put us to death to a life of immorality because he compromised his such violence of him and they compromised all people being let out for their judgments. But then he accepted the will of Allah as well. So that whatever I consider as acceptance of justice, such as acceptance. I don't get it. Acceptance of justice of the Lord's judgment. A recognition whatever this world does is just. Who are modern in charge of say, and certainly alone. Literally, the rock, perfect on his act. So Allah, El Emunah, the Eve of them. Little trustworthy God, ultimately again, with no iniquity. So Allah, we don't have. So the wrath of God, yes, of the peoples of both guys. Every person wants to
We've been talking it all everything. It's like I mentioned it before. It's like a curse. Like this place is cursed. So many negative, bad things have happened. It's a bitch. Hopefully it turns around soon. As of right now, it's fucking been terrible. Yeah, I mean, everything happens. $1 million.
How good are you right? I've been getting a lot of money. Everything that's not wrong judgment was found in the now over the out.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate you saying that. Think about this. Me picking up boxes and seeing a freaking scorpion tail sticking out of a box for no damn reason. A giant spider. Getting hit my head multiple times. Getting up the stairs. And it felt like I was in a fight. Like it hurts so fucking bad. See, I'm gonna court today alone. Everything was going perfect. I saw my fucking my mag safe from my MacBook kind of get out of that place. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, something's going on here. And there's more to it. There's way more to it. But that's what I'll tell you for now. The sushi I had here, I told you guys, it looked beautiful, but it was absolutely terrible. Come on, dear loves. Yeah, the clam love. Yeah, it is. So, yeah. You're not going to have more quality sushi if you did. I can import clam.
And they still have room.
No, there is it's not a land. It's not land. You have to look up because it's far away. Yeah. I feel like I get sushi out of bluegills. Other types of sunfish. Anyways, you guys talk. Yeah.
And I think that he's already public, what he did in public defining of your so what happens? I'm alone.
Is it cool? Is it like therapeutic when you see them like slicing it and doing all that stuff before you eat it? It's pretty cool.
And this says, I'm over the clock. I'm alone. I'm over the clock. I'm so proud. That I'm the only thing that Shemai did. Was the greatest exchange that this says, I'm in a rational conversation. Don't be so fraught. Don't tell me that God is not the function. The word works a certain way. I'm giving you something that is a because ultimately there's something different here about the power that Rome has. They're circling over us. They're killing us and yet they only rise our this is not going to end well with his love was even rulership to Rome. So it's come on,
That's why he accepted $21.
come on, because this is
It doesn't sound too bad, though. So, yeah, it's definitely worth the couple bucks if they actually you guys know that. That's a good purchase.
And how you react, and I'll tell you what you're going to know. Although, Rome supported this house, it's a lot about it, and she says, she got to do that's for it. Those are certain charges like this. I have money that I set aside to my own that's for it. They got mixed up with tzedakah money, and I distributed it all to the poor, and I did not see reimbursement from the tzedakah funds for my personal funds, which got mixed in. I'm alone. About tzedakah. I'm alone. Oh my God, I left it.
Of course he did.
Of course, you will go to a convert, but I actually have a so first of all, this one is I'm going to go, are you young for actually participate in this one? Just a couple of years ago, there's an increase died. The hope is told to go to the background. It recovers. And all of the noblemen of Rome, the thing that was in the Christmas was added. Is you are next to the double, and the people that has been. Because that's a rest of the Tanchers, the Torah, the Matthew, this is the Torah, Rome, the was on the way back to the Yosef and Christmas will die now. Remember all of the other people there. On the way back, what do we find? We find that I think that Tacho teaching Torah company. This is the Torah rescued by his desk. And he wasn't having punished him. He saw him and even at Tacho. They can't move the same Torah. They vacuum the same Torah. All the Chinese world is surrounded with the branches that Simba and so on. And they burn the people on fire. They use so said that they brought tops of wet wool, who shut up behind the hot water, placed it on Kalina Chandra's heart, and they showed him to the trust of it. They ordered that he should die a slow death. Was it so he died? It's not like he came death of Kalina Chandra. Also, Rodrigo Abba, Eric was expected to death for the penalty of his death at public spectacle. So it's sort of moving charge of sort of we'll discuss it or just a little bit. But it's sort of Abba, and then the family says to his father, how can I watch this over to the cinema? She said, his father, how can what is this thing? These words are, the moment I can instruct you that we are double capture, the judge and sisters, and I understand this conversation is happening while the golf is like, this conversation is happening. So she says, the moment I can instruct you that I was saying that I was being burned by myself, This whole thing was very problematic. Actually, the Torah, gather the Sefer Torah. Ish, the Dakish, Avona shall Sefer Torah. Only the Dakish, where did you come out? This is what he said to the Jordan, don't worry. And he's going to Sefer Torah. And who is going to come,
By the way, I think that's never happened.
the dedication of the Sefer Torah will come and make a mention by the dedication. That's what he's telling you. Don't worry. The Rosh will come and fix the Kabbalah Torah, and Torah will come and do it. I will look at the bread, not at Torah. So she said, I remember I had this from the Osios books. So then he said to them, he said, parchment is good, but the letters are ascending to Shaddai. We're seeing that the destroying is a gift of the destroying is a gift of Torah. Never destroyed the never destroyed those. The letters, so we'll say this, we say to him, Ata, Masa, Kabit, Kanis, Bechai. He said, then open your mouth. Open your mouth, let the police come in. And he said that, Touch, Yitmena, Shenasna, Ba'al Yichava, Ba'atzmo. The Kenyan Charger says, no, the one who gave my life will take my life. But I will not in any way expedite my own death. Our Lord calls to us, what's the evidence says something, so what happens? The executioner is standing there, seeing this. As the executioner, there's a conversation, it looks like some kind of greatness of insanity is the ability to measure and thoughtful response in the midst of the most ridiculous of circumstances. The Kenyan tragedy burned a lot, and he's carrying his daughter. He's consoling his daughter. His daughter doesn't understand what to do with this entire spectacle. He's telling her, don't worry. So if the Lord's with me, the Bible is going to take care of us. If you're not Trump, will take care of us. The students are saying that, what are you saying? And the students are coming saying, don't worry. It's only the book. It's only the parchment that's being burned. But the Shama, the letters were opening. He's giving them the cover in the midst of this particularly brutal and horrific scene. Who sees all of this? The Roman executioner is ready in Antioch to service. Yeah, executioners call everything in charge of them. Ready. And when you marry the Shah, they still don't also cook in Johnson and Ali Becha. Activity, I mean, the Chayono Avans, tell me if I take the cups of one away from your heart. I take the cups of one away from your heart and expedite with that. Would you bring me to Olam Haba? I'm alone 8. The Canadian Treasurer says yes. Shut up. Swear to me if you take the Olam Haba. Mishpolo. Swear to him. The idea of the Shahada is that at that moment the executioner went ahead. The executioner went ahead and increased the fire, removed the company down, broke the drugs, and the muscle of the Hero. And he and the child died instantly. Who covets this so far? In that moment, the executioner jumped in flames as well. Just a mask of Amra, they can even charge out the counts to newly discovered in the Chayo Baraka. In that moment, you get a mask of the master, the Kenyan charge and the executioner are indicted for the credits to all the couple. Soccer was it ready for would never register? You can't not cry. The Bakar Eddie Ba'amar, Yishkala Sha'akas, Yishkala Shani. There are some people ultimately again who acquire their own problem. Many years, the own problem in one. His execution, there was a, let's understand, you don't get that job with those. Anywhere. Yet this person was in everybody to that of an execution. It is so with bloodshed and so with everything that is discussed in this world. And a person can turn around that life with one heroic spiritual act. Because some people do to life and take the whole Bible. There are some people who say that God says as follows. God says, I go say 7 or something about it. Gloria, at least there's basis to this. Gloria, who was the wife of the mayor, prior to them being in charge of solicitations, the local relationships, Gloria was daughter of a penny of extraction. So remember, I will say one of the punishments of the penny of extraction was what? His wife was killed, and his daughter was condemned to life in a brothel. He had 2 daughters. One was Gloria. The other was a simple
It is Monday morning, July 21st. 9:30 a.m. here in beautiful Austin, Texas. Weather's still in check. This is so uncommon for Austin, Texas. Whatever, dude. This weather ain't shit. Bring it, mother God. Bring it. How's everyone doing? Man? Yeah, kids in multiple freaking camps that are not driving crazy at the house. I get it. I get it. Your boy's fresh to play from Orange County. I wasn't in LA. I wish I was in LA so I could see a bunch of my old friends. But I was in Newport, California. Out there for business. And I was in town for a long time. Drug wagon, which was a big deal. So something gets done. But one main reason I was there is from out with Jackson's and Bear, my boy Bear Jackson's, doing the podcast and all that. But then also, I love that Homage Labs training camp. Yeah, it was cool. Because Homage like this is like that. Especially in America, we don't see a lot of air flies under the radar. You know, he's not one of those guys on TikTok and shit like attention. He just does his thing to try and become world champion. And so, he can't get to that shit. And so he's been doing California. And also, on the roof there as well, also, those camps out there, a bunch of little rowdy and kids are there. The brothels there, you know, coaching some at the Jackson podcast. So they have a little thing going down. The environment, basically the campus, they have like 4 different buildings, and then they have their weight room, they have the recovery area. It's insane what they're doing with the strength and conditioning. Long story short, I'm there with about 10 or 15 of this team, and some of our, like, you know, incoming or well established Pakistani judging wrestlers, and not big dudes, because my babies are the big dudes. It's different in the camps I was in, or different in the camps I am, whether it's John Jones or GSP or just these big time dudes, because it's so intense. Like, there's no joke around. It's just business. And, you know, obviously what happens in the fight camp stays in the fight camp. If you know the stories of like shoot dogs where it's sparring dudes when it comes to fight, you guys get like starched. That's what these boys are doing. And it ain't happening to Hamza. Guys blown away. That dude is, that you think in your head all the footboard hype. This dude is scary. Real deal. Scary. If you have to sum up my take weekend inside the guest camping, it would be scary. And part of it is I came for a while. And so maybe this is just the level the guys are at now. Hamza's just this freak, and I wish I could see DDP's again, because I'm a huge fan. Because, you know, I do think it's a great fight. Scary. The things I saw him do to class, he could do it at any given moment, in any aspect. Whether striking, grappling, wrestling. He had world-class guys from each genre. And it was like, he was just playing with his food.
So what happened? So they left him alone. Now what happens? It was like when they go back, sister-in-law and sister-in-law. So so was that afterwards, you know, that his butler had sold the gun that was was supposed to be kept captive in the brothel for the rest of her life. So they bring the brothel to Rome to stand. So our school is in the so what happened? Bring them up to the platform to hang him. He tries out the guy and I say, what happens? They can't take it. For whatever the reason, I saw under my eye. So it's just, why can't you hang me? Whatever's happening, the rope keeps snapping, whatever it is, you guys like, yeah, it's like, the woman's again for religious people. So I'm a little hockey. So I had to scare myself because of the top there. I gathered there and city. So I said, what happened? So I'm going to help him like I'll still talk to the dudes in there. I just cut the rope. So I said, what happened?
All the kids are
have clear on the gates of this was as a compliment. This was the precursor to the wanted side of the post office. This image on the pizza room and said essentially every guy ever called the husband of my lice this guy's image ran to me was his one there was one the Roman officer saw it run about straight. So what happens? He goes ahead and maybe the student runs away all the Bronco to seek protection. The others say it wasn't a Bronco, but rather ran into a land kosher restaurant. Now what happens? What did he do? And sucked on the other two. So it looked like that's what. It looked like he's not kosher food. So it's a big office. Therefore, people understood because everybody drink the beer is not going to be kosher food. So what happened? You did that the other state. Us in your another came along. 18-year-old is soda. And we are not himself look like a harlot. Character. Underrated fashion show. So what happens? And the soda breaks that together. So when the Roman officer saw this, he said, oh, this must be someone else. Yeah, it came the other day, the Bronco being hugged by a harlot. So the Gemara says, this is the mayor there would not be able to escape. Was at this point of the mayor who actually not safe there. So therefore, come around the Bronco. Also, went and he ran away from the Bronco. He did the argument by myself. Was it some say this was the reason of the mayor when he sleep the Bronco. He did the argument nice thing with Gloria. And also others say it was because of the episode that happened with Gloria. His wife. He wasn't during that episode of Gloria. So I say since Gloria did that. The mayor's daughter, the mayor's wife, was the daughter of Rabbi Rothschild. What was the episode of Gloria? So what it actually points out over here, the Irish Shemais Gloria, Shekam Achas, people who got Hashem, Noshim, Daika, and Kalos. So we say one time Gloria was disparaged with the ministry. Noshim, Daika, and Kalos. So what say this is of Noshim, Daika, and Kalos. Of what exactly does it mean? It does not mean that when it passes Shalom are not smart, does not mean that with his black power sometimes Chas v'Shalom. Just the opposite. It's Chazal's way to sing the ultimate again, often more emotional.
I was like, wow, I'm a Spanish level and it's just so smart. Using Spanish. I don't speak a fucking word of Spanish, and it's very tough. Now, my wife does, so she's fluent, so I know she can speak pretty well. So I was, she had bad house in Puerto Rico for many years. navigate, that's the full blown comedy.
So it wasn't so very dramatic, traumatic.
I can figure out how he speaks so well.
Again, actually says it here.
Colombia is a fierce culture, a beautiful culture, suffered a great deal of violence and Civil War they've always had this communist insurgency that's been in the jungles of Colombia that run the drug trade. You have the narcos, and you beats, and you have well, get to it. Well, they are a very proud, fierce people, speak Spanish, and they're very classy, it's a very classy, conscious country, right? There's also the elite and then dirt. There are the elite families. There are the families that run that. And there's the military. They are aligned. They're very aligned. You have the narcotraficas and you have the sort of communist insurgents that are now have this strange tentative peace. There's a dance between all of these groups. And then you have mostly the have-nots. You have the have-nots and untouchables. They're not people. And the economy is flowers, coal, gas, and coffee. If you want to get plastic surgery in Colombia, okay? Now, you don't need plastic surgery when you're a Colombian woman. You're born already with the kind of weapon Americans and everybody else spend a lot of money on. You understand? The beauty, the natural beauty of the women that don't have-nots. The woman who is the woman that is waiting on your table. The woman that is, don't forget, it's not so much the it's the passing orders. Our tits out, tits are out. Yeah, it's spectacular. It's a concert. You know, like it, no, it was the elite of Colombia. But it was so much. My friends, kid, man, two Colombians from wealthy families, great people in the community. My wife is friends with. Here's the cool thing about her friend. She had no idea he came from because he's class. Forever, how you behave. Your manners are impeccable. The way you dress is impeccable. You don't show it off. Yeah, show that off. It's not like, yes, you're understated. Very classy. Classy people. I mean, dressed to a T. I was struck by a very nice black suit and black shirt, sir. No tie? No tie. Thank God. So all the men were black on black, and the women were some fantastic stuff. Yeah. Now, when you have money in Colombia, that money will buy you what's called happiness. That money will buy you would you be considered rich in Colombia, right? Yeah. Not by the standards of the people out there, but you know, your dollar would be older. We can get yourself a. Here's what I want. Okay, I want to learn Spanish. I want to learn it needs security. It needs security. Don't shop.
But ultimately, as long as you have to become part of the investigation themselves. The discussion is
by the way, you'll get in the shower. Your bed will be made. Your clothes will be ironed. There is a class consciousness here. Human trafficking. There's a way of doing things. Say, What I love about Colombia, though, is that they've suffered violence, they've suffered division, but that culture is just so out of their culture. They talk about which is the salsa culture. Salsa, you should, yes, I did. You should see them. So, professionals show us. Professionals came to the wedding and were dancing with us. They grab you and they start dancing with us. You are intimidating. You tend to have some Spanish blood.
Number one.
You understand? Because remember, Colombia, that area, a lot of indigenous Indian people. Yeah, so we're fiercely. You'll see people with fair skin that look more Spanish or European. It says that. And there were some Mexican elites that were the Mexican elites. Yes, that's so. Yeah. Colombia is not a place like, so Mexico, right? If you're looking for trouble, you're gonna find it. Yes, I mean, say for the most part, any aspect. You're not just don't go there and think you're on a road. There's a way of doing things in Colombia. It's not like that. Maybe South Africa, Middle Africa, North Africa. Like that. No, I feel like the Trump is going to fight no matter what. In England, in France, in Germany. They're having a problem with a young Muslim man from foreign countries.
If you're going to hold the Zara combined, you can't go up because I hold the Zara. But you don't have other Zara, you can't go wide. So the most say it's called motion blitz. Most say it's called again. It's called motion blitz. The most emotional blitz where people who are athletes, in other words, there's silliness or stop or just waste of time occurring. Rabbi Rothschild, for instance, is what happens in transacting business there. That if there's a show about Zara, these things that occur that will be us. Motion blitz. And any business proceeds will be posted. What is walk in the wrong path of life, you will stand there. Or being stationed in a place. I will say sometimes I think, I'm just going to walk down the wrong path, but I'm just going to walk through. There's no such thing as walking through. If you walk through it, you walk. You end up standing. Give Allah, and you end up standing. So called. So also, you end up scoffing. Being buds, and if you scoff, must have thought they're not stuff. Of course, this is an incredible use of the Gemara said. Their ultimate is what? Ultimate is, and I will say something to life. We go down a path that ultimately, again, I know is not going to be good. I know it's not the right one. But, again, you know what? I'm just going to pass this. Even just suspension. Once you're holy, you end up being holy. Once you're holy, you end up being a Yoshi. And once you're a Yoshi, the most you become embedded in a whole negative framework of life. And once a person will say, here's the thing, and what am I doing wrong in this? What am I doing wrong in this case? I'm stopping. You know what being a left means? Being left means being cynical. Being cynical. People are cynical and nothing is serious. Nothing is sacred. Nothing is important. There's a one line about everything. There's something sarcastic to say about everything. But that's most English people. That's the sense. Nothing is courage. And a person takes nothing seriously, or you're above everything. What's unfortunate, that is the beginning of more spiritual. So stop over for today. I'm going to run a short video on the verse.
And there would be no argument about it.
So I would say there's a beautiful lesson. So in the 12th, Moshe Rabbeinu is ultimately a tells Moshe Rabbeinu to prepare the nation. So the pasuk says, this is a parenting test. Pasuk good parenting test. So parenting test looks like it. The pasuk parenting test pasuk good. So Hashem Moshe, the pasuk says to Moshe Rabbeinu, make Elam go to the nation. That's going to find them today and tomorrow. And tell them to wander the Bitcoin. Of course, means go to the mikvah, right? So remember again, this is the thing that's done. And 2 days of preparation. Moshe Rabbeinu says that certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on. Moshe Rabbeinu certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on. What did Moshe Rabbeinu add on over here? 3 days, an additional day. I said, we have Moshe's man follow. We have 3 days of preparation. And first to come out to the 12, we only needed 2. So one second. I want to share with you just the life of our Hashem. It's actually quoted by the name Sarah. The name of the Baal Shem Tov. So we'll say, listen to this. Comes the Torah. So Baal Shem Tov says, the Torah hits to us, it will say, in this phrase, it will say it's contained the animal with Sahara, but also the very for success against Sahara. So listen to this. So you learn the fact of Adam, the Sahara does. It will say, we give you sins. Doesn't show. The Sahara doesn't try to get me to sin. Why? Because the Sahara knows that we're taking it, and I know that faith is wrong. So I'm gonna learn how to muster up the courage not to sin. So how does the Sahara get me? The Sahara says, "Rak ot hayom shma mekomi, v'achel mimachar kasgavim." The Sahara says, "I know you punish. I know you want to be holy. Listen to me. What's the rush? What's the rush? You'll get started on the news. You'll turn that new page. And when? Tomorrow. No matter what listen, it's already 6:41. Half the day is gone already. Don't worry about it. Start tomorrow. Shopping is such a good new verse. It's wonderful. You've got so much to do. Today is not the day to be great. Today is not. You get to it tomorrow. But tomorrow was. Tomorrow. That day. That's again the shot of leaders, and I'll talk about this. This is how the Yetzer Hara works. Everything is always about tomorrow. Anything you want to do the most good about. It's great. It's just not such a great day. So therefore, what does the person answer? Yetzer Hara? No. Kinabo. Hayom Einen Shomea B'Kola. What is the draft answer? No, I disagree. Today I'm your voice. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Tomorrow. Maybe I'm going to be pious tomorrow. I don't know. I told tomorrow. The only thing I can control is what tomorrow is today, is the now. And then for Shem Hashem, I will say, listen to how he touches this person. V'kidash hayom. The most say the job of the Jew is to say like this, right now, I have control over what I do in this moment. I have control over the day that is in front of me. And what am I going to do? Vikim Hayom. I am going to make day holy. I'm going to capitalize on the moments that now. Hayom I'm in Spanish over here. Umachar Eshton Gamalasis. Tomorrow, I don't know what tomorrow is. So I can't make you too many plans for tomorrow. Promises for tomorrow. I'll deal with tomorrow and tomorrow. So what's it here? Again, you look at this inside your comments later on. Test your Yikidashtem Hayom. Exclamation point. Sanctified today, I will say. The Carpe Diem, seize the moment, seize today, maximize the moment. That's what you control in life. How you use the now, how you use the present, how you use the day in front of you. I will say that is the only thing that we control in life. We'll say something about Shem puzzles like this. Exclamation point. Actually, it's true. Vikidashtem Hayom with an emoji on it, right? Vikidashtem Hayom, because that's all I control. What about tomorrow? Can't tell you that tomorrow. Don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. See, what I'll do is, when tomorrow, to what? So when tomorrow comes day, I'll move the Machar to Yom and I'll move tomorrow to the Machar. Rabbi says, send to Machar to HaKadosh. That is the way that you live successfully. Don't come back and eat Zahar. Eat Zahar. Zahar is the greatest tool. The tool of procrastination. It's the tool of keeping the can on one side. If something is important, because if you don't get it done now, we know this, we don't need to rush up to Hayom. Let's say, all control sanctify today. Maximize today. Tomorrow, who knows what tomorrow will bring? That's the great question mark, right? So most like, we should be so there for something. We should be so connected to Hashem. It's a great part of that.
So that's one thing. And then the other piece that you're talking about, the reincarnation, I trust it because it has things that and if it feels real and allows you to connect to have a healing towards that person.
We are picking up on Test Zion of a base by the two dots in boning, which is we'll say which is 2, 4, 6. Tonight's off about a beautiful game. For today, our shir this morning, our shir is dedicated by Eyal and Sarah Steinberg as the Zechus for Refuah Shlema for Bas Susha. We hope that in the marathon, she will have a complete and enduring refuah together. So we'll say, so let's begin it. So remember again the Mishnah that we learned a little while ago, discussed things that and build together. So along with that was, so the Mishnah says, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan. So one of the things that you know, Basilkos says over here, Rabbi Chana says the name. There are different types of basilkos. There is the basila of the king, like where the king lives, the king's palace. The basila of the bathhouse. And the storehouse of the king. Rashi points out that's where he kept his treasure. Two of them you're allowed to build. One of them is prohibited. And then how do you know which one is prohibited? The less so we'll say it's the basila ultimately again that the king lives in. Again, that is the Ikadami. Others say, Rabbi said, ultimately again you could say that Basilki Gardum it's the Bima. So what's said in the Mishnah that you can't build Akum the Basilki, which represent also like a tiered courthouse. It's Stadia, which that was used for judgment, and the Bima. Ema Shel Bishal it's Stadia Bishal Bima. Rather say what it means is you can't build the basila of these particular structures. Taner Rabbanim. So most of you have an incredible story here. We'll say Tezayim with days 6 Taner Rabbanim. Kishinit plus Rabbi Lazar Leminus. Lazar one time was seized. Minus. So we'll say minus means that he was seized. He was seized by the Kochavim to force him to work. What happened? Hello, the Gardim. Lido. They brought him up. They brought to judge him. Amrla O son Hegmon. So they gave him Musar. An old man like you should engage in such silliness. Now the silliness, of course, that they're referring